We are live at CollectCo for Saturday, January 24th. Live Facebook record sale, Facebook sale, Twitch sale. Come on, chat. There it is. Okay. Alrighty. Let's go get my other phone. Purple rain, purple snow. Purple snow, purple snow. Everybody sing it with me. Purple snow, purple snow. Only want you in the purple snow. Purple snow. Okay. It was a breeze getting here. No problem at all. There's a lot of government propaganda out there trying to keep you home, trying to keep you locked inside. All right. I did not let any water, no water is running at my house. I probably should have, but I kind of forgot about that. I probably did everything right except that. But let's hope they don't bust. Let's hope they don't bust. Okay, Saturday night. Righty. Yeah, it's not really that cold here. It's only like 30 degrees right now. Oops. Okay. All right, what's going on? We're going to sell records tonight. Maybe a little unconventional because there's no one here. And luckily, Laura stayed a day ahead getting auctions price, so we at least got that. We'll go through some stuff best offer. We'll try to get all these auctions sold. We'll go through all the new vinyl we have and all the vintage stuff we can possibly show. And then we'll see what we can do next. Okay? All right. Let's get a good breath of oxygen in. I was advised that traveling is not a good idea. And in the words of Austin Powers, I also like to live dangerously. In the words of Austin Powers, I also like to live dangerously. There was like little Toyota Camrys and everything just driving around, no problem. Now, you're not going to be able to do 60 miles an hour and hang sharp curves, but a flat trajectory at 30 miles an hour in a four-wheel drive SUV, which is pretty much my drive here. I go up like one little hill and I'm doing 30 miles an hour and I have four-wheel drive. It's not a problem, I promise. Now, if you're out here trying to hang a curve on a back road at 60 miles an hour, you're probably going to end up wrapped around a tree. And you don't want to end up wrapped around a tree. We'll probably price some stuff live too. I mean, there's no new arrivals, and we have some of the best inventory we've ever had that we can price live. So y'all are in for a treat. Y'all are truly in for a treat. So let me move some stuff out of my way that Seth left back here that's kind of obtrusive. Okay. All right. Got air fresheners. I forgot to show those this week. Plus, my new Tahoe is even better than my last Tahoe. My new Tahoe is really more like a sports Tahoe. My other one looked like a Secret Service detail. This one could also be a Secret Service detail, but it looks more like a truck. So, yeah, I'm going to try to get business done. I mean, that is the second wave that's coming through, is the sleet and the snow or the ice, the freezing rain or whatever. So everybody's like, you can make it there. I don't know about getting back home. So I'm like, okay, well, we'll get there. We'll take care of business. We'll sell some stuff. We'll keep my streak going. I hate getting off pace. You know, we have weekly goals here, and one bad day is like, oh, all this work, and then it's down the drain because you got to miss one sale. The box sets, they're going to start working on those next week. Seth took a bunch of the Japanese stuff home because he usually does that for us anyway. So Seth left this morning with like 4 crates of Japanese records, and he's going to get all those ready. And so probably by the end of next week, we should have a bunch of those. And whenever I know they're coming, I'm going to have him photograph them, and send them pictures. So, because I know a lot of people's expecting those. Speaking of auctions, I need to clear off the board first. Hold on a minute. Let me get all this silver off the table. All right. So, what we're going to do, we have Laura did stay a day ahead with auctions. So when I left here this morning, it was just Hayden and Tanner. I don't know if anybody else ended up coming in, but they had to try keying some stuff in because essentially nobody else was here today. So they're going to be at least a day behind keying in stuff. Last night's sale hadn't even been watched. Everything from last night is still stacked up right here next to me. All 7 crates and all the silver and all the 45s and everything we sold is all stacked up right here. So they'll have to still watch that sale, tag it all, key it all in, and then whatever I do tonight, and that'll have to be either done by tomorrow or Monday before invoices go out. So I will say this. I do have silver in stock. We almost did some deals last night on some 10-ounce bars. but I've got 5-ounce bars. I've got some 1-ounce coins. I still got some of those. I got 1 gram gold. And if anybody's interested in any of this, I'm going to keep it right here behind me. I'm sure we'll bring it out at least once tonight. We've got an incredible streak going on of selling some bullion every night. I mean, we usually have at least 2 or 3 air horns just from selling silver bars. And when it's gone, unless we get another big collection in, we're down to like the pretty bigger bars, 10 ounce, which are well over 1,000 now, or anything else. I still got halves here. I still got Morgans. I still got more Morgans. I got silver statues like Halo. I got more silver bars. And there we go. Okay. Kennedy. We sold that stuff last night. All right, let's get some auctions going. The show is about to commence, and then we got this morning's flip video stuff to tag, and there was some stuff I priced. And like I said, even though there's nobody here pricing stuff today, we have auctions ready. And I mean, late at night, I know most of y'all are probably asleep, but what we've been doing, I've been grabbing crates and just pricing stuff on the fly. Now, it's very slow and it's very meticulous and very painstaking, but we priced 2/3 of a crate last night, and there's only 3 records left because I'm literally just live comping them, I'm tagging them, and everybody's like, hip, hip, hooray. Chad's making some deals. So, there's your chance, okay? I'm going to leave those silver halves there. Is my camera okay? Let's bring it up. And then let it just naturally fall right there. Yeah. Okay. Chad tag. Steven probably bought 10 of them last night. Did right, Steven? I know you did. All right. First one. Always a popular in the Japanese department. The Eagles' greatest hits. Whoa. Now it's a lot cheaper. I forgot I didn't have a crate right there. The Eagles' greatest hits. A beautiful Japanese pressing. It was. No, it's still fine. A beautiful Japanese pressing. And this one comes with cover and obi. And it has both inner sleeves and the insert. That's a $35 start. Okay? $35 start. Jerry Stone said, Chad, I put another 4 cube storage in the man cave for records. My collection is getting ginormous. Any more silver figures? I got them. I do. Lebanon. Sleet and freezing rain will continue on and off tonight, with road conditions likely becoming very hazardous. If you can, please stay home. Well, I'm glad I'm home. That's all I got to say. I just got an alert from the city of Lebanon. It said, please stay home. I'm glad I'm home. And my mom's probably like, my mom that's tuned in right now is probably like, you idiot. I told you. Next Japanese pressing is Men at Work Cargo. This is a Japanese pressing, also near mint minus and pristine, with obi and insert, $35 star. I got to go get 2 things. I got to get the auctions off Laura's desk, the advertised auctions, and there is a hot post up for that on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. I got the crates from this morning, and then we're going to start showing records and selling stuff. And well, let's try to beat last. Let's make it where tonight everybody's like, golly, it was in the middle of a winter snowstorm, and Chad still sold 8 crates. Golly, they still sold 8 crates, and he went and sold in the middle of a snowstorm. Golly, how are they going to be able to keep up with all this? Golly. Well, I know we'll sell at least 3 crates because I know all the auctions are probably going to sell. Well, those are hand selected and ready to go. Golly, how are they going to do all this? Golly. All right, there's that. All right, I got Laura's auctions off her desk. I'll show some of those 1-ounce statues in just a second. Those are at a bargain now because we were selling the heck out of those at $135 when silver was $50 an ounce. silver has doubled, and I've kept them the same price just to help them sell better. And now you have a chance to get them like, if they made them again today, they would be $275. So I'm just telling you that. Next time these guys make these little statues, they'll be twice as much now. Silver has literally doubled and in some cases tripled, depending on what time of the year you're looking at. You can say a lot about some records. I've seen some records double in price since I've been doing this. I'm like, hey guys, you probably need to buy this. I've been watching it go up for 5 years. I'll pass this time. Dang it, Chad. Why didn't I buy that Badlands the last time? Dang it, Chad. Why didn't I get that Badlands the last time? Dang it, I should have got that Badlands. Shoot. Badlands. Dang it. Gosh. You're like Chris Farley. Stupid, stupid. Gah. I could get a good look at a T-bone steak by sticking my head. Okay, here we go. Let's see what's going on over here. We have Eagles at 35. We have Eagles at 36. We have Rachel Hackett, go home. Wow. We have Seth Hackett's wife on the chat. This is a rarity, folks. Rachel Hackett, go home. We have, does anybody want to have anything positive to say about Seth while his wife is on the chat? This is a great time for you just to let out your emotions about Seth. His wife is tuned in. I'm sure Seth is listening too. So if anybody has anything positive to say about Seth or negative, just go ahead and get it out of your system. Just go ahead and get it out of your system. I'm glad all of my friends and family are tuned in. They're like, golly, Chad's an idiot. Stupid, stupid. Trying to go to the show. Trying to do this show. Seth is famous. Seth got fired 10 minutes ago. Seth is fired. Seth needs to get fired again. There you go. Rachel, your husband is officially without a job. You got to tell little Bo, I'm sorry. Daddy got fired today. Not good. Not good. Okay. Someone said, can you please write your sticky notes bigger? Seth does have some weird handwriting, okay? Seth does have some weird handwriting. Little odd, little tiny handwriting. Okay. Let's see here. All right, I've got the video ready. So I'm ready to start pulling stuff out. We're about to sell the Eagles. Jason Anderson bid $37. Jason Anderson's at $37. And Minute Work Cargo, no bid, final call for $35. Who does those belong to? Otis is Tanner and Addison. Now, Rachel and Seth also have a very fun dog. His name is Riggs. He's a golden Labrador Retriever. So they've also got a pretty fun dog too. I don't get to see Riggs. Seth brought him here a couple times. Riggs is more like on crack. So he's a very hyper dog. Very hyper. More like a crack dog. So I don't get to see him as much. Seth don't bring him around. Sadly. Riggs would get airtime if he was here. But okay. Let's show these 1 ounce silver statues. Here is Batman, 1 ounce silver, $135. Batman, 1 ounce silver, $135 on Batman. That's my first one I have. The Eagles' greatest hits is the Eagles Live is a 2 LP Japanese pressing, near mint minus pristine with gatefold jacket, obi, and inner sleeves. Okay, and then Minute Work Cargo. Minute Work Cargo is about to be bought now. All right, so here's what sold this morning: the Ramones, Van Halen, both of them, STP Unplugged, Foo Fighters, Stryper, Dr. Feelgood, Dave Matthews Band, 3 Days Grace, Warrant Cherry Pie, Aussie Greatest Hits, Denver. Wow, that's all from one person. Kate Bush, Siamese Dream, Foo Fighters, Dr. Feelgood, STP Foo Fighters, 3 Days Grace, Cinderella, Smashing Pumpkins, Fastway, Power Station, Korn. That all sold. So Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged, I've already read off its sold to Sarah Wyberdink. That's something I priced Okay, got that out of my system for the night. This is one of the ones that I priced last night. So this is sold to Sarah Wyberdink, purple vinyl. That is sold to Sarah for $19.99. Here is Smashing Pumpkins Siamese Dream, and this was $44.99. And Siamese Dream did sell, and that sold to Stephen Tinley. Stephen Tinley got that one, and we still got Jack White. And Jack White's a 12-inch single. This is 16 saltines, and the flip is Love is Blindness. And Jack White is $9.99. It's a 12-inch single, Jack White. And this is $9.99, okay? So that is still available. That did not get claimed. Neither did Mikhail Cronin. And Mikhail Cronin's on blue vinyl. That's called Mikhail Cronin 2, MK2. That's blue vinyl, $19.99. Nick Bargeron on Jack White. Thank you. Okay, the Eagles got a new bid for $39. Okay. We have Minute Work Cargo. Minute Work Cargo is $35 buy it now. Okay. So that's a no bid, $35 buy it now. Chad, you were at $4 spot. Last show I seen them. Spot right now is at 103. Are we allowed to make offer on silver? The statues have always been 135. They haven't been price corrected yet. They're 135. They should be 250 if you change it per the price of silver for when they first come in. So they're definitely not any cheaper. They should be about $100 more is what I was saying earlier. So the only way you're going to buy these at spot is if you wait for spot to go up to $135. They're not going to be any less. That would be, if I sold those for any less than $135 right now, they would probably have to say, okay, you need to go see somebody in therapy. We have Chick Corea, My Spanish Heart. Chick Corea is a 2LP gatefold, $19.99. Men Without Hats, Rhythm of Youth, The Safety Dance. You can dance if you want to. You can leave your old friends behind. If you want something closer to melt, you probably need to buy a bar or a silver round. But the statues definitely are very firm at $135. Dr. Feelgood, Malpractice is $10. Dr. Feelgood is sold to Kelly Bagwell. That's sold to Kelly Bagwell for $10. And we have John Denver Windsong. That is sold to Sarah L. Morgan for $9.99. And then Saxon was a no bid. This is from Hatchet Ed Crate. This was $40. That was the winning bid, and I didn't get payment for it. And then we have a 1983 French OG. This is VG++. Saxon is $40. Saxon's $40 on that one. Let's put up another auction. And that next auction is going to be the Beatles, a Japanese pressing of the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. And the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl is a UK Flag Series number 30. And this is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's the inner sleeve. There's the insert booklet. There's the cover and Obi. That's a $35 start. How many do I have left? I got 2 up front. I forgot which ones. Back here, I got Batman, I got Predator, and I got Master Chief from Halo. That's the 3 I have back here right now. I've got Batman, Predator, and Master Chief Halo. So, like I was saying, if you ask this guy right now, the artist that made these, if you asked him right now, hey, if you remake these, how much will the MSRP be? He'd probably say about $250, $275. So that's why right now $135 is the uncorrected silver spot price. So I got Predator, Master Chief, and Batman back here right now. Okay. Saxon's still available, surprisingly. And then Kate Bush sold to Stephen Tinley. So thank you, Stephen Tinley. That was sold to you. So that little pocket there was all that's left from the pre-owned Hatchet Ed Crate. Make sure he gets that for $30. And then we have Corn, see on the other side. I'm Coming Undone. This is sold to Antonio Villanueva. Now, that was my last copy, but I can get more if anybody else wants one. Are we done on the Eagles? The last bid I seen was $42. Jason, you've been outbid. He says he's out, so final call for $42. There's the Beatles. I got an auction of a record I pulled out of a crate. This was something that John marked earlier this week, and before it went into a flip crate, I thought I would offer it here. It's a beautiful copy of the English Beat. I Just Can't Stop It. It's OG, and it's near mint minus. $20 start on that. All right. So we also have Jelly Roll. Jelly Rolls, $29.99. A Beautiful Disaster, $29.99. And then Neil Young, Tonight's the Night. Neil Young is a double LP, and that's $54.99. No claims for that or Jelly Roll. They're both still available. And we have him, Razor Blade Romance. Him is $36.99. No, Men Without Hats is still available. The Saxon, that's $40, is Power and the Glory. It's an OG French copy. So all three of these statues are sold to Jason Anderson. He gets Batman, Master Chief Halo, and then Predator. Those are $135 a piece. Let me go tell you the last two that's up front. I think they're duplicates of these, but if you want them, they're yours or anybody else's. So these are well below cost right now, I would say. I mean, I've always told people, they're like, wait a minute, Chad, silver is at $103 an ounce. Why is these $135? I was like, well, if you sit down to try to make one of those, you'd have to sculpt the mold, buy the silver, cast it, manufacture it, make it, all that. I mean, and then you got to try to make money off of it if you're the artist. So if they made them right now, they'd be much more. We have Striper, $34.99, sold to Richard Bradshaw. Oh, Jason Anderson already bought that. I thought that was for Master Chief Halo. I don't know why my brain was thinking that, but Jason already claimed this. Javi, this is already sold. Okay, so the Eagles is sold for $42. Eagles is sold for $42, and this was sold to Catherine Lutz. Thank you on that. Let's get that in a new sleeve. And the Beatles has a bid with David Doyle for $35. And then, sorry, Javi, that was already sold. That's my bad. And then EB condition, near mint minus and pristine. It looks like it was just made. I mean, it's truly an incredible condition record. Let's go ahead and put away the Eagles. Thank you on that one. Sorry, Javi, he'd already claimed that. It was $34.99. He already bought it. And then we have the Cars, $39.99. $39.99. This is a cut from the original Analog Master Tape by Kevin Gray. $39.99, and then Buckingham Nicks, and this is $39.99. So let me make sure I hadn't missed any claims. I'm looking for Ramones, Van Halen, Foo Fighters, Dave Matthews Band, 3 Days Grace, Warrant, and Ozzy, Foo Fighters, STP, Foo Fighters, 3 Days Grace, Cinderella, Smashing Pumpkins, Fastway, and Power Station. Okay, so all this stuff's still happening. Over here, the Beatles has got a new bid. English Beats at $22, and the Beatles at $36. Okay. I also got a Perfect Circle 13th step. A Perfect Circle is $39.99. That's a Gatefold 2 LP. I still have that. And I also have Steely Dan, which is Can't Buy Thrill. Only a fool would say that. $36.99. That is a Gatefold jacket, back, Jack, do it again. Let me go see what's the other two I have up here in my case, Jason. And I have to step up here anyway. And thank y'all for tuning in on this snowy, icy, hazardous, dangerous night here in Middle Tennessee. The last two statues I have are another an Iron Man and a Batman. Jason, I do have an Iron Man and I do have a Batman left. So if you want another Batman, or if you want that fourth, Iron Man, a fourth different one, they're available. Okay. All right. So over here I have Faster Pussycat. Wake Me Up When It's Over. Faster Pussycat is $39.99. Faster Pussycat, Wake Me Up When It's Over, $39.99. And we have Smashing Pumpkins Gish, and this one did get sold. Gish is sold to Monica Malley. That is sold. And we have also over here the deluxe edition of Prince Around the World in the Day. That's a 3 LP remastered with B-sides, mixes, and extras, $54.99. I should have one extra cherry pie when it pops up. Yeah. First thing I have is this. We have the Beatles at 36. That was a new bid. Then David bid 40. Then Karen went out. English Beat 23. English Beat 25. Now English Beat 26. Now English Beat 28. Michael Nath. I don't think I have another Halo statue. I think those are all gone. How much would 3 10-ounce bars be? Buddy Johnsey. Those would be $3,300. $3,300. I know you pick up locally, and hopefully you'd be able to pay in cash, but $3,300 would be the price on 3. $1,100 each. We have Brian C. over here getting Prince. Thank you, Brian C. That's so do you. And then we have Ozzy and Billy Morrison, Gods of Rock and Roll, $24.99 for Ozzy. I still got several of these left, and there's several more up front. And then we have Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman, a.k.a. his greatest hits. That's so to Sarah L. Morgan. That's so to Sarah L. Morgan. And then the Ramones' greatest hits. This is so to Brian Stern. Thank you, Brian Stern. That's so to you. James Vasquez on Ozzy. Is that for the Billy Morrison or for a Memoirs of a Madman? Taylor Momsen's Pretty Reckless Christmas. It looks like Christmas outside. And then James Vasquez. Okay, I have more of these. If anybody wants me to step up front and grab one, my wish is your command. Everlast Eat It Whiskeys is $38.99. Let's go ahead and get into the advertised auctions. We're about an hour behind where we normally are. The Beatles over here is sold to David Dole for $40. Thank you on that. Done, and see you later. And let's go over here and put that away. And so, yeah, there's 2 statues left, Jason Anderson. Iron Man and another Batman, okay? I have no prospectors left. And the closest thing to 1 ounce bullion, the closest thing to 1 ounce bullion is right here. And these are $125 a piece. And we sold a lot last night, and this is my last 3. I've got this 2022 Maple Leaf with the Maple Leaf preview mark. And then I have these Coronation of King Charles, which are 1 ounce silver. Those are all $125 a piece. That's the smallest increment I got, unless you want to start buying some halves. Like Franklin halves are $45. So that's the smallest increments I have, just FYI. I've got 1 ounce and then halves. Other than that, all the small stuff's gone. Everybody bought up all the dimes again last night. Everybody bought up all the quarters again last night. That's all I have. We have Def Leppard live. This is a live unofficial. A lot of stuff sold in this morning's video, and there's a lot still left over. That's $44.99. And then we have Dave Matthews Band, Crash Into Me. And this is $34.99. Dave Matthews Band is sold to Sarah L. Morgan. Thank you, Sarah L. Morgan. And then we have Suicidal Tendencies. That's $39.99. The Art of Rebellion. And we have Youngblood One More Time with Aerosmith. It's a 5-track EP, fairly new release. Okay, so English Beat went out. Mega Blast, that's OD for $28. Yeah, this was beautiful. It was in a crate that John had marked the other day. It never did make it the best offer. It was marked $34.99. That's probably what I would have took an offer on it for, so that worked out good. That's OD for $28. That's done. All right, and then Jason Anderson gets those other 2 statues up front. And then David Tate wants 1 King Charles. All right, this is so to David Tate. And then Stanley, you're next, but I can only give you 2 if that's okay. So David Tate gets 1, 125. Stanley gets these 2, 125, 125. So that's gone and gone. Now, the other thing I would have is Morgan silver dollars, which, you know, those are a little less than an ounce. They're 90%, but they are 140 years old. So that's the next thing I have. And if anybody wants to see those, I might start showing them. A lot of people love those. And even if you don't even collect coins, they're like, wow, 1888. It's like, dang, that's awesome. I'm like, I know. Coins are fun. Okay, silver ounce is just sold. But here's what's left. Mikhail Cronin, $19.99, blue vinyl. Chick Corea, My Spanish Heart, $19.99. Saxon is $40, The Power and Glory. And then we had Jelly Roll for $29, Neil Young $54, and Him as a picture disc, $36.99. All right, let's get into some of our advertised auctions over here. Here we go, The Muppet Show. And let's see what's going on with this Frampton Comes Alive. Awesome. So I have The Muppet Show, a 1977 USOG white label promo, EX Plus condition, a $25 start. The Muppet Show. This is a 77 OG white label promo, EX Plus condition, $25 start on that. And then look at this Frampton Comes Alive. How nice is that? Beautiful, sealed with hop sticker. It's a 76 OG. She says, I'm certain of it. No barcode, only 76 releases not have the barcode sealed with hop. This is a real sealed Frampton Comes Alive, guaranteed OG. No barcode, perfectly sealed with this hop sticker. $55 start on that. $55 start. The Cars Rhino Hi-Fi 39, Buckingham Nicks 39. Who asked about the white stripes? It just hit me. I was like, man, somebody just asked about that white stripes 10 minutes ago. This is Get Behind Me, Satan. 20th anniversary. It's on colored vinyl, $44.99. $44.99. We have A Perfect Circle 13 Step, $39.99. Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill, $36.99. Faster Pussycat, $39. Taylor Momsen's Pretty Reckless Christmas, $33. Everlast was $38. Def Leppard Live, $44. Suicidal Tendencies, $39. And Youngblood, one more time, $31.99. Let me go up to the top and see what happened. So David Tate got a 1 ounce. Stanley got 2 1 ounce. How much of the silver ounces already sold? How much are Morgan's? Give me 1 second. How much are the Youngbloods? $31.99. And then we have Muppet at 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, 30, Frampton 55, Piggy 31, Piggy 34, and then Frampton 55, Eric Clapton Unplugged gone. I think we sold that like, when did we sell that, guys and gals? Earlier, we sold that earlier this week, didn't we? We sold that at auction like on Monday or Tuesday. I know Buddy Johnson wants these 3 10-ounce bars, so we checked prices last night. Why it's locked in over the weekend, buddy. I'll lock in that price with you. All right, let me go get that other crate. Ice Cold Monster. Ba-da-dun-dun-dun-da-da-dun-da. Ice Monster. Oh, that was a great neck adjustment. Oh, there went the other side. Okay, now I can rotate my neck. Like George Costanza. See, it's not a good turn. I'm not turning. Bum, bum, bottom. Dun, 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 dun. Shoo, bum, dun, 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 dun. All right. Okay. So, make sure I didn't miss anything. I'm going to move these over here. Move these nicer halves over here. Move these over here. Okay. All right, so here's the deal. All right, let me go. Let's add one more auction from the Japanese pile. This is Bryan Adams, and this is self-titled. And Mr. Bryan is a Japanese pressing of Obi, and this is a $35 start. Okay, the Frampton was a $55 bid, and we've had bids for $55, $55, and now $60. The Muppets is at $54. And we have Foo Fighters self-titled. This is sold to Randy Jr. Tabron. I'm assuming that's the one you wanted, Randy. You just put Foo Fighters. I think there is a greatest hits in here, so I hope that's the one you wanted, Randy. Let me know if it's not, but I got you down for Foo Fighters self-titled. 3 Days Grace Explosions. This is on yellow vinyl or gold vinyl, and I know it says Walmart exclusive, but this is how it came to us. One sold to Sarah L. Morgan. Thank you, Sarah L. Morgan. That's sold to you. And then we have another one sold to John LeBeatty. If anybody wants on waitlist for any of these, let me know. We also have Cramps, A Date with Elvis. And Cramps is $29.99. Cramps, A Date with Elvis. And this was still available, $29.99. We have Peter Frampton at $75. We got the Muppets at $60. Bryan Adams has a bid for $35. I'm going to show these Morgans. These particular ones here, I'll do $95 a piece on. They're very nice. They're all extremely fine or better. Very good detail. This is an 1896. We have an 1880. These are $95. 1889. This is like Doc Holliday kind of stuff here. This is kind of like what Wyatt Earp would have been carrying in his pocket. 1896. And then 1889. Those are all $95 a piece. Okay, we have Weezer Pinkerton. This is still available for $34.99. Also, Rat Out of the Cellar. I love this lenticular. I'm a fan of lenticulars, especially when it changes colors like that. $49.99 for Rat. This one's still available. It is on colored vinyl, and it does have a bonus 7-inch. I've got Warrant Cherry Pie, and so one copy did sell over here to Sarah Morgan. Yeah, that's so to Sarah Morgan. That's Warrant Cherry Pie. And then there's one more left, and I don't think anybody else bought it, but just FYI, yeah, that's still available. That's $39.99. We also have Power Station, and this sold. This was the new release for this Friday. That's sold to Carla Brecky. Thank you, Carla. That's sold to you. And then Cinderella Night Songs, $39.99. Cinderella Night Songs, $39.99. And this is sold to Heath Norman. That's sold to Heath Norman. And then there's one extra copy for $39.99. And then we have Pink Floyd, which is the 50th anniversary, $46.99. Are we done on Peter Frampton? The last bit I seen on Frampton was Pat Smith at $75 over on YouTube. Pat Smith. And if anybody else wants to bid, now's the time. Now, excuse me, it did get another bid for $80. Now it's at $90. And then we have two Morgan sold. David Tate wants the two oldest. These are $95 each. Very high grade, extremely fine or better. The two oldest, okay? Well, that would be 1880 and 1889. These two right here. There's three more left. I have about 90 and no, I have about 100 in stock. I have 5 full rolls of Morgans. Now, I had a few people buying like complete rolls last week. One lady ended up buying 7 rolls. I think that breaks down to $1,900 for a roll. Probably not a bad thing because it's just a full roll. I mean, if you look at it like this, 20 times 95, here's what you're looking at. And I have 5 rolls in stock right now. Not a bad thing to grab. These complete rolls of Morgans here. So 20 coins to a roll, 95 per coin. So I've got those. I also have David Bowie, Ziggy Stardust for $33.99. And I have Foo Fighters Greatest Hits. Foo Fighters Greatest Hits. And this one is sold to John LaBeatty. Thank you. That's sold to John LaBeatty. And we have one more here. And this one, $38.99. The Greatest Hits is, let me reply to Randy, figure out which one he wanted. This one's going to still be available. That's Foo Fighters Greatest Hits. Linkin Park Minutes to Midnight. Linkin Park is $33.99. This is called Minutes to Midnight. $33.99. And we have Van Halen Balance. This is sold to James Screws. Thank you, James Screws. That's sold to you. He also got Van Halen 1984. And then Ozzy Blizzard of Oz is on colored vinyl, $39.99. And then Fastway Trick or Treat. And I think both of these sold. This is $39.99. Fastway Trick or Treat. And the first one here is sold to Slammin' Alvin. And that was it. Okay, there's one left. Now, let's go over here and see what's happened in the chat. The first thing was Frampton got a bid for 90. We have the Muppets at 67. Peter Frampton got a bid for 95 and then 110. Do you have any cleaning cloths? Yes, we do. Chad, does my anniversary of Coletco and 49th birthday net me a Muppet album? Mark Fallon asking for special treatment. He knows how those answers usually go around here. So the last bid on the Muppet movie is at $67 with Mark Fallon. Peter Frampton's at $115. And Brian Adams is sold to Bill Samus for $35. This is sold for $35. Brian Adams, thank you. And that's sold to Bill Samus for $35. Okay. As usual, Mark Fallon trying to hook in some kind of special line item of special treatment, a made-up birthday, a made-up anniversary, a made-up family event, something to try to get some kind of bonus or brownie points. That's at $67, and we're about to sell it to him. Does Stephen Parton go out? I think Stephen Parton did go out, right? No, Stephen Parton bid 68. You're not even the high bidder right now. You're not even the high bidder right now. And then Peter Frampton's at 115. So here's all that's left in here. Fastway Trick or Treat, $39.99. Ozzy Blizzard of Oz, that is on colored vinyl for $39. We have Linkin Park Minutes to Midnight. That is $33.99. Foo Fighters Greatest Hits is $38. David Bowie Ziggy Stardust Half-Speed Master $33. Pink Floyd 50th Anniversary $46. We also have Cinderella Night Songs for $39. Warrant Cherry Pie, there is one left for $39. Right Out of the Cellars, $49.99. Weezer Pinkerton, $34. And Cramps, A Date with Elvis, $29.99. Cramps, A Date with Elvis, okay? Now, Mark Stanley on Weezer Pinkerton. Weezer Pinkerton, that is so to Mark Stanley. Thank you on that. All right, let's go right over here. And Peter Frampton's at 115 with Stephen A. Young. Pat Smith, 347 on YouTube, bid 130, and then Stephen A. Young is at 135. Let me go ahead and put up another auction, and give me a second. I've got several questions to tend to. I still need to share the feed. I hadn't done that yet. I'm going to share it over here in the group, and over here, let me do that right now. And that was everything from this morning's video. That was great. It's already sold a bunch out of there. Only one share over on Facebook. How sad is that? Nobody wants to share anymore. Nobody hardly hits the like button because everybody's over on Twitch and everybody's over on YouTube. All right, there's that, 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 there's that. Okay, so Red Cave gets that last trick or treat. I always try to order those when I can. All right, now, so here is what's on the board right now. We have some people wanting to buy 10-ounce bars. We got some people wanting to know the price on the Morgans. We got somebody asked about how much are the halves. We got a bid war going on for the Muppets record. And the last bid that I seen on the Muppets record was Stephen Parton at $68. And I'm assuming Mark Fallon doesn't want to bid again. And then Peter Frampton, Pat Smith has it for $145. And give me 1 second right over here. Stephen A. Young has it at $150. Just FYI. Okay. All right. Now, over here, I'm going to condense this with the other stuff from the Hatchet Ed crate from earlier, and we're ready for more new stuff. Okay. All right. Now, a lot of the bigger silver purchases kind of depends if you're paying bank wire or if you're going to pay over credit or debit card. Okay. So if you start talking about in the transaction amounts up in the thousands, you know, anything else like vinyl or any other collectible, I'm like, okay, we're going to completely eat the fee. With this stuff, I try to encourage a couple of different things. I try to let me know how you're going to pay. And number two, even if you don't tell me, I'm going to encourage you to pay with ACH transfer. So when you go to pay your invoice, if you're using your debit card anyway, you don't really have to. If you use your debit card, if you're going to do that, it will save me almost 2.5% if you just type in if you click on that payment option that says ACH and you just put in your checking account and your routing number. That is just a 1% fee. And over the course of you buying from us 52 weeks out of the year, you'll probably save us thousands of dollars. I mean, otherwise it's just you're giving more money to Square instead of Collectco. So now silver, I really encourage that because it's already a slimmer margin product. So somebody just asked earlier, what can I buy 3 10-ounce bars for? I told him $3,300 because I know he usually pays in cash. That's also the ACH price. So these are $1,100 a piece. I know, Christopher, you almost bought one last night. I've got those Pioneer bars. I've got 4 in stock right now. We sold another one last night. I've got 5 in stock. I've got 50 ounces here of these. And then I have some other small bars, but they're a little bit more collectible. They're more like $130 an ounce, but I will show those if you want to see them. They're 5 ounce. And let's go ahead and put up some more auctions, shall we? Okay. ACH takes like 3 days to clear. And because of that, we might not see your payments cleared for like 3 days. So, you know, if you usually pay on Monday and we start shipping Tuesday, it probably won't clear until Thursday, and we might not ship your order until Friday. So you might see a delay. We probably know it's going to clear, but in our system, it doesn't even show paid until it's over, until it's hit our essentially our Square account. All right, let's get another auction going up. Let's put up Nina Simone. Cool stuff here tonight. We have Nina Simone at Newport. This is a 1963 U.S. stereo reissue, a Monarch pressing. And this is EX. It is a 63 Monarch. There is some seam splitting at the bottom. That's only a $15 start, okay? And then as soon as I step away over here, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to sell Peter Frampton, and I'm going to sell the Muppets, okay? And we have an air horn moment on the bar. And the air horn moment on the bar is going to come to Mr. Christopher Allen. He's going to buy one of these for $1,100. Thank you. I'll tag that in just a second when I come back, okay? I'm going to tag that in 1 second. Give me one moment on that because I'm going to go ahead and put up another crate right here. And what we're going to do is I think just to, what are we going to do? A little bit different show tonight. Just trying to find what to put up next. I got to keep y'all entertained. Are you not entertained? All right, let's do this crate here. It's never been offered as best offer, okay? This crate here has never been offered as best offer, so let's do that right now. All right, Mark Fallon got the Muppet Show for $69. Mark, happy birthday, happy anniversary, happy birthday to your kids, happy birthday to your entire family, happy birthday to your pets, happy anniversary, congratulations on your promotion, congratulations on your kids graduating, congratulations on your kids starting college, congratulations on buying a new house, congratulations on buying a new car, any kind of other public event you want me to celebrate with you, I'm going to go ahead and wish it in advance. And so thank you, Mark Fallon, for the purchase, and congratulations to any kind of life celebrating event that from now or in the past or anything in the future. I greatly appreciate your business, and you're an amazing customer. And thank you for everything ever, and congratulations to anybody in your family on anything they may ever accomplish in their life in the pursuit of liberty or happiness. Peter Frampton is sold, and Peter Frampton is sold to Pat Smith over on YouTube for $160. Awesome specimen there. Nina has bids for $15 and $20. We have an air horn moment. We have this bar sold for $1,100. And guess what? We have our first air horn of the night. Let's hit it. This is $1,100. Let's do the air horn. Thank you, Christopher Allen. Oh, I love the smell of condensed air in the morning. Y'all smell that condensed air blowing out of the horn? It's the smell of victory, soldiers. Beautiful. We love it. Out of college, money spent. See no. Okay. We have not sold Star Wars. How about it right now? How about it right now? I got to go get those other two statues out. This is a pretty cool deal. $250. Vincent Van Gogh. It's a 1 ounce silver. Looks like a painting of his skull. Not his personal skull, but a skull. It's called Vincent Van Gogh, The Skull, 1887, 1888. That's a really cool collectible silver, too. $250 on that. I had to move that so I could grab my keys. And the next best thing I think some of y'all could buy that's got, you know, if you got like $5,000 burning a hole in your pocket, like a lot of y'all do, you can buy some silver, a roll of Morgans, or you can bid on every auction I put up tonight. That's also a good strategy. I tell some people, well, you know, if you got like $9,000 burning a hole in your pocket, and you're like, Chad, I woke up this morning, I checked my bank account, I literally have somewhere around $5,000 to $10,000, and honestly, I have no idea what to do with it. I'm confused. Can you help me? And I'm like, yeah, I can help you a lot. You get on here and you just start bidding on every auction I put up. That would be a great strategy. This one guy was like, Chad, I don't know about you, but I have a phobia about having money, so I got to figure out how to get rid of it. I've tried burning it. I've tried burying it. I've tried giving it away. Some people won't even take it on the streets. Big sacks of money. And I'm like, okay, well, how about I give you something in return? I'll give you some great tangible assets like vinyl or silver in return. All you got to do is tune into my live streams and bid on stuff. And instead of just burning your cash or burying it or giving it away to people on the streets, you can get something in return. Okay? Here we go. I have C.W. McCall Wilderness. This is a gatefold jacket, $9.99. Super clean, Polydor Records, $9.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. I don't really encourage the best offer. I encourage the buy it now part, but if you do want to go ahead and make an offer, I'll listen. Over here, we have the Beatles, 62 to 66. The Beatles is a Japanese pressing. It's really nice. It has both discs. as it should. It has that inner sleeve. It has this book. Let's see if it has another inner sleeve somewhere. Nope, just that one inner sleeve. But if you want to look at the lyrics, it's inside of this book here. That's missing an inner sleeve. And one of these were check condition. This one's like EX. So I'm only going to start this one. Y'all ready? At $1. Yep, $1 on the Beatles, 62 to 66. Chad, my son got the Van Halen side today. Can you tell us if it comes with 1 or 2 parts? I swore it said it was 2. It came with a stand. Let's go ahead and sell C.W. McCall to Mega Blast for 7. The Van Halen lights are right here next to me. I've got 3 left in stock. These are $59.99, and here's how they come. They look just like this. They have a stand that's attached to it, and they set up like that. So they all came with that, and it's been attached to the actual thing. There's also 2 holes in the back where if you wanted to mount it on the wall, you could do that as well, okay? So that is available. That's how it's supposed to come, and I have 3 in stock. We have waiting lists for virtually all the other ones. The only one I have in stock is Van Halen. All right, the Beatles is now up for bid. 10 and now 11. Breakfast Club, that's $19.99, a gold stamp promo. Over here, these can be buy it now or best offer. By the way, Nina Simone, Wolverine has it for $25. That's going once, going twice. And then what happened to the rest of my Japanese singles? Let's see. Here we go. Elvis, Japanese single. This is You Don't Have to Say You Love Me and Patch It Up, a Japanese single of Elvis Presley. And it is very nice, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start on that one. And then Beatles 15, Beatles 17. We have Blanket of Secrecy, Ears Have Walls, $12.99. This is $12.99. Blanket of Secrecy. And Sting, a 12-inch single. If you love somebody, set them free. Another Day. And then 2 more mixes of that. $19.99. And then over here we have the Sharks, 7 Deadly Fins. The Sharks is $9.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Over here, we have a 1963 U.S. stereo reissue, Monarch pressing, EX. So it's a 63 stereo Monarch of Nina Simone. There is a seam split along the bottom, and the high bid on this is $25 right now, and that is with Wolverine. Right next to that was the Beatles. I put up for a $1 start. It got a bid for 10, then it got a bid for 11, and then it got a bid for 15, then a bid for 17, and then are those lights wireless that have to be plugged in? They have to be plugged into a USB port. We have Elvis at 15 and then Beatles at 18. Chad Williams, I'm going to have my own Briss next week. Going to need 25% off. Congratulations. No discount, though. We have Donna Bertram on Sting. That's #1 Sting fan, Donna. Thank you on that one. And then Beatles 20. Price and condition on Breakfast Club. These are all buy it now best offer. This has the hop sticker. It has the original inner sleeve. It's from that one collection we just got in. So this is beautiful condition. Gold stamp promo, $19.99. We have the Beatles now at 20, Nina Simone 26, and the Beatles is at 22. Okay, so over here, the Beatles Japanese press is at 22. Wolverine, you've been outbid on Nina Simone, but you still have the high bid on Elvis, which is a final call for $15. Next is Bandit, and this is called Partners in Crime. Bandit is $14.99. Breakfast Club sold to Mike Wilt for $15. He was first on that one. Next is Age of Chance, 1,000 Years of Trouble. That has the Hype Sticker Gold Stamp promo, $9.99. A Drop in the Gray, Certain Sculptures, another Gold Stamp promo. That's $14.99. And then Cat Stevens, Back to Earth, $14.99. High bid on Nina Simone right now is $26 of Alan Smith. $26 of Alan Smith. That's the high bid right now. Time for some Monster in my official 2025 Masters Cup. Roy McIlroy, Grand Slam. Ah, that was delicious. The Sharks is called 7 Deadly Fins, not Sins. 7 Deadly Fins, $9.99. New bid on Nina Simone for 28, now 30, now 35. That one's moving quickly, folks. Here's a quick buy now. Just one random cassette. Don't get your hopes up. This was at Hatchet Ed stuff last night. $6.99 for Rat. One random cassette there, $6.99 on that. We have Gordon Lightfoot, Endless Wire. That is sealed. Daylight Katie, Come On, $19.99. And then Jaw Wobble, The Edge of Holger's Zuke, Snake Charmer. This is Jaw Wobble, $49.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Elvis did not get another bid, so that's sold to Wolverine for $15. Thank you on that. That was the only bid on that. Rad is sold to Sarah Wyberdink for $6.99. Thank you on that. And then Billy Chinook, Learning to Survive in the Modern Age. That's a Gold Stamp promo, $9.99. Face to Face is $14.99. Face to Face and Fairport Convention. That's a Gold Stamp promo in real time, live 87, $14.99. The Beatles is still getting bids at $28, and Nina Simone's at $35. That's up to Thomas Hujar. Let's pull out another advertised auction for tonight, and let's go right into something right back in here. Ooh, Gabor Zabo. This looks interesting here. It's a 68 Monarch OG. EXEX Plus, and Paul says it plays perfectly, and he's even left a personal review. This is from Paul. A 10 out of 10, perfect album. Gabor Zabo Dream, Shrink, and the original price tag, $145. Last time I found one of these in the back, I kept one for myself. Amazing, $145 on that. Beatles is at $28. We have Firefall Elon, $9.99 for Firefall. Jillian Copes, a Gold Stamp promo with Hop Sticker. That's $19.99. And then Fiona. Fiona's a Gold Stamp promo, $14.99. These are all buy it now best offer, by the way. Thomas Hujar, I'm assuming you're done on Nina Simone. Wolverine's had it for a couple minutes at $35. Stephen Douglas, that $28 bid on the Beatles, may do it. Robert Warner is out. That's a final call. Gabor Zabo, $145 on that. And we have Fashion, and this is called Fabrique. A lot of 80s stuff in here, $14.99. New bid on Nina Simone at $36. We have Brian Ferry, Biet Nior, B-E-T-E with the accent marked over the E, and N-O-I-R-E, a Gold Stamp promo, and that's $26.99. We have Nina Simone now at $38. And Thomas, you've been outbid. China Crisis. This is a 12-inch single. Scream Down at Me, African and White. China Crisis is $9.99. And then China Cross is Working with Fire and Steel, a 4-track maxi single, Gold Stamp promo, $14.99 on that. Aztec Camera, this is an interesting one here. Aztec Camera comes as like this 10-inch and this really like 2/3 cut jacket. Very interesting. That is $19.99. Troy Robinson on Fiona for $9. That is sold, and we have Joan Armour Trading, Secret Secrets. Joan Armour Trading, $9.99. Okay, Nina Simone is sold for $38 to Wolverine. The Beatles is sold for $28 to Stephen Douglas. And let's go ahead and put this in a new sleeve. And let's go ahead and put up some new auctions, okay? Awesome. We're going to be auctioning stuff. It's Saturday night. I usually got to clean out my bin, so I've got all the leftover no bids to reduce. I've got all the stray random stuff I still hadn't put up. So it should be a fun night to watch as we wrap up another week here. I was able to get here through the sleet and the snow, and evidently it's like freezing rain outside right now. So I should be okay, though. My drive isn't too bad, so I plan on being here for almost a full-length show, though, to get everything we need to sold. And then Michael Butler, the Gordon Lightfoot was a sealed OG, $19.99, sealed OG. The White Stripes is new and sealed, $44.99. It's a 2LP gatefold jacket. And then Michael Butler on AC, Aztec Camera. That's sold to Michael Butler. Cool one there. Okay, and then more auctions right after I show you the Coyote Sisters. That's a Gold Stamp promo, $9.99. All right, we got a lot of cool auctions. Freddie Hubbard, we have Sun Ra, we have soundtracks. I got stuff I don't know what it is. Let's do 2 soundtracks at the same time. Empire and Chinatown. Ooh, here's some good ones here. We have Chinatown, the Jack Nicholson movie, a 1974 USOG Monarch press, beautiful, in shrink wrap, Chinatown soundtrack, $25. And look at this, The Empire Strikes Back, a 1980 USOG, top copy, near mint and shrink and hop sticker, and the booklet is attached to the jacket. So this is in shrink. It is beautiful with hop sticker, and that's a $45 start. $45 start on that. We have the Cody Sisters, $9.99. Gordon Lightfoot sold for $14 to Topographic. Thank you on that one. Gabor Zabo is a $145 buy it now. A beautiful copy. You're missing out. $145 on Gabor Zabo, okay? Should have went from that and then went up. And the only other no bid tonight is Men at Work, which is $35, okay? Gabor Zabo, we have an offer and we have a claim. Wolverine, it's yours, but it will be $145. And then Empire's already at $50, and then Chinatown's a $25 start, okay? Next is Mark Egan, Mosaic. Mark Egan is $9.99. Flash Con, that's $9.99. And Color Me Gone, $19.99. So Wolverine, you were first to do the buy it now, but you were basically out offered. So he said he would take it at 145. I had a feeling. I was hoping he would have got multiple bids. We got Charlie. That's $14.99. And we have Network Robert Fripp, $34.99 on that one. All right, let's throw up a Japanese pressing for a $1 start. This is Peter Frampton, Where I Should Be, and it's a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine with Obi and insert, and Peter Frampton's a $1 start. $1 start on Peter Frampton. Also have The Expression. That's a gold stamp promo, $19.99 for The Expression. Coconuts, Don't Take My Coconuts. That's $19.99, a gold stamp promo. Stephen Forbert, Little Stephen Orbit. That's $9.99. And The Fools, Wake Up, It's Alive. The Fools is $19.99. The Fools, Wake Up, It's Alive. Final chance to get a bid in on Chinatown for $25. So Empire is at $50. The first bidder was Mega Blast at $50. Then Charlie Buck bid $45. Then Bob Reiger bid $45. So we'll have to have a bid bigger than $50 on Empire. Beautiful top copy and shrink. And the booklets attached in the gatefold. Peter Frampton is at $6 with Brian Call. We're going through a crate of new stuff. I think these were shown like Wednesday, maybe, for buy it now. They never was shown best offer. We have Dream Boy. This is a gold stamp promo, $14.99. And then the Donatone Shameless is $9.99. Donatone Shameless. China Crisis again. What Price Paradise? $14.99. Firefall Mirror the World is $9.99 for Firefall. And then the Dads, that's a gold stamp promo, $14.99. And then the Dice. A lot of 80s stuff in there, $9.99. Next Japanese single is Elvis Presley. I've got this one right here. I have Burning Love, and It's a Matter of Time. Very cool. That's going to go up for a $15 start. Elvis is a $15 start. Then I have the ones that did not get bids last night. I'll breeze through those in just a second. Okay. Empire Strikes Back has a new bid, 51, now 50, and now Mega Blast and everybody, Charlie Buck, Bob Reiger, y'all are still out. Nobody bid on Chinatown. It's a $25 buy it now on that one. Mortgage Guy Rob just asked. It's a buy it now for $25. Your question came in at a good time. Star Wars is at 55, Frampton's at 15, and Elvis is at 15. Let's grab another auction, okay? Chinatown's a $25 buy it now. So to Mortgage Guy Rob. That's sold. And then Star Wars and Elvis is getting new bids. Elvis is now at 20. Let's put up another auction. Let's do the Omen soundtrack. Here's that. The Omen. 20th Century Fox presents The Omen. Jerry Goldsmith, a 1976 OG gold stamp promo. No gold stamp, no promo labels exist to this. So this is the closest to a promo copy you're going to get. It's a beautiful copy. Vinyl and jacket is fantastic. $20 start. Everything in here was best offer, yes. If I'm showing a crate tonight, it's probably going to be best offer unless I go through new vinyl because nobody was here today. The store was closed. No staff reported to work except some early morning people to key in a few records so we don't get too far behind. They left before anything started falling from the sky. And with that being said, tonight if we're going to go through stuff, I'm either going to be pricing stuff on the fly or we're going to be going through discount crates and a little bit of both. Until all the auctions are sold. I think by the time I've gone through all the auctions and we've gone through the no bids and all that, that's probably when I probably need to wrap it up and head home and buckle up and bundle up. Next thing over here is Peter Frampton 20. We have Omen at 20, Omen 20, and then we have Omen 25, Omen 30. And over here, I feel like I have to offer 10 on the Charlie album, even though I don't know what it is. Charlie album. Charlie. This is sold to Charlie Buck for $10. There you go. Now, if anybody else wants anything in here, let me know. I'm just going to read the titles. And let's go over here. Any hip-hop? Not unless there was some advertised for auction. Not unless there was some advertised for auction. Let's update all these bids. Okay. First thing we have is Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back. Stanley Richmond. You're tied with Sarah Waberding. This is a big record. Mostly because of the grade. I mean, first of all, it's regarded as one of the greatest films of all time. Second of all, it's Star Wars. Third, it's John Williams. 4, it's near mint minus and pristine. OG was shrinking hype in the book. It is beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful. And we're tied at 55. The first person is Sarah Waberdink, okay? Sarah Waberdink was first on that. We put up Peter Frampton. We put up Peter Frampton at a $1 start. Now he's at 25. We've been starting some Japanese stuff at $1, David. You've been over there playing bowling and sleeping, and we're over here running $1 Japanese auctions. The Omen just got a bid for 35. And then we have Elvis, which is a Japanese single. Wolverine came back in on this at 22. Sergeant, you're out. Salty Sergeant, you're out. That's at $22, okay? So that's where we're at on any of that. And then also tonight, we've already been selling a lot of silver. Probably the second most popular thing we have this week is what we have in stock in silver. I've already sold a couple in the last 24 hours, 2 or 3 now, 10-ounce bars. These are 1,100. So right now, your selections are 10-ounce bars. I'm going to get some of them stacked right back there just so they're out of the way. And then here was a big seller last night, these Franklin halves. And I'm going to get them off the table before they fall. Chinatown's already sold. Chinatown's already sold. Franklin halves are $45 each. They're all going to be from the 40s and 50s. I've got them for $45 each. Just a random year. They're all nice. $45 each on those. Okay? That's the Franklin halves. I'm going to go ahead and get those off the table before they fall. So if you want a Franklin half, $45. And if you want a Kennedy half, these are 1964. That's John F. Kennedy. The only year they made them 90% silver. Those are also $45. Okay? $45 on the Franklins, $45 on Kennedys. Now, I do have some other halves, but they only go up from there. So if you want any of that silver, 10-ounce bars or Franklins or Kennedys, I've got them in stock. If you need a price on anything in here, let me know. Blanket of Syncrasy, Bandit, Age of Chance, A Drop in the Gray, Cat Stevens, The Sharks, Ja Wobble, Billy Chinook, Face to Face, Fairport Convention, Firefall Elon, Julian Cope, Fashion Fabrique, Biette Nior, China Crosses, Joan Armatrading, Cody Sisters, Mark Egan, Flash Con, Color Me Gone, Robert Fripp, The Expression, The Coconuts, Stephen Forbert, The Fools, Dream Boy, The Donatones, China Crosses, Firefall, The Dads, and The Dice. If anybody wants a price or wants to go ahead and buy anything in there, let me know. So I left off by saying Star Wars was tied at 55, Frampton was at 25, and then the Omen 31, the Omen 35, Star Wars 60, Star Wars 60, Star Wars 57, Omen 37, Omen 40, Omen 42, Omen 45, Omen 50, Omen 60. Okay, Omen 65, Omen 70. So Elvis didn't get another bid unless Sergeant bid. I probably need to go ahead and sell this. So this is officially sold then for $22 to Wolverine. Let's get that one off the table. All right, Peter Frampton is sold for $25. Any 4754 Franklins. I'll have to look. Give me 1 second. This is sold to John Smetzer for $25. And then there's 3 China Crosses. There's 2 12-inch singles and an album. Let me show those to you right now. Okay, there's 2 different Firefalls. One's Elon, and then one's this one here in the front that I don't think I've seen as much. And that one is this one right here. That's Mirror of the World, $9.99, okay? And the China Crosses are the following. China Crosses, What Price Paradise, with Hype Sticker, $14.99. And then behind that one is that one, which is Working with Fire and Steel, and then African and White. And those are $14 and $9. So 3 different China Crosses. The Firefalls are Mirror of the World, also $9.99, and then Elon, which should be right in here. Okay. Now, Empire Strikes Back. So the last bid on Star Wars, the last bid that came in was Stanley Richmond at 60. Terry Gerhardt, you're out, and Wolverine, you're out. The Omen is at war right now. Stephen Parton has that for 80. Okay. That's at 80. Now, first thing we're going to do is put up another auction. And I have going up for bid a Japanese pressing for a $1 start. Hall & Oates bigger than both of us. A Japanese pressing, near minus and pristine, a $1 start. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. So China Crosses, China Crosses, China Crosses, Firefall, Firefall. Did you say Fools? If so, which album? This is The Fools. Wake Up, It's Alive. $19.99. Star Wars is at 62. You tied Wolverine, Terry. The Omen, Wolverine's out. That's a final call to Stephen Parton for 80. Okay. Moving on to another crate. We've read through that one 3 times. If you still are trying to find something, And you're like, wait a minute, Chad. I know you've shown something in there a few times that I keep seeing, and I can't believe I'm hearing what I think I'm hearing. Or did you say that you had this in stock? And if so, I can't believe it. And my gosh. All right, let's go through these. Buy it now or best offer. Y'all ready? I'm ready. I hope you're ready. These are all going to be buy it now or best offer. Hall & Oates has one $1 bid. It has another $1 bid. It has two $1 bids. Star Wars is at $65, and the Omen is sold to Stephen Parton for $80. Okay, so that's sold to Stephen Parton for $80. Let's put that away. There's Star Wars. There's Hall & Oates. This is going to be another buy it now or best offer crate. The next auction I have going up right now, let's do something from the high-end tab, and let's do this one right here. This is Booker Little Freddie Hubbard. I got Freddie Hubbard, the body and the soul. Freddie Hubbard is a 65 US stereo repress with the original accompanier sleeve, a strong EX, RVG, and dead wax, an $85 start. An $85 start. There's that. Hall & Oates 2, Hall & Oates 5, Hall & Oates 7, Hall & Oates 8. Everything in this crate is going to be buy it now or best offer, including Alan Toussaint Motion. Alan Toussaint is $19.99. Warner Brothers Records, no condition notes on that. Let's Talk About Love, that's Modern Talking. Modern Talking is an 85 German synth pop, $24.99. Invisible Man's Band, Really Wanna See You, Gold Stamp promo, $14.99. Hall & Oates is now at 10. Fifth Dimension, Go Where You Want to Go, Up and Away, $14.99. Are we done on Star Wars? I got Terry Gearhart at $65, which means Wolverine, you've been outbid. And now Freddie Hubbard's an $85 start. Here's a Japanese Elvis single, but I think we've already had this one. You Don't Have to Say You Love Me and Patch It Up. That's going to go up for a $15 start. Joe Jackson, this is really nice vinyl, but the cover does have some wear. That one's called Big World, $19.99 on that. And Green Bullfrog is $49.99, 1971 Green Bullfrog. That's on that original Decca label, 1971. These are all buy it now or best offer. I highly encourage the best offer part to get some of these sold. The Hudson Brothers, totally out of control. The Hudson Brothers is $9.99. And the Fifth Dimension, again, the July 5th album, $14.99 on that. Elect Slappy White for Vice President. That is sealed for $14.99. And Fairchild, that was $9.99. Also, Blue, Another Night in Time Flight. Blue is $19.99. And the 10th anniversary album of Tom Jones featuring his greatest hits. That's a 2 LP, $19.99. Okay, final chance to get a bid on Freddie Hubbard for $85. Elvis is final chance at $15. And he's out on Empire Strikes Back. And that means this is sold to Terry Gearhart for $65. Beautiful top copy of this in shrink with a hop sticker. That is very nice at $65. Hall & Oates is at 15 with David Johnson. 15 on that with David Johnson. We have Tom Jones sold to Terry Gearhart. And then Freddie Hubbard, final chance. Same thing on Elvis. I'm about to go get a crate from one of these new collections and try to mix in and price some stuff on the fly, or just go ahead and slip in some bonus auctions from this stuff to make sure I've got everybody's attention for the rest of the night. If not, don't want you drifting, because you might be like, oh, man, Chad, this is a lot of activity. I don't know if I can take this. We got John Coltrane, Dakar. John Coltrane is a 1981 U.S. remaster, both LPs. Or excuse me, it's a 2 LP and it's sealed. John Coltrane, $35 start on that. Freddie Hubbard's an $85 start. We have Carole King, Wraparound Joy. Carole King is $14.99. Casey and the Sunshine Band, what a nice copy of this, $19.99. These are all really clean copies. This looks phenomenal, honestly. Beautiful white jacket, crisp inner sleeve, even though it's generic. It is fantastic. $19.99 on that. John Coltrane, Dakar is a 1981 U.S. remaster, sealed. That is that. And then nobody bid on Elvis. That's a $15 buy it now. KC is sold to Mike Wilt for $14. Hall & Oates is sold for $15 to David Johnson. Let's put that in a new sleeve. David Johnson's popping champagne. He's like, good gosh, you got any more of those, Chad? He's over there scratching his arms going, oh, buddy. You have any more of those? Nobody bid on Freddie Hubbard. That's a buy it now for $85. Let's put that away right over here. John Coltrane, sealed, $35 start. Bid like you want them. I would buy now, ask questions later. Next auction is Frank Sinatra, the Columbia Years. This is a box set. Frank Sinatra, the voice of the Columbia Years, 1943, 1952. A 6 LP mono remastered box set. Sealed, $45 start on that. Okay, final chance on Coltrane. Let's grab another auction to put up. And this is going to go up for just a $1 start. It's called Mr. Big. Mr. Big, I don't think that has anything to do with the 80s band. I think this is something completely different. Sweet Silence is a Japanese pressing. That has insert, insert, and there's the cover and obi. Mr. Big, a $1 start on that one, okay? We saw KC, and then it's Carole King OG. Carole King is OG, yes. This is an OG pressing and shrink, wraparound joy, old label, super clean, $14.99 on that one, okay? Also, we have the Railway Children, reoccurrence, gold stamp promo, hop sticker, $14.99. Stan Getz, Big Band Bossa Nova. This is $39.99 for Stan Getz, Big Band Bossa Nova. Drake, Nothing Was the Same, Deluxe Edition. Drake is a 2013 UK unofficial on pink vinyl, $59.99. Carole King is sold to Wolverine for $10. We have Teen Scene by Chet Atkins. That's $9.99. Jerry Conklin, your bet on Hall & Oates, unfortunately, just came in very, very late. Nobody bet on John Coltrane. This is a buy now for $35 if anybody wants it. And then over here, Frank Sinatra is called Frank Sinatra, the voice of the Columbia years. 1943, 1952, a 6LP mono box set remaster, sealed, and Stephen A. Young has the high bid. Mr. Big, as of right now, does not have a bid. We're looking for a $1 start. No one has been willing to bid $1, so that's about to be a buy now for $1 unless somebody definitely wants to lock it in. Drake is a 2LP pink vinyl unofficial, $59.99. Thomas Suter on Stan Getz. Stephen Parton got John Coltrane for $35, and then Chris Bachek was second. And then Chad, I submitted $30 for China Cross's bundle from last crate. You're kidding. I didn't even see that. China Cross's bundle for $30. Let me see where you did that at. You're kidding. I don't think. There it is. And then Patrick Fu, he said, China Cross's bundle, $30. That's all three sold to you. Let's do it. 1, 2, 3 China Crosses for $30. These are sold. Thank you. And those are sold. These 3 for $30. Okay. So those are sold for $30. Carole King sold for $10. Jerry Conklin, your bid came in. Thomas Udrar got Getz. Stephen A. Young, $45. Stephen got Coltrane for $35. Chris Bachek, second. Mr. Big 1, Mr. Big 1, Mr. Big 2, Mr. Big 3. Price on White Stripes, $44.99. Drake, 52. Mr. Big 4. Drake, 7. And then over here, we have Mr. Big 1, Mr. Big 5. Introducing Lobo, $9.99. And we have Neil Diamond Rainbow. Neil Diamond is $12.99. So Drake over here is sold to Lonnie Jolly for $52. Thank you, Lonnie Jolly. That's sold to you. And then we have Focus, Moving Waves. That's $19.99 for Focus, Moving Waves. The Fortunes, here comes that rainy day feeling again. $19.99 on the Fortunes, and Sheena Easton is sealed. Sheena Easton is $14.99. Final call on the Frank Sinatra, and Mr. Big is at 5 doll hairs. No, James Chilcott has it for $7 on that. Final chance. Let's go ahead and put up another soundtrack. This one looks pretty cool here. And then we got these. I got all kinds of cool stuff. What about Smokey and the Bandit? Eastbound and Down, a 1977 USOG, really nice copy from the soundtrack collection. It's got a promo clip corner, and Smokey and the Bandit's a $15 start. Mr. Big is called Sweet Silence. It's a Japanese pressing. The vinyl's really nice. The cover has some damage up here, probably a VG Plus cover. It's called Sweet Silence, Mr. Big. That's not the same Mr. Big that has like the Top Hat album and the one where the train is crashing through the building. Different Mr. Big band. Smoking the Robinsons, a $15 start. That's now up for bid. Frank Sinatra got a new bid for $46. Stephen A. Young, you've been outbid. And then Sheena Easton is sold to Robin Glenn for $10. And then Smoking the Bandit, 15, 16, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15. They're still coming in. Hold on. 15, 15, 15, 15, 15. Wait a minute. There's a whole nother page of them. 15, 15, 15, 15. Wow. Well, we have 38 active bidders on Smoking the Bandit. Everybody buckle up and get ready. This could get out of hand. That was a beautiful monster I just drunk. Moving on, we have Henry Gross, Plug Me Into Something. That is sealed for $14.99. Whoa, fell out of my hand. And then Bachman Turner Overdrive, Head On, BTO, $14.99. Smoking the Bandits at $30. We're about to sell Mr. Big, and that's about to be sold for the winning bid of $7 to James Chilcott. Stephen A. Young is out on Sinatra. Mega Blast, you may be getting that for $46. And then we have Hudson Brothers, Hollywood Situation, $9.99. Carole King again. This time this is called Really Rosie. And Carole King is $19.99, Really Rosie. And Chris Christopherson and Rita Coolidge, Breakaway, $14.99. If cubed. If squared, I mess that up every time. $24.99. Smokies at $35, by the way. Blue Trapeze, Mask and Marquee, a 1986 New Wave, $14.99. And then Joy of Cooking. Joy of Cooking is $9.99. Carole King again, this time Fantasy for $14.99. And Carpenters, a kind of a hush, $9.99 on that. All right, Mega Blast, you get the Frank Sinatra box. Let me see if I have room for it over here. I do. Let's go ahead and put that away. So that's our first full crate. And then James Chilcott, you get Mr. Big for $7. All right, so let's jump over here. Smokey and the Bandits at $40, by the way. Let's get Mr. Big in a brand new sleeve. I got a whole crate of advertised auctions. I still got several handfuls of surprises over here. And I know we love surprises. Let me stack this crate right here. Let me grab a new empty one. So hold on loosely and don't let him go. All right, there's that. And then El Diablo, $36. El Diablo, $36. The Devil. Where do I have the Devil for $36? Maybe that's a Smokey and the Bandit reference I've never seen. I've never seen Smokey and the Bandit. So if y'all start throwing any of these crazy movie references at me, I won't know what you're talking about. Robin Glenn on the Carpenters. It will be yours, Robin Glenn, for $8 because Karen's also offered $8. Let me know if you want it. And then over here we have Tom Jones, Don't Let Our Dreams Die Young. Tom Jones is $9.99. The two Carole Kings over here, we have the following. We have Really Rosie. And we have, the other one was Fantasy. Hold on. I'm about to sneeze. Oh, my gosh. Okay, so we have Carole King. We have two here. We have Really Rosie and Fantasy. This one's $14.99, and the other one is $19.99. Very nice copies. This one has a promo sticker on it, okay? There's that. We have Smokey at $41. Yeah, let Karen have it. Karen, you get the Carpenters for $8, okay? There's that. Moving on, and the first thing we have is the artistry of Freddie Hubbard. Summertime Happy Times, Bob's Place, The Seventh Day of Caravan. A 1967 U.S. stereo reissue of Company in Her Sleeve, Strong EX, Van Gelder, and Dead Wax, $45 start. That's now for bid. Fantasy is sold to Wolverine for $10. David Williams on Tom Jones, that's sold. And then over here we have Tony Booth on The Right Track, $9.99, and Dylan Thomas reading Poem on His Birthday, that's $19.99, and we have 10 of Pentacles, Sam the Sham, $19.99. Smokey and the Bandit, the last bid on Smokey and the Bandit that came in was Stanley Richmond at $47, and then over here, the last thing we have is Freddie Hubbard just got introduced for auction. Let's put up another auction right quick. And then our next auction is this right here, Led Zeppelin Presents. We had one the other night. It's a Japanese pressing. The cover does have a few spots of humidity, but the vinyl is beautiful, absolutely stunning. It looks near mint minus and pristine. It even has this sticker, I guess. I don't know if that was originally on the Japanese shrink wrap or something. It almost feels like plastic. Led Zeppelin Presents. There's the insert. There's the inner sleeve, the object. So you do get some humidity spots along the top and inside of the gatefold and on the front cover here. But it is with Obi, and Zeppelin's a $45 start. Zeppelin, a $45 start. Don, I've already sold this exact Elvis single already for $15, but if you want it for $12.50, I'll do it for that. We have Charlie D and Milo. That's $24.99. We have Ian Messenger. That's $9.99. And we have Blue Zoo 2x2, a 1983 sealed new wave, $19.99. Nick Saranjenko on the Dylan Thomas for $14. Thank you on that. She gets the other Elvis single for $12.50. Thank you on that. So are we done on Smokey and the Bandit? Stanley Richmond, 47. Who was bidding before him? Stephen Douglas. Let me make sure Stephen Douglas has said out. He has, and then Freddie Hubbard doesn't have a bid yet. Zeppelin was a $45 start, and the History of Country Music, Loretta Lynn, Tammy Wynette, $9.99. Seasons in the Sun, Terry Jacks, $19.99 for Terry Jacks. Valentine Brothers, Have a Good Time, $19.99 on that. And then Midge Urge, this is $9.99. If I Was, a #1 UK hit. Zeppelin's now at 47. Smoking the Bandit is sold. These always super popular, $47 on that. Nobody bid on Freddie Hubbard. Freddie Hubbard's a 67 U.S. stereo reissue, $45 on that. So we still got Men at Work. We got Freddie Hubbard and Freddie Hubbard as no bids. David Tate on the Loretta Lynn History of Country Music comp. That's sold to mortgage guy Rob if he wants it for $9.99. If not, it's sold to David Tate. Your pick. And then Wolverine on TJ for $15. And Terry Jackson sold to Wolverine. That was a white label promo as too. Ray Red gets to Freddie Hubbard here for $45. Thank you, Ray Red. That's sold to you. And then we have Two Minds Cracked, the Victory Parade Gold Stamp promo, $14.99. Mike Massey gets Midge Urge for $9. And we have Simon Townsend's Moving Target, $9.99 on that. All right, over here in the auction crate, we have License to Drive soundtrack. License to Drive soundtracks, a 1988 USOG. I don't recall seeing this one too many times. Gold Stamp promo, $25 start. I see Breakfast Club, Brenda Starr, Brenda Carlisle, The Boys Club, Billy Ocean, DJ Jazzy Jeff, and The Fresh Prince, Femme Fatale. That's going to go up for a $25 start. The Led Zeppelin Japanese pressing is with Jason Anderson at $55. David Tate, you do get that as sticker. License to Drive's at $25. Ralph Towner, Gary Burton, Slideshow, Gold Stamp promo, $14.99. Falco, In the Run, that is $14.99 on that one. All right, let's move over Zeppelin, even though it's about to sell. There's License to Drive. And then Tom Teeley, Tales of Glamour and Distress, that's $9.99. So our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is going to be this right here. Let's do the Caligula. The Caligula. Let's see what's going on with that. Caligula, the music. Shrink wrap. This is a 1980 USOG. Penthouse Publications order form. EX plus number minus. Penthouse Forum. Is that what Paul just put in here? A Penthouse Forum publication. George Costanza or Kramer. We're not buying a Penthouse Forum. We have Richard Thompson, Across a Crowded Room, $19.99. We have 3 to the Power of 3. That is $9.99. Caligula, thank you. We have 10 Angels, $12.99. License Drive 40, License Drive 30, License Drive 26. Well, the last 3 bids have been going down. Mortgage Guy Rob has it up, though, at $40. And now Caligula. We love Caligula. That's at $25. And then Led Zeppelin over here is officially sold to Jason Anderson for $55. That's worth it just for Achilles' Last Stand. Down, down, down. Down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. It was an April morning when they told us we should go. I turned to you, you smiled at me. How could they sing? All right, that was Robert Plant. Thank you. He's now leaving the room. We have License to Drive 40. We have Caligula at 40. And we have Tommy Two-Tone, National Emotion, $14.99. Dwight Twilley, Jungle, that's $9.99. And Joan Armatrading, Sleight of Hand, $9.99. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube? I would hope you have. You know, some people probably saw my post earlier today. It's like, well, Chad's probably crashed out. He probably can't get here, blah, 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 blah. Guess what? I'm here and I'm selling. So, over here, if you have something you want to do for me, you can hit the like button and you can buy some records. Make my life-risking trip. I mean, I basically crawled here. I army crawled through snow and pelting ice, and I had to fight off bears and wolverines and all kinds of creatures. There were snakes and alligators, and I was like, golly, I'm doing all this just to get here to sell records. But after many trials and tribulations, eating grubs and drinking pond water, I finally made it here. And now I'm live selling records. And I'm going to put up Boz Scaggs for a $15 start. $15 start for Boz Scaggs. Next is Lydia and Pence, Cold Blood. Lydia and Pence is sealed, $29.99. We have Johnny Hodges, The Jeep is Jumping, a UK, $19.99. Y'all should have seen the bear I had to fight off to get here. I mean, it is rough outside. Snow, grizzlies, pandas, all kinds of stuff. Sloths jumping from tree to tree. The Textones, Midnight Mission. This is $14.99. And then we have Mark O'Connor. Mark O'Connor's $9.99. We have the Motels. Motels is $9.99. And then the last few in here is the Members Radio for $9.99. We have Sandy Stewart for $9.99. And we have Muta Bakura for $24.99. There you have it. All right. Now, let's jump over here to this new collection stuff. Ooh, new collection stuff. We got a bunch of it sorted over here. So let's see what we got here. I'm gonna grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sealed records that all I have to do is scan and figure out what they are, and we're gonna price them live here on Facebook in front of the congregation, the clergy, God, and everybody else, and we're gonna price some records live. And I'm also gonna be showing some more discount crates. Okay. Now the first thing I have is the following. We had Caligula, we have Caligula at $25, then $25, then $40, and then license 41, and then we have license 41, Boz 15, and then Boz 15, okay? And then we had Caligula at 45. So first thing we have is license to drive is tied at $41. The first bidder was Darren Johnson. The second bidder was Tim Zarnota. Caligula is at 45. That's with Ivan R. And Boz Skaggs has two $15 bids. Robbie Woods bid 15, and then Intergroove bid 15. So that's where we're at. If anybody else wants anything in here, let me know. Let me put all these crates I've now officially read through 3 times for best offer. That was shown once, buy it now, and now they've been shown best offer. That's almost a full crate left there. There was a half crate left there. And then let's go through these. These have never been offered best offer, and let's do that, okay? So first time these were read. I know some people are itching to make an offer. Here's your chance. So we're still tied on Boz, and Caligula is at 45. Everybody's like, Chad, I dare you to watch this. I dare you to watch this. That's what someone said. I dare you to watch this. Is it that bad, or is it that good? Or is it that disturbing? Which one? Why would I be dared to watch this? Good, bad, disturbing, funny? Okay. There's that. Let me turn my phone off here. And Discogs. Politician. All right, this is $89.99. Linda Ronstadt, the early years. Linda Ronstadt, the early years, is $89.99. This is a 2025 Record Store Day Black Friday exclusive, the early years. The definite collection of the Capitol Records includes Different Drum, Long Time, When Will I Be Loved, You're No Good, plus 2 live rare recordings. Here's the stats on Discogs as I'm looking it up. They start at $89, and some of them sealed have sold for as much as $180. This is $89.99. It's sealed Linda Ronstadt, $89.99. And let me grab my pricing gun, because some of these I'm literally going to put prices on as I'm checking them over here, okay? We love pricing stuff on the fly. Y'all are going to love this. By the way, from Laura, this tag gun sucks. So let's put that right there. All right, now let's go figure out where we're happening over here. We have Caligula at 50, Boz Skaggs 16, and then the last bit on license to drive was Darren Johnson at 50. Darren Johnson has it for 50. Tim Zarnota, you're out. Kristen Barnett says she's done. Caligula is at 50. And then over here, Boz Skaggs is at 16. Jim B's already looked it up, numbered. I'm telling y'all, if y'all want to get some of these freshly priced records, Jim B's got 3 monitors and 2 people helping him right now buy records. So I hope y'all are ready. He is locked in. He's got a hardwired connection to the NSA server. Here we go. These are also buy it now best offer. The Subdudes. The Subdudes is $24.99, $24.99. We have green on red. Here comes the snakes, $19.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Taxi, TAXXI, foreign tongue. Taxi is $9.99. And Ingrid Sunday, Modern World, $9.99. Cognac and Bologna, Doug and the Slugs, that's $19.99. And Stephen Steele's Thoroughfare Gap, Stephen Steele's $19.99. That has the original on her sleeve, $19.99 for Stephen Steele's. And Maiden Australia, nothing to do with iron. It is $14.99. It's a compilation of Australian artists, $14.99, okay? License to Drive is sold for $50 to Darren Johnson. Thank you on that one. And then Caligula, we're ready for all new auctions. Lots of cool stuff tonight, plus plenty of other surprises. Caligula, the last bid on this was Matt Nichols at $50. Now, he said out. That's impossible unless somebody's outbid you. So did somebody outbid him? I don't think they did. This is sold to Matt Nichols for $50. And then Boss Skaggs over here, Robbie Woods has it for 20. Inner Groove Distortions, you're out. Patrick Fu offered 14 on green on red. Let's do it. We've had 3 people tonight offer their wives and daughters and sisters up for me to marry them. What is going on? We have green on red for $14. Somebody said, would you marry my wife? Somebody said, would you marry my sister? And then somebody saying, will you marry my daughter? Let's just all chill for a few seconds. I am pretty much off the market right now, okay? We have Super Tramp Breakfast in America. We had one of these last night, and it went into a complete bidding war. This is really nice. It's a Japanese pressing with Obi, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. There's the inserts, and there's the cover and Obi. $35 starts. Whew, good gosh, being offered. I've had a lot of offers and perks at this job, but this is the first time I've been offered multiple times. I've been offered women tonight. Let's just take it easy, okay? Golly. Been being offered wives, daughters, and sisters. We have a Night in Heaven soundtrack. We have $14.99, a Night in Heaven. This is a soundtrack, $14.99. And Beat Rodeo, Home in the Heart of the Beat. Beat Rodeo is $14.99. I mean, let's just slow down. Before long, there's no telling what I'm going to be offered to sell people records. I mean, golly. Let's just take it day by day, little by little, okay? Next is Sun Ra. It's after the end of the world. Sun Ra and his Intergalactic Research Orchestra live at the Donna Ginging and Berlin festivals. 1972 U.S. sealed, a $45 start. Next over here is 15 Thoughts of Brindley Schwartz. That is $19.99, okay? Let's go back up to the top, and we sold green on red. And then we have Super Tramp at 35. Super Tramp, another 35. Boss Skaggs, I was waiting for Inner Groove Distortions. Robbie Wood has it for 20. And then Super Tramp got another bid for 35. And then he got a bid somehow for 25, unless that was an offer. Is ST an offer, Sandy? If not, it was a $35 start. Now it's at 36. And then what was the Made in Australia? That's a compilation of Australian artists. And then Bow Wow Wow, I'm a TV Savage. See Jungle, Bow Wow Wow, 12-inch single, $14.99. By the way, my mother is watching. She said, what women? See, now y'all have got her concerned. Mom, there's people on here offering me their wives, sisters, and daughters for trade or something. I don't know. There's some bizarre stuff going on tonight. Y'all are going to make my mom very upset. She's like, I have to meet these people first. We have over here, this is a really, I'm pricing stuff from these new collections on the fly. I hope y'all ready. This is, golly, let's see here. It'll take me a couple seconds to figure them out, but let me see what's going on here. Yeah, so this is $59.99. $59.99, a Charlie Brown Christmas Vince Guaraldi Trio. It has the pop-up cover. $59.99. Here's the stats. $59.99. It's Charlie Brown Christmas Record Store Day reissue, 60th anniversary with pop-up jacket. And there's the stats from Discogs right now. $59.99. $59.99. That's Charlie Brown Christmas Vince Guaraldi Trio. $59.99. Okay, and that is sealed. $59.99 on that. Charlie Brown Christmas Vince Guaraldi Trio. Boom. I'm going to put it right over here. Okay. Next thing is, let's go back to the top and see where I left off. I left off by saying Supertramp 35.35, and then Supertramp 36, and then Supertramp 37, Supertramp 38, and then over here we have Kiss, and then we're back into this crate here. We have Stephen Forbert at $9.99. Gary Myrick and the Figures, $12.99. Robbie Woods, you get Boss Skaggs. I lost Intergroove Distortion on that one, so that's sold to Robbie for $20. Let's go ahead and put that away. $20 on that. $20 on that. There's that. And then Supertramp, the last bid that came in on Supertramp. The last bid on Supertramp that came in was Sandy Villa at $38. Just FYI, no one's been on Sun Ra yet. It's sealed, a $45 start. And then next is we have the Neville Brothers. The Neville Brothers is $19.99. The Neville Brothers is $19.99. The Motel Shock, the Motels is $14.99. And Dwight Twilley Scuba Divers. Dwight Twilley is $9.99. Dwight Twilley, $9.99. And we have Tommy Two-Tone, that's $19.99. Mark Fallon would like some of my mom's meatloaf. A lot of people would. Once again, Mark Fallon asking for some kind of special handout. None of us are surprised by that, right? Nope. Okay. All right, let's scan another record here. I'm pricing stuff live on the fly. This is sealed, $29.99. Spinal Tap, the end continues. Record store day numbered 11. Numbered 11. Spinal Tap is the 2025 record store day limited edition, 181 gram. I don't know what's up with this 181 gram, but they're starting to make stuff 181 gram instead of 180. That 1 gram must be the ticking point. Spinal Tap, $29.99, and that's sealed, $29.99. Okay, that's done. Right over here, pricing stuff live as well in between some of these other discount records. Supertramp, I think Jason Anderson just bid 40. Sandy Villa, you're out. And Sandy Villa said she's son. That was Christopher Allen. Nobody been on Sun Ra, so that's a buy now for $45. That's $45 on Sun Ra. That's a no bid. So let's try John Coltrane. John Coltrane's our next advertised auction. And this is a 1973 Canadian import sealed, a $25 start. $25 start. This is John Coltrane, and it's a 1973 Canadian import, more lasting than bronze. $25 start on that. And then over here we have Robert De Niro, Taxi Driver. Robert De Niro is a Robert De Niro is not doing any of the music on here, okay? The soundtrack. The soundtrack is Bernard Herrmann, yeah. A white label promo. What a classic movie, Taxi Driver. De Niro movie. One of his breakthroughs, I guess you should say. This is a 25, but this is right post Godfather, right? 1976, yeah. $25 start on Taxi Driver. That's now a forbid, okay? Now, Jim B offered $35 on Sun Ra. Now, I'm surprised there's not more jazz people watching. So this is a $200 or $300 Sun Ra record. Yeah, I had it at $45. It's a $200 or $300 record. Should I sell it to Jim B for 35 bucks? It's a final chance. It was only 45. Jim B's offering 35. He's going to be able to sell it for 200 or 300. Or I was hoping there'd be some other jazz buyer watching so they could go ahead and just buy it at a great starting bid of just 45. So it's up to y'all. I'll let y'all vote on it. If y'all want him to buy a $300 record, then no. Or, I mean, I can't believe it. We have over here, we have Supertramp. We're going to go ahead and sell this to Jason Anderson for $40. Jason Anderson on that for $40. Let's put that right over here. Hope everybody's paying attention to these auctions. There's been like $500 albums sell already tonight for 10 bucks. If you're not paying attention, you will miss some stuff. Let's move over Coltrane over here. The last bid on John Coltrane that came in was the following. It was a starting bid. John Coltrane was a starting bid of $25. And here's what's happened. Coltrane 25. We have Taxi Driver at 25. Taxi Driver 25, Taxi Driver 30, Coltrane 27, Taxi Driver 26, Sun Ra got an offer for 36, Sun Ra got an offer for 40, Taxi Driver 35, What is the Coltrane detail? Sealed. Give me 1 second. It is sealed, though. And then Mark Fallon said he would pay 45. Thomas Ujar said he would pay 40. And then Taxi Driver 27. And then Taxi Driver 42. And then Taxi Driver 35. And then over here, John Coltrane 30. So Jim B, let me know if you want Sun Ra at $45. Maybe the next time when I put up an auction, everybody's paying close attention. And when I lay it down, everybody starts bidding, up, go, bow, 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 bing, 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 bing. So $45. I don't even know who wants it at this point. At this point, they're like, well, dang, I'll do anything possible not to let Jim B have it. Next auction is, give me 1 second, but first here's Joan Armour Trading, the shouting stage. That's $9.99. Albert Hammond, it never rains in Southern California. Albert Hammond is $19.99. And Volunteer Jam 6, this is $34.99. So Sun Ra, $45. That means the next person on that would be, the next person on Sun Ra would have to be Penny Packer. Penny Packer, do you want it for $45? If not, it's Mark Fallon's, and if not, it's Thomas Ujar's. Let's go over here and do Coltrane. Coltrane is a 1973 Canadian import. It's called More Lasting Than Bronze. It's a 1973, and the high bid is $45. Right next to that is an OG Taxi Driver soundtrack. An OG Taxi Driver soundtrack, a 1976 OG white label promo with the original Arista inner sleeve. And the last bid that came in on Taxi Driver, I'm showing $42 of Mark Fallon, then Brent Robley, $45. Penny Packer, the Sun Ra is yours for $45. If not, it's Mark Fallon. And then over here, then it's Thomas Ujar, who's trying to already bid on it. It already had its fair chance. I can't believe it. I was like, man, nobody's going to bid on the sealed Sun Ra record. I kept giving it chances and chances. Everybody's trying to watch their dog. Everybody's trying to watch other events on TV when right in front of you, you're missing the opportunities of a lifetime. Like Bill Evans, the interplay sessions with Freddie Hubbard and Zoot Sims. This is a 1982 USOG sealed, a $55 start on Bill Evans. Now, maybe somebody will bid right away. Bill Evans, sure thing, Chad. I'm in. $55, mark me down. Sun Ra sold for $45 to Mark Fallon. Now Taxi Driver's at $46. Now John Coltrane's at $50. I think everybody's trying to figure out how this works. Let me tell you how it works. All you got to do is bid in the comments. That's all you got to do. You just got to bid in the comments, and you will win auctions. If you try to wait and snipe it, you're gonna have bad luck, and then I'm gonna have to hype it up and make everybody start paying more. All you can do right now, you can lock it in, be like, dang, all right, Bill Evans, I'm in. Thank you, Chad. Thank goodness, okay? Next auction, or next newly priced record right now on the fly, The Doors, live in Copenhagen, Record Store Day, clear vinyl, $39.99. That's numbered Record Store Day sealed, The Doors, $39.99. I repeat, The Doors, live in Copenhagen, sealed, gatefold jacket, $39.99. Awesome stuff here. I've got all kinds of amazing records I'm pricing live right now. There's still several of them over here. Still got The Doors, still got Spinal Tap, still got Charlie Brown, Linda Ronstadt, a couple unsold auctions. First thing we have is this. We had Coltrane at 46, Coltrane at 47, Coltrane at 48, Coltrane at 50, Taxi Driver 46, Bill Evans 55, and Rick Hall gets The Doors for $39.99. Stephen A. Young was next. Melissa Manchester's Greatest Hits, $9.99. And Harry Chapin, $14.99. Did you see my offer on the Neville Brothers? Sandy Villa, the Neville Brothers. Sandy Villa evidently made an offer on the Neville Brothers. Boy, I don't guess so. That was when was that? Neville Brothers, 15. This is sold to Sandy Villa, which was this one right in here for $15. It has to be this one right here. This is sold to Sandy Villa for $15, okay? Next is David Wagner, DBA Crow, $14.99. So the John Coltrane, the last bid that came in on that was Stephen Freyu at $50. Taxi Driver is at $46 with Mark Fallon, and Bill Evans has one bid for $55. This is Seven Vital. What? Van Voth. Virtual Ritual of Life, an Accident in Paradise. That is $24.99. Over here, the Charlie Brown record was a Charlie Brown Christmas, Vince Guaraldi Trio, Record Store Black Friday, 60th anniversary, pop-up cover. It opens up like a pop-up book, sealed, $59.99. We have Robin Glenn on MM, Melissa Manchester sold. I'm looking these up live right now and literally pricing it for the best price on the web. So any of the stuff I'm randomly pricing and putting over here in this side crate, how can you beat this? How can you beat this? We have Smokey Robinson. This is $14.99. Also, we have Tip Tina's. This is Marva Wright, Heartbreaking Women, $19.99. And then the Johnstons. That's a 1972 promo, $14.99. This is Dick and Ann Albin, Quay Asco, $19.99. All right, so Taxi Driver is sold, and that is sold over here. A white label promo to Mark Fallon for $46. Bill Evans is at $60 with Sean Miller, and then John Coltrane. I don't think there was any other bid till right now. Bernie Johnson bid $32, which means that the high bid is still $50 with Stephen Freyu. The high bid on this right now is $50 with Stephen Freyu. Final call. Bill Evans is at $60, which means Chris Bachek, you've been outbid. And then Stack, above all. Stack is $39.99. We have Margaret on SR for $10. That's Smokey Robinson, so to Margaret Gerhold. And we have George Benson, Shapes of Things to Come. George Benson is $19.99. And Santana Amigos does have some corner wear there. Santana, $19.99. All right, let's see what this next record is. Ooh. Yeah, we're in a whole crate of just record store day titles here. So let me get this priced. Let me scan it here. All right, this is record store day, probably US. I'm not for sure. This one don't have the hop sticker. Let's do this one out here. It's got to be one of these two. Either way, I have an idea of what I want to market. Metallic US. It's probably US. We'll do this one right here. All right, we'll say I think this is I think it's this one. I've never seen it though. Seal, $39.99 for Creed. It's the 2 LP Creed, $39.99 live in San Antonio, metallic silver vinyl. Creed is $39.99. A record store day, metallic silver vinyl, live in 1999, San Antonio, $39.99. Sealed record store day, $39.99. Okay, that's sold to Stephen Parton. That's done. And then over here we have R.B. Greaves. This is $9.99, and the Moody Blues Caught Live +5, $19.99. All right, Bill Evans is sold. Bill Evans is sold to Sean Miller for $60. Okay, what year is Coltrane? Here's what I'm going to do on Coltrane. Coltrane is sold to Stephen Freyu for $50, unless Thomas Hujar wants to bid on it. It's a 1973 Canadian import. 1973 Canadian import. Next is Santana Festival, $19.99. And we have a classic one. The London Symphony Orchestra plays the music of Jethro Tull featuring Ian Anderson. That is $19.99. And Rhinoceros is $24.99. Karen Robbins on the Moody Blues. That's sold to Karen Robbins for $15. Next auction is going to go up right now, and this is called Memphis Soul Band. Memphis Soul Band is called Soul Cowboy, a 1969 USOG Soul Jazz Funk. A top copy. That looks very interesting. $45 start on that. And then Classic Tull is sold to Melanie Jennings for $17. That's sold to her for $17. Thank you on that. And then next over here is Do the Right Thing, which is another soundtrack. Do the Right Thing soundtrack. And this is an 89 USOG Gold Stamp promo. VG++, $25. I'm betting on John Coltrane, $51. So here's the deal on Coltrane. Stephen Freyu has had it for 7 minutes at $50. So when he has it for 7 minutes at $50, nobody had bid in the last 7 minutes. Somebody placed an incorrect bid of $32, and then Thomas Hujar asked what year, and I told Thomas he can bid on it, and he says he's passing. So when something's up that long and I say, okay, it's sold, but somebody just answer a question, nobody else can bid on it because you had a long, long time to bid. He had it for $50 for almost 7 minutes. So that's sold to him for $50. You got to make sure you're actively bidding, because if it sits around for 7 or 10 minutes and you have to go fix a cup of coffee, then you're probably not going to be able to bid again. Make sure as soon as somebody else bids, you bid again. That's the key here. Boom, somebody else bids, boom, you bid again. Bids placed, boom, you're right back in on it. Don't leave any room for error. See, right now, Festival 15, somebody else should be 16. Do the Right Thing, 26, somebody should immediately be 27. I would stay right on top of it. Don't leave the chat. Don't look away. Don't swipe off. I would have my eyes glued right here. See this where this is right here? I would have my eyes glued to this. And as soon as you see another bid, pop another one in. We have Night Ranger 7 Wishes. This is near mint minus and pristine. $15 start with OB and insert. $15 start on that. Do the Right Things at 26. And we have Festival at 15, and that was Santana. There's that, 15 on that. And George Jones' 10th anniversary of hits, and that is $19.99. George Jones, Blood, Sweat, and Tears is $14.99. And Fear of Strangers, 1982 New Wave, $14.99. For example, I'm assuming nobody wants to bid on Do the Right Thing. Now there we have 28 and 35. See, Jason Anderson had to go use the bathroom. I knew it. Some people's like, I'm going to go here and use the bathroom for 15 minutes. Then when I come back, I'm going to try to place another bid. Not going to happen. It's probably going to already be sold, and they're going to be like, dang it. You mean you didn't hold that for like 30 minutes for me? George Jones is sold to Matthew Powell. And that's sold to Matthew Powell at sticker price. And then Greg Smith has Night Ranger at 15, final call. And then Units, New Way to Move. And this is $14.99. Do the Right Thing, 30, now 38. I like the way this is moving fast. Slam Dance soundtrack, $19.99 on Slam Dance. Every Man Has a Woman, $14.99. Jason Anderson, third on George Jones. The Best of Johnny Taylor, $14.99. And Vangelis Opera Sauvage, $9.99. Nobody bid on Memphis Soul Band. And Memphis Soul Band can be bought for a buy now of $45. Let's put that right over here. Do the Right Thing is at 37. Now 38 with Mark Fallon. Troy, it goes back to you. And then Night Ranger has one bid for $15 with Greg Smith. Now Do the Right Thing's at $45. Let's price another record right quick. And this looks very, very cool. I'm a fan of this guy. And then I'm going to grab some other stuff over here to price since there was nobody here today because of the snow apocalypse, which really didn't happen, honestly. It's actually all pretty much a bunch of hob. Nothing really as bad has happened whatsoever. George Harrison, Zoetrope Picture Disc, $29.99. Living in the Material World, Zoetrope Picture Disc from George Harrison. This is sealed, $29.99. George Harrison, Zoetrope Picture Disc, numbered, $29.99. Mark Fallon, you're out on Do the Right Thing. Troy, you're out on Do the Right Thing. Night Ranger has absolutely no bids. It has one bid with Greg Smith. We're about to sell it to him. We're about to sell it to him for $15. Let's put up another auction. Price on Fear of Strangers. Fear of Strangers is right here. And that one was 1982 New Wave, $14.99. No condition notes. Okay, Thomas Hujar says he'll take George Harrison. That's sold to him for $29.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is Elton John. This looks pretty dang sweet. It's a real OG pressing with rare hop sticker. This is, I've already got one that looks like this or I would not be selling it. This is Elton John's U.S. debut album, a real 1970 US OG EX++ with rare hop sticker and the original uni inner sleeve. It's in shrink and it's in hop. A beautiful copy, a $25 start on Elton John. I should have said a $25 or $35 start. Night Ranger has a new bid for $16 with Ginger on Twitch. Are you a new buyer? Because I don't recognize your handle. And then over here, Do the Right Thing. The high bid is $46 with Mark Fallon. I'm going to give one more person one more chance to bid. And that was James Rayner. James, do you want to bid? Mark Fallon has it for $46. Elton John, $30, and now another bid for $30. Mark, let's see, Night Rangers at $18, and then Johnny T for Troy Robinson. That's sold to Troy Robinson for $10. Condition of Vangelis. This should be super nice. The cover looks nice. The vinyl is nice. It does have a saw mark, $9.99. Elton John's at $30, then a $29, then a $25, now a $40. All right, let me go get another handful of records over here to price. And I'm keeping them over here in this crate next to me. Let's see what's going on. A lot of record store day stuff in here. Boom, 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 boom. Here's another 5 or 10. Seth took a bunch of the Japanese stuff to get ready for auction next week. So he took like 3 full crates of just premium high-end Japanese auctions to double check them and research them, make sure they're clean and ready to be sold. And of course, a couple of these we might go ahead and auction tonight, but we do have plenty of stuff already on standby. So let me scan this, and then I'm going to get you a price on it, and then you can buy it, okay? A little bit slower pace to do it this way, but it's pretty cool stuff, like this sealed Seals and Croft Greatest Hits on Milky Clear Vinyl. Record Store Day, Black Friday. Sealed clear vinyl, Seals and Croft, $19.99. Summer breeze makes me feel fine. No, Summer breeze sold to Stephen Parton for $19.99. We have Do the Right Thing. James Rayner bid $50. Mark Fallon, you're out. Then Mark Fallon bid $51. So now we have James Rayner out. We got Night Ranger, Ginger Lynch. Okay. Ginger Lynch from Facebook also claimed Yoko. No Yoko in here. Joseph Clark got Vangelis. We have Fear for John Franz for 10. John Franz. And then Elton, 45. Okay, Elton, 47. So Night Ranger, Ginger, it's up to you. The high bid is $18 of Greg Smith. Every Man Has a Woman. This one right here, so did Ginger Lynch. Gotcha. Does anybody else want anything in there? Ooh, uh-oh. Let's see what goes on with this one. Gotcha. Night Rangers at 19. $29.99. The Grateful Dead on a Back Porch, Volume 2. Dogfish Head Brewery and Grateful Dead invite you for one round of good times on a back porch. Grateful Dead on a Back Porch, Volume 2. Sealed, $29.99. Soda Shakedown. Done. Robert next. Okay, Do the Right Thing. What happened over here? Got any more Zopetropes? Well, there's only 8,000 records over here next to me that I'm going to be going through and pricing tonight. So I'm going to say yes, I do, even though I don't know for sure. My answer is yes. Night Ranger is sold to Ginger. Night Ranger out. She went out, excuse me. This sold to Greg Smith for $20. That's sold for her for $20. So my answer is yes, but I don't know. Okay. Now, I think that Elton John is at 51 with Mark Fallon, even though I'm not positive. So we're going to say $51 of Mark Fallon. And then this was up to James Rayner, which I think Mark Fallon has it for 51. His bidding is very confusing and vague. He's trying to confuse everybody in the chat, make it very difficult for him, me, and everybody else to understand what's going on. He's using all these cryptic emojis. And so he might end up winning something he doesn't even mean to. So that'll be on him if that happens. Slam Dance, the original motion picture soundtrack. This is a gold stamp promo, $19.99. So I think Elton's at 52 with Matt, who just bid. And I think Mark Fallon has the bid for $51, especially on these movies. Most of the time he's using references I don't even know because I've probably never seen any of these movies before. So there's that. And let me price another record here. I think you are going to like this one. You can count on Mark Fallon. The show is being put on, everybody. He's here. Now those two have new bids. This is a good one. We might need to auction this. Switzerland, Netherlands. It's been open. Let's take a look at it. $100 start. Eric Carr, Rockology. Numbered. Liquid Field. How cool is that? Eric Carr, Rockology. Liquid Field. $100 start. Good luck to all those involved. You're going to need it. Okay, so right now, Do the Right Thing, I think, is at $56, and then somebody else bid $56. Elton John is at $54 with Mark Fallon, and that's a final call. If anybody else wants a price on anything in here, let me know. Slam Dance soundtrack, The Subdubes, Taxi, Ingrid Sunday, Cognac and Bologna, Doug and the Slug, Stephen Stills, Made in Australia, A Night in Heaven soundtrack, Beat Rodeo, 15 Thoughts of Brinley Shore, Stephen Forbert, Bow Wow Wow, Gary Myrick, The Motels, Dwight Twilley, Tommy Tutone, Joan Armatrading, Albert Hammond, Volunteer Jam, Harry Chapin, David Wagner, whatever that one is. This was Marva Wright, The Johnstons, Deacon Ann Albin, Stack Above All, George Benson, Santana, R.B. Greaves, Rhinoceros, Blood, Sweat, and Tears 4, and Units. Okay? So, first thing is Do the Right Thing is still getting bids. Darren, you're tied with Mark Fallon. We're about to sell the Elton John to Mark Fallon, and then the Bow Wow Wow was a 12-inch single. Bow Wow Wow 12-inch single is I'm a TV Savage and See Jungle, See Jungle. It looks like it's UK, maybe? $14.99. Rhinoceros was $24.99. Gayfo Jacket, Red Electra Label, nice vinyl, $24.99. So right now, Eric Carr, there's only 2 for sale on Discogs. One is over in the Netherlands. It would be over $117 plus shipping. And the other one's in Switzerland, and it would be over $220 plus shipping. So Eric Carr, that is Rockology, and there's only ever been one sale on Discogs. Only ever one is sold, and it was also overseas. So this thing is pretty much virtually not available for sale in the United States, it looks like. $100 start on Eric Carr, going once, going twice, okay? Bow Wow Wow is sold for $8 to Mega Blast. And let's go ahead and sell both of these auctions so we can put up some new stuff. Elton John is sold to Mark Fallon for $54. That was a beautiful OG copy and shrink and hype. That was fantastical with the original uni in your sleeve. That sold. And then Do the Right Thing soundtrack. Do the Right Thing soundtrack over here is sold as well to Mark Fallon for $56, okay? And then the Rhinoceros is sold to Hiram for $18. Ingrid and Santana. Santana Amigos does have Corner Damage, $19.99. These are also best offer. And then over here we have Michael Hamburger, Eric Carr. $100 start on Eric Carr, and that's the Liquid Field. Liquid Field. And then what was the other question? The other question was Ingrid, Troy Robinson, Ingrid album again in price. No problem. And then let's go through another crate of best offer. Ingrid, I think, was back here, right? Let's see. That was right in here. Yeah, Ingrid Sunday, Modern World with Hop Sticker, Gold Stamp Promo, 1987, $9.99. So one more look at Eric Carr. It's now got 2 bids for $100. It's the Liquid Field vinyl, virtually just not available for sale in the United States. Most of the KISS collectors have those tucked away, and they're like, yeah, you're not going to be getting that from me anytime soon. All right, let's put up some other auctions. Let me price one more record. So what I'm doing, if y'all didn't notice, we've bought some insane collections. Well, one of the most recent collections we acquired, was a pretty amazing collection of nothing but where somebody collected brand new sealed stuff, record store day stuff, Japanese, audiophile, and if there is OGs over here, they're all near mint minus and pristine. We were going through them this morning. We were picking out stuff to auction, and I was going ahead and sorting some stuff that was sealed. And the sealed stuff, it could be auctioned, but what we're doing is I'm just taking it out. I'm scanning them. If I can figure out what it is easy tonight, I'm putting a price on it, and we're moving it on to the next customer. Like this right here. This is sealed for $49.99. It's the Grateful Dead Live 1980. This is San Francisco, The Warfield, 1980, October 4th and 6th, sealed, $49.99. So you're going to be wanting to pay attention. I can't do them quickly. As y'all know, pricing is a very time-consuming thing. It takes John doing vintage pre-owned stuff, going fast. He only can get about 5 crates done in about 8 hours. If everybody else is going really fast, they can get maybe 3 or 4 or 2 or 3 crates priced. And so I'm just going to scan them. Luckily, these are sealed, and we don't have to do any other research other than just marking them, okay? That's so to Mark Fallon for $49.99. Eric Carr's already at $200 right now. And then let me just see what happened. So we had Eric Carr, 100. Eric Carr, another 100. Eric Carr, another 100. Dude, I just bid $100 on Eric Carr. And then Eric Carr, 120. And then over here, we have Eric Carr, 110. Eric Carr, 140. Bernie Johnson gets Santana for 11. Troy Robinson gets Ingrid for 7. Units info, new wave to move. Units is $14.99. New wave to move, $14.99. Eric Carr, 125. Eric Carr, 150. Eric Carr, 160. Eric Carr, 200. Japanese Scorpions will not be sold tonight. Eric Carr, 210. What is the name of the Ingrid album? Already sold. And then the Motels that's in here is called Shock, $14.99. Eric Carr, 220. Eric Carr is Rockology, the Liquid Field. I'll show it closely one more time before I sell it, but it's the Liquid Field vinyl. Eric Carr, Liquid Field. It's at $220 with Matt Nichols. All right, let's put up another auction. I still got half of the crate of advertised stuff to do, like the Tokyo Blues, the Horace Silver Quintet. This over here, the Tokyo Blues, the Horace Silver Quintet, is a 1962 U.S. Mono OG, non-deep groove with company ear sleeve, Van Gelder, the ears and the dead wax, $85 start on Horace Silver. Javi offered 11 for Motel, sold. Who asked about it first, though? Who asked about it, though? Somebody, yeah, Javi did, okay. And now Eric Carr is at 230. We officially have a bidding war going on for that one. Next Japanese auction is going to go up right now. James Taylor, Dad loves his work. James Taylor is a near mint minus Japanese pressing of Obi. Beautiful, and it's a $15 start. Now Eric Carr, another 230. Matt Nichols done. There's the inner sleeve, and that's a $15 start. $15 start on that one. Okay, what label for Stack Above All? Stack Above All is $39.99. It's in this original, it's got this like window cover, kind of like the Doors LA Woman. It is number 282 of 500. It's on Void Records, Stack Above All. It has, like I said, this like lenticular top. I don't know if it's interchangeable or not, kind of. I don't know. It's got a book with it or something. It's got an insert. It's $39.99. Horace Silver has a bid for 80. Kathy, Amenities has the Eric Carr at 230 right now. Okay, Liquid Field. Their Stack Above All. That's a weird jacket. It's got like a window cover. It's numbered, but the disc comes out the wrong side and it's like upside down. That's a very bizarro one there. All right, let's go to a new crate. I think if I read through that 3 more times, we'd probably sell 10 more records, but there's other people like, any day, Chad, can we move on to a new crate? You've only shown those 700 times. I'm like, sure thing. Let's do it. How about we go ahead and do this crate right here, best offer. We're going through a lot of stuff this week that was only shown once, sticker price, and now we're going to do them again. Eric Carr has a new bid for 240. We're not done on Eric Carr. We may be done on Horace Silver. It just has one bid for 80. And then James Taylor doesn't have a bid. And let's go ahead and price another record right quick. Y'all ready? I'm ready. I hope you're ready. I'm going to close on my Discogs app because it's buggy. And I'm going to scan this record. And we're going to find out what to price it for, okay? And then over here, this is... let me figure out what to do on this one. This is sealed. I'll do it for one just sold for 50 and then one sold unplayed for 30, 44. So let's see here. Let's do this one for $44.99. Sealed. BB King, Broadcasting the Blues, live from Germany and Sweden, Record Store Day. It is sealed, limited edition, 3,000, $44.99. $44.99 BB King, $44.99 for BB King, Broadcasting the Blues, live from Germany and Sweden, $44. Horace Silver has a new bid for $81. I'll take Stack for $28. I'll sell it to you for $30. Sealed BB King, $44.99 on this one. Okay, let's put a sticker right there on that one. I'm going to put it right over here. Amenities is at $250 on Eric Carr, and then Horace Silver. Let's take a look at this. Horace Silver Quintet, the Tokyo Blues. Jim B has bid $81. It's supposed to be an $85 start, so I don't know what's going on, but we're not even at the minimum bid yet. A 1962 USOG EX edition, $85 start on that one. James Taylor, 15. Bob Panozniak says he'll take stack for 30. Spiky, I'm assuming you did not want it. I have a feeling you would have made an offer. So this is sold to him for $30, okay? Y'all were getting closer and closer. Now we're at the minimum bid. I remember when Paul found out in the back, he said, wow, look at this. And I was like, that's a good one. He's like, yeah, I think this is like a couple $100 record. So we've started at $85. We'll see what happens. And then Eric Carr is up to Kathy Hodges. Kathy, you're out. 250 is the high bid with amenities. Eric Carr, Rockology, Liquid Field. Let's take another look at it. Eric Carr, Rockology. It does have this. Is this a poster or an inner sleeve? I guess that's supposed to be an inner sleeve. And then there's the jacket. I don't see any mention that this came with a poster. And this is the Liquid Field, by the way, okay? Liquid Field, Eric Carr, Rockology. Now it's at 260. Now Horace Silver's at 85 with Jim B. Now Thomas is out. Now John Durden's out. And now we have Eric Carr at 260, and James Taylor has a bid for 18, okay? Now, before I do anything else, I'm going to go ahead and start showing some buy it now best offer. Here's some more buy it now best offer. Tony Orlando and Don, To Be With You, sealed, $14.99. Ronnie Millsap, Country Music, also sealed, $14.99. Orleans, that's called Before the Dance, $14.99 on that. So Horace Silver is at the minimum bid with Jim B for $85. It's up to one person, Thomas Hujar, to bid more than 85. James Taylor's at 18. He's done on Eric Carr. We have Mean Greens, Eddie Harris, a 1966 press, super clean vinyl, $49.99. And then Chris Ray, Deltics. Chris Ray is in shrink wrap, $9.99. Ronnie Millsap sold to Rick Hall for $10. We also have Dan Fogelberg Phoenix for $9.99. Jason, you were second on Ronnie Millsap. We have Afghanistan for $9.99. Now Horace Silver's at 86. Now CR for 7. Chris Ray sold to Mega Blessed. Now Jim B is out. And so we have two jazz bidders in on the Horace Silver at 86 and 86. So Thomas, you have the high bid. Ray Red, you're out. We got Jakarta late in the night. That's $14.99. Matt Nichols on Dan Fogelberg. That's sold. What pressing was the Elton John you got? You got a 1970 USOG. That's the only notes Paul had on that one. And then Tony Orlando and Don also sealed $14.99. And then John Coltrane, Selflessness, featuring My Favorite Things. A 1968 pressing, John Coltrane, $74.99. Really clean vinyl, gatefold jacket, Coltrane. Eric Carr is sold. And what I'm going to do, we need to get this packaged. We need to get this securely packaged because of that liquid disc. So I'm just going to lay this on the miscellaneous table. Kathy, that's sold to you for $260, okay? That's sold to you for $260. Thank you. Let's put that away. And whoever's tagging, I'm going to lay this on the miscellaneous because I feel like this needs to be wrapped up in bubble wrap and then the jacket and everything put back nicely. So I'll let our processing people do that. They are pros at that. Don't want that thing to crack. And then Kathy opened her box and there's like liquid all over her records. And then over here, we have the Chico Hamilton Special. That's a 1961 mono. Chico Hamilton, $29.99. So here's what's happened. Horace Silver got bids for 80, 80, 80, 81, 81, 81, 82, 82, 82, 83, 83, 83, 84, 84, 84, 85, 85, 85, 86, 86. And now we are at 87. And now James Taylor only got one bid, right? This is sold for $18, and this is sold to Robbie Woods for $18. Now we are ready for more new auctions. And the next record I'm going to price on the fly is kind of like Eric Carr. I'm not ready to price it. You know what we're going to do with it? We're going to auction it because it's an unofficial, and I know I don't even have to scan it because there's not going to be any results on Discogs. So here it is. It's Led Zeppelin. This is a well-known show. This is Led Zeppelin live in Ontario, Canada, 1970-1971. It's a 2 LP sealed unofficial, a $30 start for Led Zeppelin. That is now up for bid. Led Zeppelin's now up for bid. Let's go back to the top. We sold Fogelberg, Horace Silver, 87. Now it's up to Thomas Hujar. Any more Japanese 45s? None except the ones that didn't sell, and I meant to show those earlier. And then over here, we have Idris Muhammad, Power of Soul, a 1974 white label promo, $99.99. This is on the Kudu label. Idris Muhammad, white label promo, $99.99. Led Zeppelin 30, 30, 30, 31. And then Pinnacle, Buster Williams, a 1975 press, $199.99 with Woody Shaw and Sonny Fortune. That's $199.99. And then Ernie K. Doe is $49.99. Ernie K. Doe, $49.99. Zeppelin 30, Zeppelin Zeppelin 30, Zeppelin 35. Next auction is going to go up right now. It's a Japanese pressing of HSAS through the fire. And this is going to go up for a $15 start. It's a Japanese pressing, a $25 start, because I just realized it has the poster. This has this gigantic fold-out Sammy Hagar, Neil Sean, gigantic, really cool through the fire poster. Awesome. So $25 start on HSAS. These are all buy it now best offer. You can go ahead and offer 40 on Ernie K. Doe now, Denise. This is a buy it now best offer crate. HSAS is a $25 start. We have Led Zeppelin at 35, Horse Silver out, Ray Red, it's about to be yours. And now we have BW 145 of Ray Red. Buster Williams is sold to Ray Red for $145. That's done. Thank you. Ernie K. Doe is sold to Denise for 40. Thank you. And then over here we have Traffic, Low Spark of High Heel Boys. $19.99 on that. And then Oi, the C and the Cake, that's a 2000 press, $49.99. And Bob Dylan Nashville Skyline, a 70s press. I call it that because it's on the 70s Columbia label. The original is a 2i. That's $34.99. So Horse Silver is done. That's also going to be sold to Ray Red. And Ray Red gets that for the winning bid of $87. Thank you on that. And now we have Led Zeppelin, this Seal 2 LP unofficial, and that's at 45 of Mike Torrey's. And then HSAS is at Tom Kelly for 30. Let's add one more auction, then I'm going to go get another handful of stuff to price, okay? Next is John Coltrane. John Coltrane is called the Stardust Sessions, a 1975 2LP remaster sealed. Coltrane is unopened. That's a $35 start. What was the C in the cake? Oi, O-U-I, C in the cake from the year 2000, $49.99. Chad's about ready for some Monster and some water. A little bit of both would be helpful. All right, let's go grab another handful out of this tub I'm working out of. Golly, I wish y'all could see all this stuff in here. It is remarkable. Ooh, a box set. Ooh, another box set. Ooh, another box set. Ooh, random records that thou shall not speaketh of the title. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Here we go. How about a puzzle? You know, it's good and snowy. We're right in the middle of a natural disaster. So how about a good Elton John Yellow Brick Road 500-piece jigsaw puzzle? Sealed jigsaw puzzle, $24.99. Okay? We. Is that what that is? I thought that was Oi, like the music, like Oi. I guess that's just OI, right? All right, so let's go over here. First thing we have is this. So Ivan R. asked about seeing the cake, and then we have HSAS at 35, Led Zeppelin 50, John Coltrane 35, pronounced we, French. Oh, I thought that was like Oi. I guess that's OI, isn't it? My bad. I thought that was OI. And then Coltrane has a new bid for 40. Ivan R. says he'll take it. Zeppelin 55, then Lucas made an offer, okay? Next thing over here is Chet Atkins. Chet Atkins is $9.99. And then 9 Below Zero, Third Degree, a 1982, $29.99. Hardcore Chet, yeah. Oi, oi, that's what I was thinking about. Oi, oi. That's also on AC/DC. See me rise out of your sunset on your... Okay, Zeppelin's at $60, and then HSAS, the last bid on that was Jerry Conklin at 35. I'm going to make sure Tom Kelly's done. And then Coltrane was sealed, and Amenities has it for 40. I'm ready to price a record. What did I grab over here? Oh, ooh, Okay, let's see what this is. Here we go. Oh, no. What is this? Okay, let's close this. All right, so just scan this. All right, so what do we have here? This is Record Store Day USA, probably. Came from a U.S. customer. All right, and let's see. Last sold January, not too long ago, and then another one. Wow. So that one's supposed to have been a bargain because that's an outlier, and then that one sold too high. So let's kind of split the middle, and they start at 24. So yeah, $29.99. Cage the Elephant, sealed, Record Store Day, live from the Vic in Chicago. It does have a little bit of a corner ding, but sealed. Cage the Elephant, Record Store Day, $29.99. $29.99. This is Cage the Elephant, and it's sealed, and it's $29.99. Has a little bit of bump up there on the corner. Let's go ahead and get a sticker on that, eh? All right, there's that. And boom. Okay. Now, over here, since I left off, we had Led Zeppelin 60, 62, HSSS 36, and Coltrane has new bids as well. All right, we'll keep going. These are all best offer. Nazareth, the full circle, a little bit of cover damage right there. Vinyl's clean. It's on the UK Vertigo label, $24.99. We have Led Zeppelin at 65, HSAS is at 37, and so Coltrane's at 42. Amenities, you've been outbid on Coltrane. Bob Dylan, Highway 61 Revisited, a 1965 Pitman, beautiful Columbia 2i EX or better, $49.99 for Dylan. The Moody Blues, Go Now, $24.99 for the Moody Blues. And the Cruising soundtrack, $29.99. There was a lot in here last night people were ready to make offers on. That's why I'm going through it right now. $29.99. And we have Chico Hamilton, the Headhunters. Chico Hamilton's $26.99. And the Beatles, Live at the Star Club, Hamburg, Germany, $39.99. Mitch T on Cage the Elephant. That is sold to Mitch T for $29.99, priced on back. HSAS is done. Let's go ahead and sell that to Jerry Conklin for $37. John Coltrane just got a new bid for $48. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Snowy, wintry night here in Tennessee. Usually when I'm driving through Lebanon at 6 o'clock-ish, it's bumper-to-bumper traffic. There was nobody out. Nobody was, it was like a ghost town. No one ever passed me, and I was only going about 30 miles an hour in a 55 zone. Nobody ever passed me. I did, at a couple red lights, I did see a few other cars, but it's like a ghost town out there. So I'm kind of like stranded remotely in Lebanon. And I just got an alert. It is about to probably start snow or sleet, freeze, and rain here soon. Every once in a while, I might go up front and look at it because, like, if I do have trouble to get home, it's going to be because of more like ice falling from the sky and not snow. So, but right now we're okay. And we have a $30 offer on Dylan. I'll go ahead and cut you a deal right now. We'll say 35, and I'm going to sell it to you. 35, and it's gone. Coltrane 48. Mike Wilt put B29. Is that for the Beatles? If so, Mike, that's OD for 29. Nick Bargeron on Cruising 17. Sold. I'm taking offers. Be careful what you offer. And then we have Fame, Rock and Roll World. Fame is $19.99. And Hall & Oates, Big Bam Boom, that is sealed for $24.99. And then over here, we have the Dionne Warwick Collection, 20 golden hits, $9.99. Stephen Douglas said Nazareth 20. That was back here, and this is sold to him for $20, okay? And then Coltrane 55 of amenities. My mother has spoken. She says the reason you didn't see by in the road is because they're advising everyone to stay off the roads. Thank you, Mom. Over here, we have the classic Tom Jones, $9.99. And Penny Packer. Where's Art Vandelay at? Penny Packer. Sold on Bob Dylan for $35. That's done. And then we have the Statler Brothers, the big hits. Statler Brothers, $9.99. And Barnyard Soul, Part 2. Barnyard Soul is $29.99. And ZZ Top Tres Hombres. Somebody was trying to make an offer on this last night. Maybe they're still watching. VG Plus, $24.99. And I think we're done on Zeppelin. The last Zeppelin bid over here was Brad Q over on YouTube at 65. Can you remind me of your name again? That's so due for $65. Can you remind me again of your title, your name? I got you as Brad Q on YouTube, okay? Now, let's do that right there. And then let's move over Coltrane, which Stephen Freeze sold amenities for $55. Okay, let's put up a whole new slew of auctions. Let's do something from the high-end tab. I'm going to do a couple that I really don't know what they are, okay? I have no clue. I've never heard of these in my life. So we have John Wallowich. This is John Wallowich. It's a 1964. Wow, I didn't expect that. I thought it was something from the 80s. That looks like a Talking Heads cover or something, doesn't it? That's 1964. Wow. 1964, the only time ever released. It's a jazz album. No wonder. A lot of jazz covers, in my opinion, were always ahead of their time. $95 start. EX in shrink wrap. John Wallowich. This is John Wallowich. $95 start. So there's your chance on that. And then here is Termusa Hino. Hip Seagull, Jazz Funk Fusion. It's a 1978 Japanese OG with insert and obi. Over 1,020 people have this on their want list. $95 start. So there you go. There's some interesting records there. We have Coltrane sold. Okay, and then Lewis Kulik on DW for 6. DW for 6 was Dionne Warwick. Sell that to Lewis Kulik for 6. And then Thomas Hudra on TH. That was for Tres Hombres. And then Craig was next. I think there's another copy coming up, actually. So there's another copy right here, Craig. VG Plus $24.99. Now, Thomas just claimed that one as sticker. But just so everybody knows, there was another one. And I bought from Fortune. Yeah, thank you. I got you now. Thank you, Brad. I got you. Welcome back. Brad Quinn. Thank you. Yes. And then ZZ Top, there's another offer for 20. Okay. We'll make sure Craig doesn't want this one for 20. If Craig doesn't want that one for 20, I'll sell that one to Jamie for 20. Okay. All right. And then Ray Red offered 55 for Idris Muhammad. I might have to bump you on that one. I'll do 70 on it. 70 on that one. Okay. Now let's add a third auction. Something I pulled from the new collections. And is this opened? Still sealed. Okay. Probably just going to go ahead and auction this. I can still order this new, I'm pretty sure, but this has always been a desirable. The last time we had an OG, it was sealed and we sold it for over $500. This is black vinyl, and I'm going to put it up for a $80 start. Sealed Guns N' Roses. It's the new reissue from 2025. It's 2 gatefold jackets, 4 LPs sealed, Guns N' Roses, the live era. And OGs are very rare. That's an $80 start on that, okay? So John Wallowich has a bid for 100. Ray Red gets Idris Muhammad for 65. Craig Thomas gets this ZZ Top for 20. Okay? There we have it. Now, Elton John, 21 at 33. That's VG plus $14.99. More of the Monkees. VG, it does have some cover damage, $9.99. And then a Portrait of the Tams, VG plus $19.99. Derek Clark says this album right here in the middle, the Teramasa is a Monster Fusion album in Japanese press. There we have. And then over here, the John Wallowich is at 100. So Thomas Hujar, you're out. Moving on. We have Shelly Manne, 234, 62 US stereo, VG plus $34.99. And then we have over here, we have Robbie on Elton John, okay? Now, my crate's full. Yeah, earlier tonight, somebody asked about cleaning cloths. These were my last 2. So it's actually a waiting list. These were sold earlier to somebody. Sandy Villa, whoever's tagging, I hope y'all wrote that down. I never did lay it in the miscellaneous pile till right now. But yeah, those were our last 2. I think Sandy Villa got those. And if anybody else wants one, just let me know. I've got to order more. Let's make a note right now. Chad, order more cleaning cloths, okay? And let me put those right there. That was pretty early in the sale. Then we sold all the silver statues to Jason Anderson. And then we sold some other bullion. And if anybody else wants to buy silver, I've got it in stock, okay? I've got it in stock. Hot commodity right now. Let me try to price some more stuff. Let me pause right there to do that. Put down Johnny Hancock for a couple cleaning cloths. Like I said, if they have them, they'll go ahead and tag them and ship them to you. If not, we'll have to just get some ordered for you, okay? A couple things I don't like to run out of, sleeves and those. All right, this is $39.99. This is Block Party, Silent Alarm. The classic first album, 20th anniversary, white vinyl, includes Banquet, Helicopter, and This Modern Love. Block Party, here's the stats right here. It's a 2025. Block Party is $39.99. $39.99. Request for a whole lot of records. Let me do this right here, and this right here. We have pending member request right here, 4. I've got Matthew Rothschild, Hector Pabon, Diff Clafone, and Gabe Calabaro. All those have been approved. Block Party is $39.99. Every breath you take, every move you make, every chance you take, I'll be watching you. Move you make. You take. Okay. All right. Now, back to where I was. So, I have the following. I remember saying Guns N' Roses at 80. and John Wallowich was at 101. Guns N' Roses 85. John Wallowich 106. Santa Villa got a cloth. Put down Johnny Hancock for 2. Guns N' Roses 100, 105, 125. Journey Departure. Journey VG plus $14.99. We have Fleetwood Mac. That's VG $14.99. Darren Johnson on Block Party. That's sold to Darren Johnson $39.99. We also have Bobby Bland. Tell Mr. Bland. Bobby Bland is EX $12.99. Arlo Guthrie, Hobo's Lullaby, VG plus $14.99. The incredible Jimmy Smith, Got My Mojo Working. That's VG plus $17.99. James Chilcott on Journey for $12. Sell that to James for $12. And we have Reflections, Genesis Rock Theater, VG plus $14.99. Billy Joe Piano Man, There Is Some Damage Along the Edge, VG plus $12.99. So this one did not get a bid. Let's make it a buy it now. This is a $95 buy it now. Huge demand for this. Over 1,000 people have it in their want list on Discogs. Tiramu Masa, and that's now a buy it now for $95. Okay, $95 on that one. Okay. Now John Wallowich right now. John Wallowich is at $106 with amenities, which means Thomas Hujar, you've been outbid. The Guns N' Roses 4LP box is at $125 of Carol Puckett, and that's going once, going twice. Hino has offers for $70 and then $85 and then $75. Now, right now, I don't know about active, but stats, the median on this thing's 104, and some of them have sold for as much as 161. I don't know about y'all, but with me having access to Discogs and with over 1,000 people wanting this right now, I would say 95 is extremely fair. So Jim B, if you want it, it's $95. If you don't, then Ray Red, you can have it for 95. Spiky, if you don't want it for 95, then Amenity said he would take it for 95. Jim B already says he's passing. So Ray Red, it's yours for 95 if you want it. How much was BB? Bobby Bland, Michael Nath was EX Condition, $12.99. And then Rumors, that's not Rumors, that's Fleetwood Mac, their self-titled album. That one's VG $14.99. Art Blakey, Indestructible, VG plus $64.99. And then Led Zeppelin 4 is VG plus $36.99. It sounds like I needed to list that for $149.99 and then take offers on Discogs. I'm going to sell it right now to Ray Red for $95. He was next in line. I was thinking y'all would start bidding. 95, 100, 105, 110, 115. We have Art Blakey sold to Thomas Hujar. That's gone. Spiky just asked details. And John Wallowich is up to one person. Thomas Hujar, if you want to bid, the high bid is 106 of amenities. It's up to you on that one. Nobody else bid on GNR. So, Carol, that's sold to you for $125. Hope everybody was done on that. And then over here, let's put up another auction. And that next auction is going to be one sweet. This is a vintage Pearl Jam bootleg, it's a new sealed, but it's Pearl Jam, Aladdin, Las Vegas, 1983. Sealed Pearl Jam, 2LP. That's a $30 start on the Pearl Jam Live in Las Vegas, 1993. And then let's put up another auction from the high-end tab. This is Eddie Henderson Heritage. Eddie Henderson Heritage is a 1976 USOG with the original company sleeve. The note from Paul says, fantastic, jazz funk. A $55 start on that. $55 start. Dennis Jackson, this is called Fleetwood Mac by Fleetwood Mac. Fleetwood Mac by Fleetwood Mac. If you want it, it's available, okay? And then Thomas Hujar says, bid on what? The John Wallowich, you have been outbid. The John Wallowich right here, you were outbid on that one, just FYI, okay? This record right here, you've been outbid. The last bid that came in on this was amenities for $106 about 6 minutes ago. And I have, I've been waiting for you to bid again. I've said, Thomas Hujar, are you out there? 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 I've been waiting. You've been buying and bidding on other stuff. And I'm like, he must have his volume down. He must have his volume. He must be one of these silent watchers. You did get Art Blakey. Art Blakey's already sold to you. He's out. This is sold to amenities for $106. Thank you. This is sold to him for $106. You bought about 20 other records since that. I was like, man, he must be watching with his sound off. That's sold to amenities for $106. You were bidding on all the other auctions buying. I was like, do you want to bet on John Wallowich? Do you want to bet on John Wallowich? Okay, so there's Pearl Jam, and that's at $40. He is watching with a sound off. I know when people's watching with their sound off. I know it. I know when people's watching with their sound off because they just keep buying and buying and bidding and bidding. But when I'm asking them if they want to bid on something else, I lose them. Everything just goes silent. I'm like, okay, they're definitely buying with sound off. Now, I don't know. That sounds like a challenge to me, but some people can pull it off. They got to keep it silent. We have a 1980 U.S. comp. It's a 2LP sealed, and this is John Coltrane, Rain or Shine. $35 start on John Coltrane, okay? $35 on that. Now, Pearl Jam's at $50. There's Eddie Henderson and anybody else. Jimmy Smith details. Bid on what? Are you doing pre-orders on Gorillas? Laura's already got that posted. Jimmy Smith details. Did I miss last call on GNR? You did. It's already sold. And then Pearl Jam's at $50, okay? Now, I'm assuming Dennis Jackson doesn't want this Fleetwood Mac, so let's sell it. This is sold to Dylan Morgan then for $10. That's sold to him for $10. Now, we have Tony Orlando and Don. We have Orleans. We got Eddie Harris, Afghanistan, Jakarta, Tony Orlando, John Coltrane still available, Chico Hamilton Special, Traffic, Bob Dylan, Chet Atkins, 9 Below Zero, The Moody Blues, Chico Hamilton, Fame, Hall & Oates, Tom Jones, The Statler Brothers, Barnyard Soul, More of the Monkees, The Tams, Shelly Manne, Arlo Guthrie, The Incredible Jimmy Smith is in VG Plus condition, $17.99. Genesis Reflections, Billy Joe Piano Man, Bobby Bland is still available, and so is Led Zeppelin. Let's go back up the top here. Pearl Jam 45, Pearl Jam 50, Pearl Jam 55. And then over here we have Fleetwood Mac is already sold, and then Genesis is at $8 with Topographic. Sell that Topographic for $8. Now, to my knowledge, Eddie Henderson did not get a bid, so I'm going to go ahead and make this a buy now. Eddie Henderson Heritage, a 76 USOG with company sleeve, EXEX Plus, $55 on Eddie Henderson. I'm going to put that right over here. And then John Coltrane, this is sealed, a 1980 US 2LP, and Rain or Shine, John Coltrane, a 1980 US sealed, $35 start on that. And as of right now, that does not have a bid. Final chance. They got a bidding war going on for Pearl Jam, just FYI. And Piano Man was in VG Plus condition, $12.99. There is some damage along the edge. Rest of the cover's in shrink. And then over here, we have Led Zeppelin. Presswell press, VG Plus, $36. It has the original inner sleeve. That's a mid-70s press, Led Zeppelin 4. And then the other question was Jimmy Smith, which I answered already. Verve VG Plus, $17.99. Black Verve label on that one. Devious John does want the Billy Joel. That's sold. And then pressing on Pearl Jam. I don't have a year for you. I've ordered these before new. It says 2020 on the back. It's live in Las Vegas, 1993. And, of course, you can't find these on Discogs. Most of the time they're banned or not available. Tim Vigari has this at $55. Donna Bertram, let me know if you want to bid again, okay? And then the Eddie Henderson was sold to Amenities for $55. And then he's also bid $36 on Coltrane. All right, moving on. I have going up for bid right now, the Beatles, $67 to $70. This is a Japanese pressing, and I'm going to put it up for a $1 start. The vinyl on this one is really nice, EX Plus Near Mint Minus. So there's one LP on the Beatles. Here's LP number 2 on the Beatles. There's both inner sleeves, 1 and 2. There's the lyric book. The jacket's probably VG or VG Plus. It does have some edge wear up here. $1 start on the Beatles. That's now up for bid, okay? Jimmy Smith and Bobby Bland, $25. These are both sold to Michael Knapp for $25. The Beatles has one bid for $1. Out on Pearl Jam, this is sold to Tim Vigari, and Tim Vigari gets that for $55. Let's get that in a new sleeve for him. Let me go grab another handful of auctions and stuff the price on the fly. And then Coltrane is about to sell for $36. But before I walk away, does anybody else want anything else in here? Before I find the next crate we're going to go through. Next auction. Let's see what's going on with this one right here. Booker Little. Still got some cool looking jazz stuff in here. Booker Little is a 1960 US Stereo OG with the company ear sleeve, EX Plus condition. Booker Little's on Time Series 2000. $85 start on that. Okay. All right. The Led Zeppelin here is VG Plus, $36.99. I love $1 starts. We already got 38 bids. Awesome. All right, let me condense these in here. All right. All righty. Let's see here. All right. This crate has not been offered best offer. Let's take offers on this best offer crate. John Coltrane is sold for $36 to Amenities. Thank you on that. Amenities, $36. Booker Little, and then the Beatles. Okay. Let me take you down, 'cause I'm going to Strawberry Fields. Hey, I found 2 more silver statues. Where's Jason Anderson at? Jason, you still watching? I knew I had 2 more floating around here. There's 2 more. He bought the other 5. They're getting pretty close to melt value. There's another Iron Man, Jason, and there's my only Spider-Man left. Hopefully he's still watching, but there they are. 135 each. That's my last 2. Is Booker mono or stereo? I believe Paul made a note on that one. It is a stereo OG. Stereo OG. The Beatles is now at 38. Booker Little is a 1960 US stereo OG with the company inner sleeve EX Plus 85 on that. Okay. Ooh. Ah. Nice. Here we go. Let's put up. Let me price something. Is that the same record we just had? Yeah, we just had this, right? Let me scan it one more time. A silver statue of Sting. Probably could contact the right person and have it done, but that'd be... we had Ozzy and Jimi Hendrix the other day. Yeah, here's another sealed Caged Elephant, $29.99. Sealed Caged Elephant, $29.99. That's another copy of that we just found. I just found. We'll say we. I'm more than one person. I have multiple personalities. Sometimes I'm the guy walking through the park. Sometimes I'm the record salesman. Sometimes I'm the local guy grocery shopping that you see going down the aisle. Sometimes we'll just stop right there. This is Caged Elephant, $29.99. Danny says pass. Spider-Man, Spider-Man pass. Horrible decision. You just made a horrible decision, but that's okay. Let's go through this crate. Shane over on YouTube on Caged Elephant. And we have Booker at 85, Beatles at 45. Catfish Hodge, Bout with the Blues, $12.99 on that. Steve Morse Band, the introduction. Steve Morse is $9.99. Starstruck soundtrack. Starstruck is $19.99. Bob James Obsession, Gold Stamp promo, $9.99. Bo Dean's Love, Hope, and Sea and Dreams. No, excuse me. Love and Hope and Sex and Dreams. Bo Dean's is $14.99. Ariel, A-R-I-E-L. This is a 1982 Power Pop, $29.99 on that. Mike Straws on SM for Steve Moore sold. Murphy Stillman on Bob James sold. Rob, over here we got Gary Myrick Language. Gary Myrick is $9.99, and the Burn Sisters Band Gold Stamp promo, $14.99. Black Uhuru Anthem, $29.99 on that. John Franz gets Bo Dean's for $9. That's sold. And then over here we have the Beatles, and the Beatles is with Amenities at $45. Jerry Conklin, let me know if you want to bid again. Booker only has one bid for $85, and let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. The next auction is John Lennon, which is sealed. This is pretty amazing. This is a 1974 sealed OG, and Laura says I'm certain of it because of the die-cut cover, the catalog number. She's done all the research. A sealed John Lennon Walls and Bridges with the fold-out gimmick cover, $55 start on that one. Which rounds do I have? None. They got sold as soon as I went live. They're all gone. $125 each. We got Big Rick. Big Rick is $14.99. The Bell Stars, Gold Stamp promo, the Bell Stars, $14.99. Gary U.S. Bonds and the American Men, Standing in the Line of Fire. Gary U.S. Bonds is $9.99. Hugger, H-U-G-G-E-R, that's a Gold Stamp promo, $9.99. Sealed OG John Lennon. Whatever gets you through the night, it's all right. Okay, and then we have preview, gold stamp promo, $19.99 on that. Mike Wilt and the Bell Sisters, clean, nice stuff in here. And these are all buy it now, best offer. Natural Scientist, this is the anesthetic of love. And we went through this crate really late the other night, so probably most people have not seen these. $9.99. We got Deadhead Gym on Gary, and Gary U.S. Bonds is sold. The Beatles has a new bid for 55. Amenities is out. Booker Little just with that one bid at 85, so congratulations, Spiky, on that. 85. Final call on John Lennon at 55. And then Danny Thomason says he'll take Spider-Man. Okay, that leaves one Iron Man, 1 ounce silver statue left if anybody wants it. Let me go put this on the table for him. There's that. Good job. Good job. We're going to sell all of our silver. I won't be able to have a Sunday silver show tomorrow. I bet before the end of the night, after we slow down with vinyl, I bet we'll get all wiped out. And then, I mean, even those Coca-Cola, the Coca-Cola jukeboxes or the Coca-Cola machines now, those are starting to look really good at the price at $149.99. Highway 101 is sealed, $19.99 on those. Orchestra Maneuvers in the Dark, this is really cool. Architecture Morality with the die cut cover, OMD $34.99, $34.99, and Industry is $19.99. So we do have a bid on John Lennon. That's a final call. Jerry Conklin bid 55 on the Beatles, and Amenities went out, so that's sold. Let me grab some more stuff. The price, what we call, folks, on the fly. On the fly. But I have a Japanese pressing over here I pulled out of the new collection, and Seth didn't take it with him. I'm very familiar with it, and it's beautiful. I've already peeked at it, and this is pretty amazing here. This is the ELO Master Sound Pressing, which is a half speed, kind of step above ELO Discovery. Beautiful Japanese pressing. A $55 start on that. $55 start on that. Let's go ahead and sell Steve Mason the John Lennon for $55. That's sold to him. Thank you. OMD 20. I'll sell it to you for $28. Next thing I have is Joan Armour trading for $9.99. There's that. That wasn't advertised, of course. And then over here, we have the alternate blues. The alternate blues, Clark Terry, Freddie Hubbard, and Dizzy Gillespie, plus Oscar Peterson. This is an 82 USOG sealed, a $75 start. Dang it. A bid just came in on John Lennon. I didn't think anybody else was going to bid. His bid came in kind of late. Michael Bohannon was probably waiting for the buy it now, and I've already sold it for $55. That's unfortunate. Sorry about that. And then OMD is sold for $28 to Kristen Barnett. And then we have Any Trouble, Wheels in Motion, $9.99. Ian Cussick, Danger in the Air, that's $9.99. And Dan Fogelberg, Exiles, gold stamp promo for $9.99. Fuzzbox is $24.99, and Firefall Undertow is $9.99. So ELO, there is the alternate blues with Clark Terry and others. And I have another one here, Floating on a Dark Wind, Warren James and Friends on Wajo Records, a sealed 1980 USOG Jazz Post Bop, the only physical release of this album, sealed, a $55 start. We also have Export Contraband. That is $14.99. Now Alicia's at ELO on 60. And E.G. Daily, Wild Child, $19.99 on that one. The Dance Society, Say It Again, $9.99. Ace, Time for Another. Ace is $12.99. And David Diggs, this is Street Shadows, $19.99 for David Diggs. And Dublé is really cool. It's on the blue vinyl. 14 OG blue vinyl. ELO has another bid for 60. There's 2 more auctions. And the Epidemics gold stamp promo, $9.99. Okay, I priced and sold all that last handful, so let me step over here, and we've almost went through one of these whole plastic tubs tonight. See how easy all this stuff gets gone through? I'll tell everybody, I'm like, man, see how fast all this, we'll get a new collection in. They're like, any more stuff from the new collection? I'm like, it's gone. It's all sold. What? All right, let's open this one up right here. This looks like it's got some bigger deluxe packagings in it. Dead, Oasis, Elvis, some Motley Crue bootlegs, the Rolling Stones, Stax singles. Yeah, this is a good one. Okay, so let me finish these 3, and then let me grab these first 3 here, and we'll see what happens tonight. You never know. I mean, we'll see what happens, but you never know. I mean, I don't know, so how do y'all know? If I don't know, how do y'all know? If I don't know, how do y'all know? All right, ELO 60, now 79. And then over here we have China Crosses working with fire and steel, $19.99. What are the Jazz auctions? The first one is called the Alternate Blues. Clark Terry, Freddie Hubbard, Dizzy Gillespie, and plus Oscar Peterson. A 1982 USOG sealed, a $75 start. Over here we have Floating on a Dark Wind, Warren James and Friends. A 1980 USOG Jazz Post Bop sealed, a $55 start. Okay, we have ELO at $79, ELO's at $80. Those don't have bids right now. Now ELO's at $82. Spoons, Areas and the Symphonies, that's $19.99. Warren has a bid for $55. And Any Trouble, a gold stamp promo, $9.99. Okay, now let's see what this box set is right here. Ooh, ah, ooh, ah. Let's go ahead and scan it and see what happens. Good, only one version. That helps me out a lot. Okay. $79.99. Sealed Grateful Dead, Duke 78. Turn down the lights, Duke 78. This is sealed Rhino, $79.99. I can't put that in a sleeve, but there's your chance at it, $79.99. Back to this crate, Joan Armatrading, the key. It actually has the key kind of embossed into the cover, $9.99 on that. And then Chet Atkins, stay tuned. Chet Atkins is $9.99. And Industry, Strangers to Stranger, a gold stamp promo, $29. Robert Warner on the Grateful Dead for $79.99. By the way, Robert, I have your silver ready. I'm going to send you a price on that probably after the sale tonight, okay? And then what about... Robert's buying tonight with company money, right, Robert? Robert's buying tonight with company money. Had a lot of people have a lot of really cool silver and gold laying around their house that's not doing them any good, and they're like, I can't put this on my turntable. I might as well mail it to Chad. We have ELO at $89. We have Warren James on that at $60 and ELO $85. Okay, so ELO $89, Warren James is at $60. And then $65, and then no one's been on the Clark Terry, right? Let's go ahead and make that a $55 bot now. Just got back from Panama. What did I miss? Panama, the country, or Panama, USA? Will Smithson on Joan Armatrading. That's sold to Will Smithson for $9.99, and then Clark Terry sold to Steve Mason for $55. That was a bot now. We have Roger McGuinn, $9.99. Power Play, that's $9.99. And Joe Boxers is $9.99. Okay, what was this other handful that I grabbed? This. Ooh, okay. Let's scan this right here. This looks incredible. I mean, this collection, the stuff I've marked in here so far. Sealed 63. Median is, yeah, $69.99. Eric Clapton Unplugged, sealed, extended, remix, remastered, enhanced edition, $69.99. That's a 3 LP, Eric Clapton. Sealed, $69.99. Eric Clapton Unplugged, enhanced edition, the best-selling live album of all time, $69.99. Doing Silver Show on Sunday. If we have enough left over after tonight, if I think it's worth our time, yes. But we have, I mean, I have 100 Morgan dollars we could go through and just do dates and years, but I have a feeling there's a couple people about to buy them by the roll, just FYI. Now, Amenities has thrown a flag on something. Let's see what happened here. We had Warren James at 65. Amenities threw a flag on AB. He threw a flag on AB. AB was for Alternate Blues. He bid $75. He put AB, and then I made it a buy it now. And I see what happened. I said buy it now, and I thought it's supposed to be a $75 start, and I thought Steve was doing a buy it now, but all that's null and void. Amenities had already placed a bid, so I almost got confused there. The high bid on this is $75 with Amenities, and if anybody else wants to bid, AB is Alternate Blues. Clark Terry, Freddie Hubbard, Dizzy Gillespie, Oscar Peterson. That's a final call to Amenities at $75. ELO is at $90, and Warren James is at $70. Amenities has this for $70. He has this for 75. So, Steve, I just really need an answer from you. And he also has ELO at 95. John Kaiser gets Eric Clapton, which was sealed $69.99. Let's finish up this crate. Next thing I have is Garland Jeffries, One-Eye Jack. Garland Jeffries is $9.99. Al Jarreau, Gold Stamp Promo, $9.99. Broken Edge, time for a change. Broken Edge is $14.99. He's out. So this is sold to amenities for $75. Then we have Duncan Brown, The Wild Places, $9.99 for Duncan Brown. Carla Blade, Night Glow, $12.99. And Jean-Michel Jarre in concert, $14.99. All right, our next auction just came from this new collection pool. This is Bryan Adams, Cuts Like a Knife. A beautiful Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine, a $35 start. Fantastic, near mint minus, Bryan Adams, Cuts Like a Knife. And it's in a new sleeve. There's that Japanese sleeve. And then here is the insert. $35 start on Bryan Adams, Cuts Like a Knife, okay? GMB has Warren James at $71. ELO's at $95. It's up to Alicia. Anybody else want to make an offer on anything in this crate? Okay? Chad needs a bottle of water like I'll get out. Is that another figure? Yeah, you just missed Spider-Man. I mentioned your name. I found two more walking around the back room back here, and I have one more Iron Man for $135. You missed a Spider-Man just moments ago, but that's, to my knowledge, the last one. I'm about to do some more digging around over here. Let's go pull another handful. That was a lot right there. That was the, those kind of evaporated. Let me go grab a few more over here. Do I dare put up a Led Zeppelin bootleg box set? I think I said I did. It is a Motley Crue bootleg. Oh my gosh, look at all this stuff. This is why people tune in on a snowy Saturday night with Chad, because they're like, golly, this guy's off the hook. This guy is bananas. This guy's B-A-N-A-N-A-N-A-N-A-S, bananas. You never know what he's going to do. I've seen him do some wild, crazy stuff on that live stream. This is why we tune in. This is why here's what we're going to do. We're going to do Bryan Adams at 35, Warren James 75, Bryan Adams 40, Warren James 76. Alicia's out on ELO. I'll take the Iron Man statue for $135. I think I am sold out of mini statues. Those didn't stay around to ever make it the spot, but there they are. They're gone. We sold one Predator, one Halo, one Batman, one Iron Man, one Batman, one Spider-Man, and one Iron Man. They're all gone. Sorry, I have to walk around the corner and lay them in here on this miscellaneous table. Miscellaneous table. First thing, though, is this. ELO is done. This is sold to amenities for $95. Let's put that away. And Chad, I got two duplicates. Will the other person trade? You'd have to ask Danny Thomason. Danny Thomason got the Spider-Man. He's going to be a tough negotiator. I can promise you that right now. Bryan Adams is at $41, and Warren James is at $76. Amenities out. I'm going to quickly read those titles again. Let's see what I just grabbed out of this crate. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Ooh. Ah. Okay, here we go. Motley Crue, Hiroshima, 1994, That Master. It is sealed. It's a Motley Crue bootleg. A $75 start. It is 1, 2, 3 LPs. Good luck. $75 start on that. Okay? All right. Warren James is up to one person. GMB has it for 76. Amenities, you're out. Bryan Adams is at 65. And Motley Crue is a $75 start. Good luck to all parties involved. You're going to need it. Okay, let's do a quick coin auction. This is really cool here. What is the melt right now on a quarter? It was like 18 or something, wasn't it? But this one doesn't matter, and I'll tell you why. Because it's a really nice standing Liberty quarter. Yeah, this is a 1928 full date standing Liberty quarter with really good details. $25 on the standing Liberty quarter. That's now up for bid. Okay, 1928 full date. Pretty nice details. I mean, it's not uncirculated, but y'all know those are usually like flat. They usually just like look like there's nothing left of them. $25 start on that. 1928 standing Liberty quarter. Those were made from 1916. Those were made from 1916 to 1928. I mean, 1930. The melt right now on a standing Liberty quarter is $18.69. Silver is at $103.33 an ounce, 103.33. Also going up for auction will be a Barber quarter, and I still got this seated Liberty half over here. So, and I got a really nice 1962 mint set, which is more like a proof set. I'm going to put that up for auction later too. Okay. All right, so there's chances on that stuff, and let's keep going here. We got a lot of ground to cover. So Warren James, amenities, you didn't move the needle any. Jim B still has it for $76. You bid 75. Motley Crue's already at 100, and Brian Adams is at 65 of amenities. He outbid Donna Bertram. He's kind of pushed his chips in on that one. Here's what's left in here. Catfish Hodge, Starstruck Soundtrack, Ariel, Gary Myrick, The Byrne Sisters, Black Uhuru, Big Rick, Hugger, Preview, Natural Scientist, Highway 101, Industry, Joan Armour Trading, Any Trouble, Ian Cussick, Dan Fogelberg, Fuzzbox, Firefall, Export, E.G. Daily, The Dance Society, D-A-N-S-E, Ace, David Diggs, Dublé on Blue Vinyl, The Epidemics, China Crosses, Spoons, Any Trouble, Chet Atkins. Warren James is at 78. Now it's at 81. Let's give the details on this again. Amenities bid 78, GMB 81. 1980 USOG Jazz Post Bop, the only physical release of this album that exists, and it's sealed, and GMB has it for 81. And then Motley Crue's at 100. I'm waiting to hear back from Stanley Richmond and Steve Mason. It's called Hiroshima 94. Final chance on the quarter at $25. Industry is $29.99. We have Roger McGuinn for $9.99. Power Play is $9.99. Warren James is at 97. Joe Boxers. Also have Garland Jeffries, Al Jarreau, Broken Edge, Duncan Brown, Carla Bay, and Jean-Michael Jarre. Now, if you're like, whoa, wait a minute, Chad, I want to make an offer on something in there, buddy. Hold on 1 minute. Let me crack my knuckles, and I'm typing on my keyboard right now, and send. And then when it pops up, I'll say yes, no, maybe, no way, or surely you jest. Surely you jest. That's what Kramer told Banya when he made an offer on a suit. He said $100. Kramer said, surely you jest. I mean, you're a jester. You're joking. Let's see what it looks like outside. Chad's getting a bottle of water. It's 4 degrees, wind chill -9. Probably. Let's see what it looks like out here. Delicious water. Ooh. It is dead quiet out here. Hello. Hello. I'm right in the middle of a pretty big city, and there is no noise. It is just dead quiet. There is no traffic. There's no noise. Everybody is at home and bundled up. I am the only one in a city of I don't know how many thousands of people, and I am the only one not at home right now. I feel like it's the Twilight Zone. There was nobody. It's crazy. It's just dead silent. That was almost bizarre. I wish y'all could have seen that. What I just seen. It's the most quietest I've ever heard Lebanon. What's the population here? There is nobody out. That's almost scary. Okay. So, and it's about to sleet starting in 12 minutes. Oh, God. Okay, Warren James is sold to amenities for $106. That's done. Okay, Brian Adams is sold. We're ready for more auctions. This is sold to amenities for $65. That's sold for $65. Okay. All right, and then over here we have Motley Crue sold for $100. This is sold for $100 to Johnny Hancock. Nobody bid on the quarter. This is a $25 buy it now on the quarter. $25 buy it now, okay? Now, which China crisis? Did I say Mindustry? No, I said Industry. I said Industry. Industry. Melinda wants Fogelberg, and what's China crisis? Boontar, the one I think you've already seen before. You already have it. I promise. You already have it. It's called Working with Fire and Steel. There it is. And then what did somebody just buy? Fogelberg right here. Exiles. All right, we're ready for a new crate. Here we go. So this is done. And that's sold. Okay. Is there any more Motley Crue? I'm sure there is. I'm about to start processing more stuff on the fly. First thing we're going to do is put up this Motley Crue. This is called Motley Crue Red, White, and Crew. It is sealed. It is a 1, 2, 3 LP. And let's put that up for an $85 start. An unofficial. Never seen that before. Motley Crue, an $85 start. Good luck to everybody on that. Next thing is going to go up right now. We got up for bid at this moment is Dig This, Bobby Humphrey Plays. This is Dig This, Bobby Humphrey, a 1972 USOG, a $35 start on that. Bobby Humphrey, $35 start. So some Motley Crue, some Bobby Humphrey, and let's find another crate to go through. These have not been shown best offer. They might have been shown as recently as last night, but now's your chance to make offer. We're going to end up going through every price crate of vintage tonight and taking offers on stuff, and then I'm going to be like, there's literally nothing left. We're going to be to the point where I have to price stuff. Okay, Motley Crue is getting bids like it's the end of the world, and let me go ahead and price this. I know how much this is. This is the Steven Wilson remix of Aqualung, sealed, $29.99. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Sitting on the park bench, $29.99, sealed, the Steven Wilson. Okay, boom. Very nice. It comes with a book, too, with information, etc. So Motley Crue 125, Bobby Humphrey, and then, oh no, what have I done? Okay, there we go. Almost lost my chat there. And then our next auction, what else do I have over here in the Japanese department? All right, let me stand all those up. That's Hatchet invoices I need to take back to his desk. Let me tuck those right in there. That's for the future. That's for the future. I need those to take home tonight. That's for the future. That's mine. I'm keeping that. And then this is the Beatles. Here is a Japanese pressing. The Beatles, rock and roll music. It's that foil cover, and this is known for doing this. It's kind of like, I don't know, it almost like disintegrates. It is a 2 LP, but all the guts and the vinyl's nice. We're going to put it up for just a $15 start. Okay? So this one's in VG Plus condition. The vinyl's in VG Plus, maybe EX. It does have the book. It's playable, but the cover's a little janky because where the full link has kind of messed up. $15 start on that, okay? Let's go over here. And the last thing on Motley Crue was Mike Torrey's at $125. $125. Amenities put JY. I bet he meant, oops, sorry. He might have not meant JY. And then over here, we have Mr. Blood Vessel put Tool 35. How about $29.99? Sell that to Mr. Blood Vessel for $29.99. I'm pricing some stuff on the fly. They may appear like they're auctions, but they're not. The China Crosses, plus I did a bundle with somebody earlier. They bought 3 China Crosses albums all at once. The China Crosses working with Fire and Steel is the full album. $19.99. Possible Pop Songs Volume 2. It has the original on her sleeve, $19.99, China Crosses. All right, so let's go through this crate here. Buy it now, best offer. I've got Bobby Rydell Sings. Bobby Sings is $9.99. We have the Whackers, $24.99. Voyage is $9.99. And Melba Moore, I Got Love. Melba Moore is in shrink, $14.99. Sunshine is $24.99. And ZZ Top Eliminator. She's got legs. She knows how to use them. Has the original on her sleeve, $34.99. I'm assuming we're done on the Motley Crue. I've seen it out, and I've seen it out, and it was just really between those 3 people. Mike Torrey's has it. Now the Beatles is at $20. And then we have the best of Steve Miller, $68 to $73, $19.99. Here's a couple nicer half dollars. These are all $55 each. I have a really nice 1952 Walk in Liberty, great details. And then I've got 2 nicer Franklin halves here, especially the one on top. 1948, 1962. And I don't think I ever answered Brent Rively's question about dates. So this is 62 and 48 on those. 55, 55, okay? So those are some nicer ones. So those 3 halves, those are the last of my $55 ones for tonight. China Crosses. I will do this one for $12. And somebody else just offered $12. I was about to say for 1, Non-bundle, I'll do 12 for that because I know you want it and I know you've been asking for it, so I'd love to sell it to you. Bourgeois Tag Yo-Yo, $9.99, plus somebody else just offered 12. Julian Lennon, The Secret Value of Daydreaming, that's $9.99. 12 sold to Boontar, thank you. Motley Crue sold for $125 to Mike Torres. And then Bobby Humphrey is a 1972 USOG. EXEX Plus, a no bid on Bobby Humphrey, just $35. Bobby Humphrey is $35. The Beatles, the last bid that came in on the Beatles was David Tate at 20. Donna Bertram, you've been outbid, just FYI. Derek Clark says The Whackers is another 70 psych grab. Won't be disappointed, great album. The Whackers, 70 psych. That is $24.99. Thank you for the info, Derek Clark. And then Tracy Songer wants the 1962 Benjamin Franklin half for $55. Really nice one here, almost proof-like. That's sold to Tracy Songer for $55. Thank you. Still got the Walker, still got the other Benjamin. Melanie Jennings on Julian Lennon, thank you. And now the Beatles has a new bid for 22, and now we're ready for another auction. And let's see what I've got over here. Japanese. I've got Japanese. I got Elvis, Mazzy Star, Stack, Screaming Trees, Eddie Vedder, Metallica. Then I still got some advertised stuff like Bo Diddley and Booker T. Let's see what's going on with Bo Diddley. Bo Diddley, where it all began. Bo Diddley's a white label promo, 1972 USOG EXEX Plus, $15 start on that. We have Ashman Reynolds Stop Off, a 1972 promo, $24.99. Amenities on the Bobby Humphrey, buy it now for $35. That's sold to Amenities. Bo Diddley now up for bid. These are best offer. These were new arrivals from last night, I'm pretty sure. Richard Betts is $24.99. And the Egyptian soundtrack. The Egyptian soundtrack in shrink, $14.99. And the Stylistics is $19.99. $19.99 on that. All right, let me scan some of these, see if we want to price them or see if we want to auction them, okay? Some of these I'm not too familiar with at all, just FYI. Okay, see what's going on. Gosh, I can't find my Discogs app. Okay, there we go. Here we go. Let's scan this and see what happens. All right, so this is a record store day release. Only one is ever sold overseas for $82. There are some for sale. Denmark, France, Germany, Italy, Netherlands, Denmark, UK, Spain, Italy, Netherlands, and Poland. Okay, when that happens, I'm like, okay, we need to put this up for auction. This is Elvis Presley, $75 star. Elvis, 1960. Everybody's got the fever. This is a record store day. It's on green and yellow vinyl. It's sealed, a $75 star. That's now up for bid, okay? Bo Diddley, 15, 17. Any Skinner, not to my knowledge. Bo Diddley, 20. And the last bid on the Beatles was 22 with Will Smithson. I want to make sure everybody's done, okay? This is a buy it now best offer, $75 start on Elvis. The 5 Royals Sing For You is $19.99. This is a reissue label. Like I said, the OGs of these are pretty desirable if you go check that out. But that's not bad. A 70s press probably. And then over here we have Ram, one of my favorites from Paul McCartney. We're so sorry, Uncle Albert. $34.99. Elvis does have a bid with Regina for $75. Rank and File is $9.99. The OJs, Super Bad. The OJs is $24.99. Don't see that one as often. Chick Corea, Touchstone. Don't see that one as often. $14.99. And The Last Mile Remembers While They Last. That is $29.99. The Last Mile Remembers While They Last. Okay, unless this is some kind of... Okay, I know how much this is. $29.99 sealed. Metallica, $5.98 EP, Garage Days Revisited. $29.99. That is sealed. Pricing some stuff over here live and in the flesh. $29.99. Elvis is right here. It is Elvis 1960. Everybody's got the fever. 3 LP record store day, limited edition compilation. It is on VPI. It is on the VPI label. VPI label. Alert. $100 silver is breaking news. Gosh. Is the world ever going to slow down? Metallica, $29.99. That is sealed, and that's a buy it now, so to recall. Okay? There's that. And then next over here is Ram. I will do $30 on Ram. Very clean copy. I love that one. And then Matthew Hendon on the Royals for $12. Let's sell that to Matthew Hendon for $12. And then Ram 23. Y'all are getting closer. Matt Nichols next on Metallica. Okay, and then Elvis, the track list. Elvis, oh my gosh. Well, side, there's a bunch on here. Can somebody go copy and paste this? Did Craig just do it? Look at it. There it is. It just there is 15, 26, 38, 48, 59. There's 7,589,000 tracks on there. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of music for $75. Stone the Crows, Teenage Leaks, a 1971 UK. Fred Carnell offered $40 for this last night. I said, Fred, it's sticker price. I said, Fred, it's sticker price. Maybe he's watching right now. He offered 40. ZZ Top Afterburner, $24.99. Michael, Craig just shared the track listing. Look at all that. It's a lot of outtakes and demos and stuff like that. Sounds like some really cool Elvis listening. Look at all that stuff. Oh my gosh. There's like realistically like 70 plus tracks on there. Ella and Berlin, Mac the Knife, that's $19.99. And Earl Clue's a MoFi pressing, $59.99 for Earl Clue late night guitar. All right, I didn't see another bid on the Beatles in a long time, so we got to sell this. This is with Will Smithson at $22. Will Smithson at $22, and that's sold. Now, Regina's had the bid for $75 on Elvis. There's been 3 questions, and no one's asked about it. So I'm assuming nobody else wants to bid. If you do, I think by now you would have bid 76 or more. So I'm going to give that one more chance. Final call on Elvis, $75. There's none for sale in the United States on Discogs. Bo Diddley, the last bid that came in on Bo Diddley over here was Michael Nath at 20, then Steve Mason at 21. So Steve Mason has that at 21. Let's move over Elvis, 1960. Everybody's got the fever. We're about to sell it for $75. The Metallica buy now went to Rick Hall. We got a request for whatever the Mazzy is. Ram was marked $34.99. We had an offer for 22. I said 30. Then we had an offer for 23. I said 30. Then we had an offer for 27. I said 30. Shape on ZZ Top. The ZZ Top I've shown is Afterburner. It's got 3 punch holes in the cover. It has the original on her sleeve, and there's no condition notes on the vinyl, $24.99. Then somebody offered $15. Then James Chilcott offered $51 for both ZZ Top. A lot of activity all of a sudden on the ZZ Tops. We have an offer, a question, another question, a bundle offer question, and now Elvis is at 80. Now Elvis is at 81. And now Bo Diddley's at 22, which means somebody got outbid, and that somebody on Bo Diddley was Steve Mason, okay? So what we're going to do, we have a pass on ZZ Top. So Jason Anderson, you're first at 15. The offer I have for both of them is $51, okay? So 51 minus 15, that would be him more paying full price on this and 16 for this. So if you want just this ZZ Top, here, Afterburner Jason, I'll sell it to you for $19. $19 will buy that one, okay? And then if not, I'm going to take James Chilcott's offer for 51 for the pair. Elvis got a new bid for 80. Bo Diddley, 22. Elvis, 81. Elvis, 80. He says pass on the first ZZ Top. Bobby Rodell, 750. Sold to Mike Torres. He offered 51 for both. He says, will you do both for 51? He says, it says 5-1. Not 1-5. It says 5-1. They're stickered. The sticker price on both of them are $60. He offered 51 for both. That says 5-1, not 1-5. And then Elvis 85, another 85. Jason Anderson says he'll take this for $19. Okay. So Eliminator's still available if you want to make an offer, James Chilcott, just on that one. Joe Simon, the choking kind, $19.99. And Jimmy Heath, Love and Understanding. Jimmy Heath is a 1973 press, $99.99. Jimmy Heath, somebody was trying to buy that last night. Ray Red, boy, he already knew it was coming up. I'm still at 27 at Ram. I'm still at 30. And Pennypacker has first dibs anyway. They hadn't actually said pass yet. Ram is 30. Listen, you're going to thank me later, okay? Bo Diddley out, so to Michael Nath for 25. Elvis out, so it's between 2 people. Michael Manning and Regina. Regina's 85 came in first. Michael Manning, you're out. She has it for $85. Next is another auction, and this is going to be Booker T and the MGs, the T set. This is a 69 USOG Pittman, and the note from Paul is super nice. In shrink, And this is really nice vinyl, which is unusual, as y'all know, on this one, okay? So there's that. 15 on those ZZ Top. I've already been offered twice that much. Essentially, in that bundle deal that I turned down because I sold you the other one, I've already been offered twice that much almost. We have the tubes remote control, $24.99, and the turning point is $9.99, okay? So, 51. So, I mean, I've been better off taking his bundle deal at 51. So probably the best thing to do is say, I'll go ahead and take the other ZZ Top for $32. Now, we have 1 second on RAM. Now somebody else has made an offer. Now we have an offer on Jimmy Heath. Now there's somebody else asking about Jimmy Heath. Jimmy Heath is $99.99, a 1973, part of the 30,000 jazz records we bought. If you haven't heard the news, there's about 29,950 jazz records sitting in the back, or I should say 29,000. We've probably already processed 1,000 of them. This was marked $100. We got an offer for $65. David, I'll do $85. I'll do $85 on that one. And then over here, we have Elvis out. It's Michael Manning's at $90. Regina, you've been outbid. And then Booker T's a $15 start. Let's keep going in here. We got Jimmy Smith, any number can win. Jimmy Smith is $24.99. And Expression, John Coltrane, 1973, $49.99. Jason Anderson gets ZZ Top for $30. Okay, that's sold. Ray Red gets Jimmy Heath for $75. That's sold. Next is Caravan, Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, 1982 pressing, $36. Regina, you're out on Elvis. Michael Manning has it for $90. Booker T's a $15 start. It's an OG and shrink and really nice, near mint, $15 start on that. Next is I'm going to price something straight out of this crate. We have a whole bunch of stuff over here. I hope y'all ready. Elvis has a new bid for $91. We got the showdown at OK Corral for Elvis Presley right now. Guns are drawn. Everybody's looking over their shoulder. They're like, where could this go? Who knows? What is Chad pulling out of the crate? We don't know. He is pulling it out, and he's about to price it. Oh, my gosh, what does he have in his hands? You've got to be kidding me. One just sold for $59.99 sealed. What about Shop Active? How about in the United States? There's only 5. This is sealed for $59.99. Eddie Vedder, and this is called Save It for Later, Room at the Top. It's a 12-inch single blue vinyl, sealed $59.99. Okay? Sealed $59.99. All right? That's Eddie Vedder. Sold to Stephen Parton. See how quick that was? Hopefully everybody's paying attention. What did I say? Yeah, $59.99. He says pass. No problem. That's still available for $59.99. All right, I'm ready for some good Japanese. You've already missed about 300 if you're just getting on. You've already missed about 300. We have Elvis at 90. Then we had a bid for 91. Okay? And then Booker T has a bid for 15. Booker T has a bid for 16. Booker T has a bid for 18. Okay? Now, the next thing that I have was we have 5 people all chomping at the bits for Paul McCartney Ram, this OG US, and it's like 3 people are within $3 of buying it. I'm sticking to my guns. I'm not reducing it anymore. $30 buys it. It's clean. It's nice. It's OG. Who wants it? Steve says he'll take it. He's been negotiating over $1 for a half hour. Thank you. See how easy that was? See how quick that was, Jim B? The Coma soundtrack, $24.99 for Coma. Coma. Booker T's at $20, and then the Tootsie soundtrack is $24.99. And then we have Starland Vocal Band, sealed, 1978 U.S. Soft Rock, $9.99. Now Elvis is at 95. Regina, you're out. Now Booker T's at 20, and now we're about to put up another auction. Let's see this right here. Oh, my gosh. Get ready for fireworks, everybody. It could turn into the 4th of July here in just any second. I know it's a really cold night here in Tennessee. There's ice all over the ground. But I have something from the band called Tesla. Tesla. This is sealed. It is called Reel to Reel 2. This was new $60 on Record Store Day. Sealed Tesla, a $35 start. We've had 3 questions about Caravan. That's the name of the album by Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers. $36.99. The first person who asked on this was Boontar. It is Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, $36.99. Elvis is at 96. Tesla's at 45. Vitamin E sharing. Vitamin E sharing is $49.99. $49.99. And we have Boz Scaggs Middleman, sealed. Boz Scaggs, $19.99. One second. I'm sending a message over here. Okay. So up at the top, Elvis 96, Tesla 35, Tesla 45, Tesla 47, Tesla 40, Tesla 50, Tesla 35, pass, Tesla 50. What's the price on Art Blakey? What was Art Blakey? Art Blakey Caravan. Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, 1982, $36.99. Tesla Reel to Reel Volume 2. Tesla out, Tesla 50. Out on Booker T, Tesla 55. So the last bid on Booker T was Charlie DeFrank at $20. This is sold to Charlie DeFrank at $20. Now Tesla's at $60. Elvis is between 2 people, Michael Manning and Regina Tabor. Regina has it for $96. It's up to Michael Manning. Roger Ramjet, now Michael Manning just bid $100. Now Tesla's at $60. This is up to Adam Bernardi. If not, it's sold to Roger Ramjet. Next, we have Andy Gibb After Dark. That's sealed for $14.99. The Everly Brothers Greatest Hits. That's sealed for $9.99. Cool and the Gang Ladies Night. That's sealed at $29.99. Salso Orchestra. This is an advanced promo copy. That is $29.99. And over here, we have Sand. Sand is a 1973 U.S. country rock psych prog album, $49.99. Adam Bernardi passes, so this is sold to Roger Ramjet. Okay, let's put up another auction right quick. And the next thing I have is from the Japanese pile from the new buy, Willie Nelson soundtrack of Honeysuckle Rose. This is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing, beautiful jacket, gatefold. It has both LPs, which are near mint minus and pristine, and Willie Nelson's a $35 start. Tesla is at $65 right now, and Elvis is at $100. It's up to Regina on that one. Next is Anita Ward's Sweet Surrender. That's sealed for $14.99. Baidu and the Orchestra, Eastern Man. That's $9.99. And Anita Ward's Songs for Love. Back-to-back Anita Ward's almost. Those are both sealed OGs for $14.99. Celio and Capono, Night Music, a white label promo. That is also available, $9.99. All right, I'm ready to price something. We're so sorry. Uncle Albert. We're so sorry if we caused you any pain. $29.99. Sealed. Screaming Trees. Weird Things Are Happening. Sealed. Screaming Trees. Weird Things Are Happening. $29.99. Sealed. Screaming Trees. Weird Things Are Happening. $29.99. Willie Nelson already has a bid for $35. And let's put this right over here. And then Elvis just got a new bid for $105. We're not done on that. We also have Anthony White. Could It Be Magic? Anthony White is $99.99. A 1976 U.S. white label promo, disco funk soul, $99.99. Also, Emil Nargi, It's Now or Never. He kind of looks like Elvis, doesn't he? Emil. Emil is a disco funk 12-inch single of an unknown year, $9.99. So Elvis is up to Michael Manning. Regina has it for $105. Tesla. The last bid that came in on this was Stanley Richmond at $68. Tesla Reel to Reel Volume 2 is a Record Store Day edition from I don't know when. Here, I'll scan it again and tell you. This is... this is 2025 red vinyl. Willie Nelson has two $35 bids. Justin Chase, you were in second. How much is HS? HS was this is near mint minus and pristine Japanese press. Oh, it's a spanking copy. Very, very nice. Elvis has a new bid for $150. Michael has pushed in a lot of chips. He's at $150. Now, Regina, it goes back to you. He's called your bid and raised. He's at 150. Tesla's now at 70. We also have the Tony Bennett, Bill Evans album, 1975 US, $24.99. Did I not tag you for Screaming Trees? What did I do with that? Did I put it? I could have swore. I must have not said sold. Screaming Trees sold to Stephen Parton. I never did even say that. That sold to him. And then Linda Ronstadt and the Nelson Recital Orchestra. What's new? $69.99. El Chicano, the best of everything. That's sealed $19.99. And then Kenny Dorham Quintet, 61 US Stereo OG. Kenny Dorham is $69.99. Willie Nelson 38, Willie Nelson 40, Tesla 35, Willie Nelson 40, Willie Nelson 36, and then Elvis at 150. We just got to make sure Regina's done. Let me price something else over here. We've been having a lot of these this week. I think we already had like volumes 3 and 4, and this is a pretty cool set they've been doing. Let me scan this one and get you a price. And these are, let's see here, 40, let's say $49.99. The Complete Stacks Volt Singles, Volume 4, sealed $49.99. Volume 4, $49.99. The Complete Stacks Volt Singles, Volume 4, $49.99. Okay. And if I can get this in a sleeve, it might be a challenge. Let's do it backwards. Yeah, it might work like that. Yeah. It's going to be tough. Next time you take the sleeve off of it, you might have to like rip it open, but that'll at least protect the shrink wrap around it. There we go. $49.99. Not really made to have a sleeve put on it, or you almost need like a box set sleeve. Okay, Kenny Dorham, moving on. That's sold to Brent for $49.99. Stack singles gone. Elvis is sold to Michael Manning for $150. Regina says out. I give up. She's going to put on Gunsmoke and just start getting her brain off something else because she can't win an Elvis auction. She's like, well, screw this. I'm just going to put on Gunsmoke and go to sleep. That's sold for $150. That's sold to Michael Manning. What about Tesla? Boy, where have we got to? 75 with Stanley Richmond. Are we done? Jeremy Rourke, it's up to you. And then Willie Nelson's at 44. And then moving on, we got J.J. Johnson, Kai Winding. That's sealed for $19.99. We have Hillbilly Jazz sealed for $19.99. And we have Hoagie Carmichael Sings. Hoagie Sings Carmichael, sealed $14.99. Button Down Brass, Cops and Robbers, 1977 UK, $19.99. And Peter Dean in Fun City, $9.99. Okay, let's see what this next record was here. All right, let's scan and see what we got going on here. Now, I messed up and said the name earlier already, so I might have to be fair and run it on auction regardless of what I see here. This pulls up 3 different pressings. Smoke with purple, reissue, black, and translucent black smoke. So I really don't know what we got going on here, but this is a sealed Mazzy Star, so tonight I might see a $25 start. And it's going to be one of these 3 versions. The 2024 Smoke with purple and black splatter, the 2024 black vinyl reissue, or the 2025 Record Store Day repress on purple translucent black smoke. One of those. So it's up for bid, $25 start. And because I accidentally said the title earlier, and 3 people said, Mazzy Star, do what, Chad? Huh? Whoa. Hillbilly Jazz is sold to Roger Ramjet. Mazzy Star 25, Mazzy Star 25, Mazzy Star 28, Mazzy Star 30, Mazzy Star 35. And then Tesla, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sold to Jeremy Rourke for $70. Let's get that in a sleeve. Let's get that in a sleeve. And my crate's full, and we're ready for more stuff. I'm not done with this crate in front of us, though, either. There's still a few more records left in here. Let me go ahead and get this put away. And then the last bid that came in on Willie Nelson, Brent went out. Stephen Douglas about to get it for $44. But let me go ahead and swap out crates right quick. All right. We're so sorry. Uncle Albert, we're so sorry. Okay, and then we have sealed Japanese Letterman, $9.99. Bass Cooking, sealed $74.99. Japanese Bass Players Club, first concert live, Supercharged Horizontal Refreshment, $9.99. The Love Unlimited Orchestra, EX $17.99. Donnie Marie, EX $9.99. White Label Promo, and Munich Machine, VG Plus $14.99. All right, Willie Nelson is sold. Stephen Douglas, $44. Mazzy Star is at $60. Here we go. Got some more stuff. Got some more stuff the straight price. Got some more stuff to put up for auction. And here we go. Here we go. Okay, there's that. There's that. All right, so Mazzy Star, Jason Fornerat, $75. Next, John Cale, Paris, 1919. John Cale is a 1973 OG White Label Promo. It also includes the original inner sleeve, and check this out. It also includes press kit and info sheet, which is somewhere. Where is that? Press kit and info sheet. Oh, right here. It's on the back. This thing right here. Is there something else that goes with it too? Okay, there's the inner sleeve, there's that, and there's the White Label Promo. And the note from Paul, so shrink with that promo still has this flip flap that would have been easily lost if somebody would have took off the shrink wrap. It's a fantastic album, beautiful copy. John Cale, $95 start on that. Let's go right over here. And then how much for the bass player record? The bass player record was $74.99. Bass Cooking, Japanese Bass Players Club, first concert live. An 85 Japanese press, $74.99. Who Got Tesla? You did for $75. And then Roger Ramjet on Music Machine. And then Brent said flag on Tesla, Mazzy Ear, Mazzy Details, Mazzy Color. I miss Mazzy Detail. Holy moly. Make a note. Order anything with the words Mazzy Star on it for next week. Who won Tesla? Tesla was at 75 with Stanley Richmond. I'm pretty sure that's who I said sold to. Stanley bid $75. Steve Mason went out, and I sold it to Stanley for $75. Is there a question of doubt on that one? Okay. Now, all of a sudden, 5 new people have said, hold the fort, Chad. You have a what up for bid, a Mazzy Star. Hold the fort. Brace yourself. When I scan it, there's no other indication of a hop sticker. When I scan it, it pulls up these 3 editions. 2 of them are colored vinyl. Okay? It's at 100, but I think Jason just bid against himself. He just bid against himself. Maybe he's putting in a security bid. Maybe he's putting in a security bid. Okay? So, Mazzy Star, let me read you, since y'all can't see my phone, I will show you what it scans. Okay? So, tonight I might see LP album, record store day reissue, Violet Smoke with purple and black splatter. So tonight I might see LP album reissue, both released 2024. That will be black vinyl. Released 2025, worldwide, Capitol Records. Now, tonight I'm pulling stuff straight out of a bin, and I don't have much information other than when I scan it. I'm pricing stuff on the fly. So for those that like to see the label, the year, the pressing, the color, the barcode, the matrix, some of these auctions will not have that tonight. I'm scanning them, and I'm showing you what versions pull up, and I'm either just pricing it or I'm putting it up for auction. Now, for those that like to see the label, the back of the cover, the front of the cover, the inner sleeve, the barcode, the matrix, the year, the producer, the credits, most of that won't be available tonight. Right now, the high bid on this is $75, and I'm promising you, if you want it, you're probably going to have to bid at least $100, because Jason Fornerat already jumped the gun, but he has it right now at $75. And then John Cale Paris is at $95. I have over here next to me in these clear tubs about 8,000 records. They're either Japanese, they're either new and sealed, they're either record store day, they're audiophile, or they're box sets or bootlegs. And I'm putting them out one at a time, and we're either pricing them or we're putting them up for auction. And then I still got stuff that's been advertised where Paul and Laura has actually already done the detailed research where they've took it and they've went and they've looked it up. They figured out exactly what version it is, which takes days and weeks and sometimes years. Yellow Magic. Yellow Magic is called Orchestra. It is a 1979 USOG. It is unopened. Paul says it's possibly on yellow vinyl. Once again, it is a sealed record. And sealed records, when you scan them, unless there's a hop sticker that tells you, sometimes you cannot confirm what version it is unless you open it. That's what's going on with Mazzy Star. So sometimes when you scan these barcodes, it happened last night on a Tool record. When you scan these, it can pull up 100 versions. You might have to take another 20 minutes to figure out what you have. We don't have time for that. I'm just saying, here it is. Here's what it could be. And I'm putting it up for a fair start like Yellow Magic, $30. Anybody else want anything in here? He's about to get Mazzy Star for $75. He's about to get John Cale for $95. And now Yellow Magic's up. Okay? We have two more over here, and then I'm about to go get another handful. Busy night tonight. Crazy. Snow apocalypse. Everybody's like, good gosh, we better buy these records while we can before a snowstorm blows away Chad. He's already army crawled to the store through broken glass and ice and risked his life to get here to do this tonight. We better start bidding on stuff. We done? Okay. That was a lot of propaganda I just fed everybody. I'm a propaganda machine. Let's find another crate. We've already went through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 crates tonight that was already been gone through once already this week. And I think there's some more over here. If not, then we're really going to get to the point where I just keep pricing stuff because I'm trying to find stuff I hadn't took offers on yet, which honestly is getting pretty thin over here. There's like 3 crates left. That's a leftover Hatchet Ed. And then this one, I feel like I've already took offers on that one. So I think we're down to 1 crate here, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I don't think I've took offers on these. So let's try it, and then let's see what happens, okay? This is Mazzy Star, and this is sold to Jason Fornerat for $75. Okay? Sold to Jason Fornerat for $75. Gabor Zabo already sold for $145 minimum bid. John Cale sold for $95 minimum bid. Lucas Hanoft. $95 Lucas Hanoft. Yellow Magic doesn't have a bid yet. $30 start. Possibly on yellow vinyl. Right now, advertised auctions. Let's go through and see what is left over here in my bin. Plus the stuff I've already priced live tonight. Vintage Rolexes. I would if we could get our hands on them. That's like also saying, Chad, I wish you would sell more autographed Led Zeppelin records. We have Men at Work Cargo. Japanese press. That was a no bid, $35. The Body and Soul of Freddie Hubbard. That was a no bid. A 65 US stereo repress with company or sleeve. A Strong EX, RVG and Dead Wax, $85. Linda Ronstadt was priced live tonight. The early years. Record Store Day 2 LP. Linda Ronstadt is $89.99. Spinal Tap was priced live tonight. The End Continues. $29.99. Spinal Tap. The End Continues. $29.99. Sealed. Charlie Brown Christmas. Vince Guaraldi Trio. The 60th anniversary with the pop-up cover. It is sealed. $59.99. Here's another no bid. Memphis Soul Band. Soul Cowboy. A 1969 USOG Soul Jazz Funk album. A top copy and shrink wrap near mint. $45. B.B. King was priced live tonight. B.B. King, Broadcasting the Blues, live from Germany and Sweden. Record Store Day Black Friday, sealed $44.99. Eddie Vedder, Save it for later. Room at the top, a 12-inch single, blue vinyl, record store day, $59.99. Yellow Magic has a bid for $30, final call. Men at Work has an offer and then a claim. So, Will, it's yours, but it will be $35. If anybody wants these or want to make an offer, let me know. Michael Dath got BB King for $44.99. Thank you. Where the heck's my water at? Goodness gracious. I need this. Let's look at Otis right quick. Thank you. I just drank an entire bottle of water. Joe DeGaldo needs a pack of outer sleeves added to his order. Okay. That was my knees. That felt really good. That was a good reset. Now I need some chocolate-covered raisins. Whew. Men at Work is sold to Jason Anderson for $35. Charlie DeFrank offered $40 for Soul Cowboy. Sold to Charlie DeFrank for $40. And Yellow Magic is sold to Will Smithson for $30. All right, here we go. We're about to go through a crate of Buy Now Best Offer. Not before we find some more stuff to price. And folks, that's spelled P-R-I-C-E, not the other way. That's price. Next auction, Japanese pressing from this new collection. It's Eric Clapton, Just One Night, a double LP, live Eric Clapton. Very nice gatefold jacket with the inserts. Clapton, a $35 start. That's now for bid. Flagged. Steve Mason got Yellow Magic. Is that not what I said? Steve Mason got Yellow Magic for $30. If that's not what I said, then I didn't mean to say whatever I said that I was saying. Squim. Squimmed on Twitch. Steve Mason. Squim got it. Squim, you were the person. Okay, we've went through another one of these clear tubs over here of records. Let me go grab some more. I got some more stacks. And there's a couple 7-inch singles tucked down between these. Okay, so that's some good looking stuff. Let me grab these. And then there's another tub here I need to crack open. That one got broke somehow. That's not good. And then this guy bought sometimes as much as 7 or 10 copies of the same record when a new release would come out. So like something came out he really liked, he would buy 7 and 10 copies of it. I mean, whatever this record is right here, he bought 1, 2, 3. Oh, they're all different variants too. Oh, golly. I think there's Mammoth over here, and there's 12 copies, and they're all different. 7 or 8 of them are all different. Golly, look at all this. This is incredible. Okay, let me grab a handful of here, and I grab a handful out of here. God, what a collection. Man, I know one thing. If you collect records, don't ever plan on moving, okay? Because some people have to move, and they get into a bind logistically, not financially, but sometimes just logistically. And they're just like, man, I'm moving halfway across the country into a smaller house, an apartment or something. I just can't take these with me. And instead of paying storage on them, sometimes they decide to sell them. So I'm going to say this right now. If you plan on selling record or collecting records, I'd make sure you're in a pretty permanent location. Okay. All right. Time to get right back into it. I'm going to price that. We might price that. We'll auction those. If that's an OG, that's insane. I think we recently just had this, but we'll put it up for auction. I think these recently just came in. Here's live Stevie Ray Vaughan. This is sealed. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Don't Mess with Texas. The classic 1987 broadcast, a 2LP live Stevie Ray Vaughan, $35 on that. Okay? Clapton has a bid for $35. How about another guitarist? There's Stevie Ray Vaughan for $35. Do we have a Jimi Hendrix record over here? That would be great. And yeah, but well, I just pulled out about 10 new records, but these all kind of need, let's see, I probably can price these two and that one. All right, I'll price those, but let's go ahead and show this crate that's already priced. And these are going to be buy it now, best offer. Here we go. Michael Nath moved his collection. Well, if you buy these right here, it's pretty amazing. I don't know if I think that was the situation with this. I don't really know. I just know we buy stuff, but I don't know what the situation was. I think this guy may have been moving. Chicago 8 and Chicago Street Player, both records in one. $19.99 on Chicago. We have Manhattan Focus sealed, a 1979 Japanese OG Fusion record, $54.99. And then Wynton Marsalis. This is $14.99. Wynton Marsalis. Chet Baker, Grande Del Jazz, $9.99 for Chet Baker. Steve Mason said Chicago 16. That's sold to Steve Mason for $16. All right, and bear with me as I price some of this stuff. Let me basically unlock Discogs here. And the app is buggy, so every time I price something, I got to close it back out. Is this on Fruit Punch? It is maroon opaque. Yeah, they called it Fruit Punch too. This is $29.99. Beastie Boys licensed the eel. $29.99 on that. It's new and sealed. It's on maroon or Fruit Punch colored vinyls, I think is what they were calling it. So $29.99 on the sealed Beastie Boys. All right, and I've got my handy dandy price gun next to me over here. And there's that, and I'm just going to put those right over there. All right, we're going to sell both of those for $35. Adam Bernardi on Chet Baker, and TBI got Winston for $12. Those are sold and sold. I need to put Tracy's Franklin half over here before I forget about it. Don't want anything to happen to that. 1962. Boom. Boom. It's just one of those days. All right. Paul Harden on BB for Beastie Boys. So to Paul Harden. Thank you, $29.99. Moving on, we have Men at Work sealed, 2 hearts, sealed with hop sticker, $24.99. This is Al Kaiola, Caiola. That is a 84 Japanese mono, $29.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold for $35 to Steve Mason. And Deadhead Jim also gets the Clapton for $35. So those are sold, and those are sold. Let me put those away. I might have to go right back over there and get another handful because I ran into a big pocket of stuff that's pretty much all auctions, but that's okay. And let me finish cleaning out the rest of these bins I have over here for tonight. Some of the no bids left over and other miscellaneous stuff. I get into that kind of stuff on Saturday because a week or two worth of accumulations, and I didn't get to do it last week because I wasn't here last Saturday. So we end up with a lot of leftover stuff. So here's 2 more from last week bonus auctions I never got to. Crank. Crank is a Metal Blades record release. It's called Hideous. It's a 1986 USOG Metal Blade with lyric insert and merch form. Near mint minus, $25 start on that. And then one of my favorites, George Harrison's All Things Must Pass. George Harrison, All Things Must Pass, is a Capitol Purple label repress from 1978. It's VG, a $25 start on George Harrison. 3 LPs and inner sleeves, no poster. Crank 25, George Harrison 25. And then I have a music on vinyl press of Mad Season. It appears it's never been opened. Usually you can tell if it's perforation, but nice music on vinyl press, $35 start. $35 start on that, okay? So Crank, George Harrison, Mad Season. Next is Shuko Mizuno's Jazz Orchestra 75. Toshiki Miyama and the New Herd plus All-Star Guest. 1975 Japanese OG with book, $79.99. The Roy Merriweather Trio, Soul Invader, sealed for $19.99. And we have over here, One Night Stand, a keyboard event, $9.99 on that. Also, Ann Arbor Blues and Jazz Festival, recorded live at Otis Spann Memorial Field. 1973 USOG, $24.99. George Harrison, 32. Crank, 25. And George Harrison, 25. So right now, Crank is at one bid, 25. George Harrison has 2. Matthew Hendon has it. Paul Harden, you're out. Mad Season's a $35 start. Flower is $9.99. And that girl from, oh no, Ipanema, Esther Gilberto, $39.99. I can hear it in my head, the way she sings that in syllable by syllable. Okay. You go over here and Discogs. All right, so we got another, what did I price that other one for? Was that another crate? I believe 39. Here's volume 3 for whoever bought the other volume. I think it's Brent Robley. Here's volume 3 of the stacked singles. We sold the other one for $49.99. Okay. This one will be $39.99. Stacked singles, volume 3, Volt, $39.99. I'm just going by what I'm seeing over here. But that one's a little bit cheaper, it seems like, than the other one. So $39.99 on that one. Stacked singles is available. We had some of the other volumes earlier this week already. So it looks like the person bought the complete set. We go ahead and get this into a sleeve. Protect the shrink wrap. But like I said, whoever buys this, you might have to literally rip it open out of the sleeve. But I'll protect it there. $39.99. Brent, can you hear me calling? That's a little bit cheaper than the other one. There's volume 3. Put that right there. And I think there's another one. How much is this? This is $39.99. It's a 1977 USOG. $39.99. Okay, Mad Season. One bid, $35. We're about to sell it. And then George Harrison. I'm going to make sure that Paul Harden didn't want to bid again. He did bid 33. So that means Matthew Hendon, you're out. And Mad Season's now at 37. I don't think Brent's on anymore, so we'll go ahead and tag stacks to Michael Nath. And then the last bid on Crank was 32, was Steve Mason. All right. Okay. Moving on. These are all bought now best offer. We have Michelle Freeman, a 1979 white label disco funk electronic, $14.99. Chinatown is sold. Yes. Hugh Muscella, Uptown Ship, sealed for $14.99. And then we have Franco Ambrosetti, and that is sealed at $14.99. We got Mark's Vibes, Marky Markowitz Sextet with Al Coon and John Bunch, $9.99. And this is Max Roach, a 1980 U.S. audiophile press, sealed $49.99. Out on George Harrison. So this is sold to Paul Harden for $33. Thank you, Paul. That's sold to you for $33. Now Mad Season's at $41. And Crank is at $35, now $36. Okay? So that's still getting a couple bids. Next is the Sherazade, London Symphony Orchestra, Loris Terjevinkoi-Rian, something of that nature. It's a Japanese pressing, sealed, $19.99 a stirred, and Kaola, $35. That will be this record and this record right here. Ada Bernardi, I will sell you both of these here. I will sell you this one for $30 and this one for $20. That'll be $20 off. That would be $50. $20 and $30 would be $50 for those. And then we have switched on Brandenburgs, the complete concertos. That is sealed, has to be mastered, $34.99. Looks like we're ready for another auction. And whatever else I was going to price right here. This looks interesting. Let me see what this variant's selling for. All right. And Discogs. I got to close it out, reopen it, and then hit the scan button. And okay, so this last sold June for $70, but that was an outlier. And then active, okay, $30. This is sealed, $34.99. The Rolling Stones Hackney Diamonds Los Angeles Dodgers cover variant. Los Angeles Dodgers cover variant. Hackney Diamonds, the Rolling Stones, $34.99. And it's on white vinyl. And it's on white vinyl. Los Angeles Dodgers cover variant. Mad Season is not numbered. No, this is not numbered. So the Rolling Stones' newest album, Hackney Diamonds, they did a collaboration with the they did a collaboration with the MLB teams and did cover variants for all MLB teams. Crank is sold to Steve Mason for $36. The Mad Season's at $43. We're doing some research on that. The Van Gogh piece. The Van Gogh piece is right here. This is from Minika Polinska, which is a company that's been doing these silver limited edition art prints. This is Van Gogh Skull, 1887, 1888. They did 1,000. It is exactly 1 ounce pure silver. Very cool. It's proofed on the back, and of course, it's printed just like the artwork on the front. That's $250. $250 on that. So I will take it and put it on a separate invoice. Okay? All right, so this is sold to Michael Hamburger for $250. And what we need to do is make a note for Ed or whoever's tagging, that goes on a separate invoice. By the way, if you're buying silver, if you're buying any kind of silver or bullion from us, Tanner keys all that in separately. There's no sales tax on silver. The state of Tennessee, no sales tax. So if you're used to paying tax, all this bullion you're getting, the price you're paying is that price. And some people found out some of these other wholesale websites where you see these prices I'm already beating. Well, not only am I beating a lot of those prices right now, but also those prices don't include the fact that you have to pay sales tax, just FYI. Okay, thank you on that. I don't have Yankees to my knowledge. And then Hoopy got Mad Season for $43. Let me see if I can fit that into a sleeve. And let's keep going. Let's keep right into it. Okay. We have right now sleet soon. Expect to start at your location at 11:25. Winter weather advisory. Stay indoors. Oh no, I am indoors. That's good. Okay. Oh yeah, and I forgot to tag these for Adam Bernardi. Sorry. So tag this one to Adam Bernardi for 30 and tag this one to Adam Bernardi for 20. Almost forgot about those. I would have remembered on the recap though. Bebop Professors, a 1982 Japanese import, $9.99. All right, let's see what's going on over here. We need new auctions for sure. So for that being said, let me take this and let's start digging around in one of these new bonus crates, or the bonus crate I hadn't finished this week. Here is the Scorpions, hot and heavy, but unfortunately, it's really low grade. It's G plus condition. Who's hot and who's heavy? The Scorpions is a $1 start. It's a 1982 German OG compilation with heavy wear, G plus condition, $1 start. I'm actually glad I have some tagged with information. I feel bad putting up some stuff that I'm just kind of throwing up. That's not research, but that's the only way I can do it tonight, not having my staff here today. So there's the Scorpions. Here's a Saxon. We'll wait on that one because Scorpions already start with an S, and we'll put up Van Halen. It's also a pretty low-grade record. It's G plus, VG minus. It is playable. It's a $10 start on Van Halen. There's a couple lower-grade hard rock albums there. And rock, hard rock and rock, whatever you want to call it. All right, the Coca-Cola, yes, I have 3 of these left. I got 2 sealed and I got 1 open. This is from PAMP. It's a 2025 Niu Coca-Cola Holiday silver bottle, 1 ounce silver, $149.99. 1 ounce silver, and yes, the Scorpions bass player just passed away. $149.99. It's 1 ounce silver. You get a lot of premium cool stuff with this. You get a replica vintage 50 style Coke machine that also doubles as a bank, and inside is the 1 ounce proof. It looks like a Coca-Cola tall boy, 1 ounce silver, and these are now just $149.99. We started with 10 of these, I think, when silver was $64 an ounce, and we're down to 3, and now silver is $103 an ounce, $149.99. It's from Niu. It's 2025, really cool with the Christmas theme. And this. So when you take out the coin, if you wanted to take out the coin and the packaging, you know, the foam that it's sitting in, it will double also as a bank. Pretty cool. And they're $149.99. And I have 3, 2 are sealed. They come in this box. Coca-Cola. $149.99. Let's go ahead and sell those last 3. Next is Scorpions 1. Adam Bernardi on Bebop. Scorpions 1. Ray Red said Boom 35. Boom 35. This is sold to Ray Red for 35. This record here, yeah, awesome artwork on this one. Rimsky-Korsakov, Scheherazade, London Symphony Orchestra, Loris Terzian Nakovorian. And this is sealed. It's Japanese. That sounds like classical type music, $19.99. Then the Van Halen got a bid for 10, then Scorpions 3, then 4, then 5, then 7, and Bebop already sold to Adam Bernardi. We have Wilson, that's all. Phil Wilson 5 with Al Coon and John Bunch. That is sealed, $14.99. Discount the open one, $125. That will be a pass. They're $149 open or sealed. Back to music, Theo Vaness, 1978 Disco Funk, $9.99. Joseph Clark on Scheherazade, and this is sealed and now sold to him for $15. Van Halen's at $12. And we have Focus 3, a 1972 Dutch import, $19.99 on that. Soul Flutes, Trust in Me, a 1968 white label promo post-bop cool jazz, $14.99. And Enrico Rava, The Pilgrim and the Stars, a 1975 U.S. sealed, $19.99. Let's price something. I haven't priced anything in a few moments. I got a bunch of stuff right here behind me. Danny, I'm going to break some bad news to you, okay? I know you're not a man. You're a man who insists on hearing bad news immediately. Vito Clorione. If you're like him, I got bad news. I have no silver on sale tonight. Oh, I'm sorry. I have no silver on sale tonight. This is sealed. Stained is $24.99. Confessions of the Fallen. Orange with black and white splatter. Stained is $24.99. $24.99. Confessions of the Fallen. Black and white orange splatter. Flag. Scheherazade 16. I bid before you sold it. Okay. Let's see where your comment fell compared to his. Because he asked what it was possibly before you. Oh boy, here we go. Okay, what was the record that had the crazy name and had a knot on the front? Joseph Clark. Then he offered 15. Between that, there was 3 comments, and none of them were some Steve Mason. And then I sold it, and then Steve Mason said, flag, Scheherazade 16, I bid before you sold it. Now, are you saying before he asked what it was, you submitted an offer for 16? I'll be glad to scroll through here, but now we're getting to the point where it would have been well before that. So one or two things happen. You sent an offer. I have no idea. I don't see that anywhere on here. If you did, I don't think either at A, it came through, or maybe B, it was clear enough. And then Pilgrim, we have an offer on 12 for Adam Bernardi. That's sold. Scott Oman got stained. That was sold to him a sticker. And then we have, right after he bid 15. Well, that still wouldn't have gave you dibs. That still wouldn't have gave him you dibs. He still would have got it. Basically, you're saying you want him to pay $1 more, but I've already said sold to him for 15. So it's still sold to him for 15. I just didn't see where you were going to make him pay $1 more. It's all right. It's still sold to him for 15. And it still didn't pop up on my screen either way. I'm looking at it right here. So next is how's everything? You still didn't have dibs either way. Now he could have passed like, oh crap, I don't want to pay 16 bucks. I just want to pay 15 bucks. Give it to Steve Mason then. I already said sold to him for 15. Sato Wannabe live in Budokan. How's everything? Sealed $14.99. All of a sudden, records start looking cool to somebody, and they're like, all right, I'm going to out-offer this joker. I'm going to offer more than what he offered and increase my chances because I waited too late to submit my first offer. Steve, you got to be faster than that, buddy. You need to start offering on everything. Boom, boom. Just as soon as I'm showing a record, you submit an offer immediately. The Loreno Almeida Trio, Artistry and Rhythm, sealed, $14.99. Las Vegas 3 a.m., Lloyd Ellis Quintet with Carl Fontana, sealed for $14.99, okay? Are you going to do Silver Mania? I'm going to show, I've already done a lot tonight, but we'll try to show some more. Let's go over these one more time. The Scorpions is an 82 German OG. It's a compilation, G+ condition, low-grade vinyl, and heavy wear, a low-grade copy, and the last bid on the Scorpions was Greg Beddinger at $7, and he's about to get it. Van Halen was also low-grade, VG- G+, and the last bid was Greg Smith at $12. Greg Smith at $12. We sold Stain. We had a question on Van Halen, and now we're near the done, and now Sato is sold for $9 to Adam Bernardi. That's done. We have Slick Funk, the John Birch Quartet. This is sealed $9.99. Street of Dreams, the Ross Tompkins Trio with John Hurd, Jake Hanna, and Nick Ciroli. That's an 83 USOG Jazz, sealed $9.99. California Doings, Dick Carey Septet with Bob Havens, Tommy Newsom, and Ross Tompkins, 82 US Smooth Jazz, $9.99 on that. And Bruce Foreman Quartet, sealed $19.99. All right. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Twitz's sister, You Can't Stop Rock and Roll. It is an 83 USOG, VG-, a specialty press, $10 start on Twisted Sister. Van Halen is officially sold. Now, as soon as I just said that, Fredo put Van Halen Info. He was probably trying to say Van Halen Info. Already sold to Greg Smith for $12. And then Scorpions is sold to Greg Bendinger for $7. Our next auction is Twisted Sister, You Can't Stop Rock and Roll. An 83 USOG specialty pressing, VG-, $10 start. See, Amenities left the feed for a few minutes, and he missed out on a Van Halen. I'm telling you, you cannot leave this chat. You cannot blink your eyes. You cannot step away. You're going to be missing something. Enrico Rava, $14. Enrico Rava. That is going to be somewhere right in here. Enrico Rava. That's got to be somewhere right in here, right? Enrico Rava. Let me figure out if I can find that. Enrico Rava. Is that in here somewhere? It's got to be, right? Where is that? Next thing is Cal Jader, Good Vibes, sealed, $19.99. Twist Sister 10, 12, 15. Do not leave this chat. Do not go try to go do something else. Don't go check on anything. Don't go check on your pie in the oven. I know a lot of y'all right now, I guarantee you, some of y'all are trying to bake pies. It happens every single night. The pie club wakes off. The pie club wakes off. They wake up and they're like, I'm going to start baking pies and watching Chad. And then all of a sudden, pies take priority. And then you start missing auctions because you got to go bake your pies. So at some point every night, you're got to say pie or Chad. Pie or Chad. TLC, Crazy Sexy Cool. A 2012 US reissue, EX VG Plus, $20 start on TLC. That's now up for bid. We have Art Web Love Eyes, $24.99. Chili, it's the cooking club. It happens every night about 11:30. There's all these people, they start cooking across America. They're like, okay, it's 11:30, 12:30 Eastern time. Time to start go cooking. They get up and they get in there and they start peddling with their kitchen. They're fighting with pots and pans. They're doing this, they're doing that. Their dog's barking. They're trying to turn up the volume. They start missing bids. Chaos is in their house. Their kids start waking up. Their kids are supposed to be in bed asleep. Then the wife comes out of the bedroom. What are you in here trying to do? Why are you cooking? It's 11:30. What's wrong with you? Why are you still watching Chad? Then the kids start screaming, and then it's just chaos. And all that could have been averted if you would just kind of kicked back on your couch and just said, hey, I'm just watching Chad, and I'm not going to do anything else. Here is another Stacks complete singles. We'll split the difference on this one. $44.99 sealed. The complete Stack singles volume 2 sealed $44.99. The complete Stack singles volume 2 $44.99. The complete Stack singles volume 2. TLC's at 25 and Twisted Sisters at 22. So Jerry Conklin, you're tied with Steve Mason. He bid first at $22. Stephen Parton, you have outbid Jerry Conklin. So Jerry, you're out on both auctions. But now he's right back in. Stacks, I've sold one for $49, one for $39, and we're going to do this one for $44. Hopefully Michael Nath is watching. Come on, Michael Nath. Or Brent Rival, who bought one of the other ones. We've done one for $49, $39. I'm going to put this one at $44. Golly, y'all and y'all's pies. Okay. We have Disco Mania, Donny Osmond. That's sealed for $14.99. George Benson, In Your Eyes, sealed for $14.99. Devil is a Woman, VG Plus, $14.99. Freddie Hubbard, Sing Me a Song of Song Me, mid-70s US, $24.99. And then the Chris Hines combination, Bamboo Magic, 78 Fusion, $14.99. Maxine Sullivan is sealed, $9.99. And Dave Holland, Emerald Tears, 1978 US, $19.99. Adam Bernardi wants a Coca-Cola. I've got one left sealed and one left open. Same price, Danny. Same price, Danny. One left sealed and one left open. $49.99. Wait till I show you all these beautiful Libertads that I have. These painted, beautiful Libertads. All right. Moving on, folks. This train is still rolling. It's rolling around the bend, and I hadn't seen any records since I don't know when. I'm stuck in Coletco, and TLC is a 2012 U.S. reissue. A 2LP, it's a 2012 U.S. reissue. Disc 1EX, Disc 2 VG Plus. Jerry has it for $32, and Twisted Sister is sold to Steve Mason for $22. Okay, let's put that away. Let's move that right over there. Oh, boy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's time. All right, I got an awesome proof set to auction. Steve Winwood. Bake me a pie of love. Mm-hmm. Bake me a pie of love. Mm-hmm. All right, so this needs to be 55, 25, 12, $95 start. 1962 mint set, proof-like coins, a half, a quarter, a dime, all silver with rainbow toning around the edge, all uncirculated, including the nickel and the penny. A 1962 mint set, and this original vintage kind of plastic holder here, that is a $95 start. 1962, that's now up for bid. $95 start on that. Let's put up another auction. Stone Fury from the bonus crate. Stone Fury Burns Like a Star. A 1985 USOG. 1985 USOG Gloversville press. EX edition, a $15 start on Stone Fury. Anybody else on this crate before we do something else? And that's something else. It's something you're going to want to see. Sir, you're going to want to see this. Is there tax on the Coca-Cola machine? No, that's bullion. That's silver bullion, just in fancy packaging. Sir, you're going to want to see this. The president. Man, that's going to be a great day when I get elected president. Cal 10. Was there a Cal Jader in here? Also, what was that thing David Hoy made an offer? It was in front of SoFlute. Okay, yeah. I'm glad you just said something. I knew we had something else. Enrico Rava. SoFlute. This one. Laredo. Oh, this one. Focus 3. This is Focus 3. All right, Focus 3, Dave Holland, Maxine Sullivan. We have the Chris Hines, Freddie Hubbard, Devil's Woman, George Benson, Donnie Mae, Art Weber, Cal Jader. This is sold to Murphy Silman for $10. Bruce Foreman, California Doings, Street of Dreams, Slick Funk, John Birch, Lloyd Ellis, Enrico Rava, no. Laredo Almeida, Soul Flutes, Theo Vaness, Wilson, that's all. Switch on Brandenburg, Mark's Vibes, Frenzy Ambrose, Heart Bob, Hugh Muscella, Michelle Freeman, Flower, Ann Arbor, One Night, Soul Merriweather, Soul Flutes, Enrico Rava. I still hadn't found it, David Hoy. Can you maybe describe what the cover looks like? Enrico Rava. There's Focus 3. Maybe I need to put the camera down in here where you can see with me for a second. That's a weird angle, isn't it? Robin, I know where that is. She's off for 9 for this. Okay. We're done on TLC, right? That's so Stephen Parton for 35. Final call on this mint set for $95. Black and red silver cover ECM. Black and silver cover sealed. Okay. Black. I've never took this hard to find a cover in my life. Let's start about right here. I think there's no way it's still left in here because I think it sold. Somebody said I already sold it. Well, he must have just seen it. Okay, Focus 3, Dave Holland, Maxine Sullivan, Earl Hines, Chris Hines combination, Freddie Hubbard, Devil's a Woman. I think I'm on a wild goose chase. George Benson, Art Weber, Bruce Foreman, California Doing, Street of Dreams, Slick Funk, it's not that one, Las Vegas, Laredo Almeida, Soul Flutes, Back to Music, Theo Vaness, that one. So it's gone. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, so over here, make sure I missed that. Cal 10, we did that. And then we sold that. And then Stone Fury's a $15 start. This is Cat Stevens. This is a 2019 remaster, $24.99. All right. Now, we're ready for another auction. Hey? Scorpions. Scorpions is a 12-inch promo single, near mint minus a $15 start. You give me all I need. It's a double-sided 12-inch single promo, $15 start on that. Sorry, David, that we went on a crazy chase there. And then here's the Traveling Wilburys. A 1988 USOG. Now, the reason we graded this VG is it does have one small feelable spot. So everything else is pretty nice, probably VG plus, but it may pop in that one spot, and then that's it. So OG Traveling Wilburys, a $20 start. Stone Fury, 1 bid, 15 final call. Scorpions, a $15 start. And what time is it? Golly, it's already 11:33. Let me go outside and look at the weather. Oh, here's an update from the Lebanon Police Department. That's good. A couple of roadways around Lebanon taken in the last hour. A mix of rain sleeves created several slick spots and conditions expected to continue. Choosing to stay in tonight. Please do not rush to get anywhere in the morning. That's been roads improved significantly. Stay safe. Doesn't look too bad. I'm good. Let me go look at it right now, though. Let's see what it looks like out here. I'm good. Ooh. Sheet of ice. Hello. Dead silence. Whoa, there's somebody. Oh, it's a cop. That was a cop. One car just drove by on the monitor. I seen it. It was a cop. Nobody else is out. Everybody's bunkered in Tennessee. A Saturday night, and there's nobody. Usually the club up here, the local bar, as they call it, it's usually packed right now. People in there dancing and drinking and snorting and grinding. Stone Fury is sold for $15. And that's sold to John Kaiser. All right, and then over here, we have this 62 proof set, $95 on that. And then the Scorpions has a bid for $15. That just came in, and Traveling Wilburys $26. All right, let's swap out crates. Let's try to find something else to go through. We've gone through about every pre-owned crate in this building. How about the flip crate stuff? Yeah, the flip crate stuff. The stuff that has not sold from flip crates. So let's go through it, because this will be already discounted records. And this is already, this is usually pretty good stuff here. I have a four-wheel drive Tahoe. Yes. Snorting and Grinding was Hiram's metal band in high school. Yeah, you go over here to Cahoots. That's what it's called, Cahoots. I've been in there a few times. All you see is a bunch of dancing, snorting, and grinding. A lot of people in there snorting. There's a lot of drinking. There's a lot of grinding. Any more Japanese? Yes. So let me go grab some more stuff from one of these tubs over here. A lot of snorting, a lot of grinding, a lot of drinking, a lot of cussing, a lot of fighting, a lot of slapping. A lot of yelling, a lot of punching, a lot of kicking, bar stools flying across the room. Let's go tear up a bar tonight down in Lebanon. Let's go to Lebanon and just tear the heck out of a bar. Let's tear it up. Okay. This crate only had one $9.99 record left. Kenny Loggins, Celebrate Me Home. That was a Japanese pressing, $9.99 for Kenny Loggins. That was the only $9.99 record left from that flip crate. These next records I'm about to show you are $6.99. Carly Simon is sealed. Come upstairs for $6.99. The Moody Blues 7th Sojourn, that's also $6.99. Adam Bernardi got Kenny Loggins for $9.99. Traveling Wilburys now $30. The Scorpions just got that one bid with Mike Straws. Thank you, Mike. That's sold to you for $15. Let's put up more auctions. I just went and grabbed a new handful of stuff from that other crate. Now we're into some $6.99 flip crate leftovers. Carly Simon, Moody Blues. Thompson Twins, Sidekicks, that's just $6.99. Eric Clapton, Money and Cigarettes, that's just $6.99. And a clean copy of Charlie Daniels Saddle Tramp, you guessed it, that's just $6.99. Okay? Then We got Judas Priest going up for bid. Take a look at this. It's a record store day, limited edition on Cola Green, Coke bottle clear. Judas Priest is a $20 start in Boss cover. In Boss cover. And then what happened to that stack of stuff I just grabbed? Here we go. Let's price some stuff. Y'all ready? This is when it's going to get interesting tonight. That is a different variant. That's a different variant. And let's see what's going on here. I know how much these are. This is sealed. Creed's Greatest Hits, $34.99. With arms wide open. Court in session. Verdict is in. No appeal on the docket today. $34.99. I'm 6 feet from the edge and I hold me now. Traveling Wilburys, 28. Adam Bernardi got the sealed Carly Simon for $6.99. TBI Music Room got Eric Clapton for $6.99. Traveling Wilburys, 31. And then Deadhead Jim on Charlie Daniels for $6.99. Also $6.99 is Silver Meter. Silver Meter $6.99. Also $6.99 is Jason and the Scorchers, a gold stamp promo. Also $6.99 is Kenny Loggins, Vox Humana. Also $6.99 is The Outlaws Playing to Win. Also $6.99 is Focus Hamburger Concerto. And also $6.99 is Bananarama True Confessions. Wow, that's the full album too. Also $6.99 is Bob Dylan Street Legal. Also $6.99 is Bob Dylan Infidels. Also $6.99 is HSAS. Also $6.99 is Greg Allman Band. This is insane. I'm just making everything $6.99. Also $6.99 is the Sing soundtrack. Also $6.99 is Gary Wright. Also $6.99 is Gary Wright. Also $6.99 is the band. Also $6.99 is Rod Stewart. Goodness gracious. I just went ahead and said screw it. Everything's $6.99. $6.99 for everybody. $6.99. Some of y'all have tattoos. Somebody posted that in the group the other day. They got a tattoo right here. It said 6.99 with a dollar sign, and it's like circled. I was like, wow, that's a dedicated Coletco member. Over here, we had what? Traveling Wilburys at 31 with Joseph Clark. That was the last bid. Judas Priest, 25. And then we had Sully on KL. Now, KL was Kenny Loggins for $6.99. Judas is near mint minus. Stephen Parton got Bananarama for $6.99. Stephen Parton got Bananarama for $6.99. Judas Priest, another 20. Robin next on Bananarama. Mike Quadrini next on Bananarama. TBI Music Room on Thompson Twins for $6.99. So did TBI Music Room. Robin was next on Bananarama. Mike Straws on HSAS for $6.99. Adam Bernardi got Greg Allman for $6.99. Darth Ponder on Dylan for $6.99. Do you want Street Legal, Infidels, or do you want both of them? You got dibs on both. Rafe got The Band. That's so to Rafe, The Band for $6.99. Jerry Conklin was next on The Band. Pennypacker next on The Band. We have Judas Priest at 27. Will Smithson next on The Band. Will Smithson next on The Band. Darth Ponder gets both Dylan, $6.99, $6.99. Rafe gets Focus, $6.99. The Rod Stewart is called Superstar. It's a compilation. Maggie May, Every Picture Tells a Story. I Know I'm Losing You. I recommend those tracks. Priest is at 30. Priest is at 35. Okay, so let me show y'all what's left for $6.99. Judas Priest, Sean Miller has it for $35. Now Rock shows back in at $37. This is Traveling Wilburys, an 88 USOG in VG condition. And the last bid on the Traveling Wilburys that came in was Joseph Clark, and he got it for $31. Now, Priest is the last auction standing. Let's grab something else right over here. Oh, wow. Sealed. Guns N' Roses Unplugged. Colored vinyl and unofficial acoustic broadcast recordings. A 2LP, $35 start on that. I wanted Bananarama, not the band. Then you would have been fourth in line. You would have been fourth in line. Let me make sure you didn't get the band. No, Rafe got the band. So you didn't get the band, and you were fourth in line on Bananarama. Rod Stewart is either sold to Robert Barnett or TBI Music Room. Now Priest is at 40. Sealed Guns N' Roses, a $35 start. Okay, let me show you what's left in here for $6.99. We had the Moody Blues 7th Sojourn, $6.99, no condition notes, VG cover. Silver Meter, originally marked $26.99. A Karma, nice, $6.99. So Rod Stewart is sold to TBI Music Room, Real Smiths in second. Priest 4041, Guns 35. Rafe on Moody Blues. Silver Meter still available for $6.99. Jason and Scorch's Fervor, Gold Stamp promo. Outlaws Playing to Win, $6.99. Sing is $6.99. Music with Patti LaBelle, Kevin Cronin of REO, Art Garfunkel, Mickey Thomas, Johnny Kemp, Gary Wright. I really want to know you. I really want to show you the way I feel. I really. And then over here we have we have Gary Wright, $6.99. Bananarama, Nana. No, I saw all that happened. The first person on Bananarama was Stephen Pardon. He put Banana, Nana, Anna, and then he put Anna, and then you put Nana, and then he put Bananarama, and then you put Bananarama, and then somebody else put Nana, and somebody else put Bana, and then somebody put Ban, and then somebody put Arananama. And then we have 42 and 50 and Guns N' Roses 36. This is essentially a 1-ounce silver Coca-Cola bar. It's in a metal tin that looks like a Coke machine. Very cool. Looks like a vintage Coke machine. And it's a 1-ounce Coke bottle, $149.99. $149.99. I said Bananarama and everybody went bananas. They were going B-A-N-A-N-A, A-R-A-R, A-M-A-N-A, banana, bananas. I'm trying to do the cheer, but I don't know how it goes. B-A-N, he's bananas. Judas Priest is at 53. Guns N' Roses at 36, now 38. I think we're ready for a third auction. Da-da-da-dum. Da-dun-dun-dun. Dolly Parton, My Tennessee Mountain Home. A 1973 OG. You whistle when you see Dolly, and you whistle when you see Dolly's records. What a doll. Wow. That's not AI. That's a real photograph of a human being. Her name is Dolly Parton, a Tennessee treasure. This is a 1973 OG. This is tough to get. The gatefold jacket, My Tennessee Mountain Home. It's got little pictures of her family. Couple of little paragraphs here. $65 start on that. Wow, I'm kind of crushing out right now. Goodness. Okay, let's bundle these last few. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Last 6 for $30. Boom, bundle deal. Sold. Get them out of here. Last 6, $30. Who wants them? Boom. Last 6 sold. $30. Go ahead. Last 6. Who's done? Boom. 30. Sell them. Get them out of here. Sold. $30. Bundle deal. 6 for 30. $5 each. Who wants it? Who wants it? Sully. Great. Let me look up another record. And let's price some stuff. Dun 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 dun. Oh, great. Okay. This is $49.99 sealed. Aerosmith, gold sparkle, numbered, new and sealed, Aerosmith Get Your Wings, embossed, 50th anniversary, includes vintage logo sticker and original promo ad replica. $49.99, sealed Aerosmith. Here's the stats on Discogs. Gold sparkle. Pretty cool. And it's numbered. All right, so Guns 50, Priest 55, Priest 58, Guns 52. And Alicia, I'll show you the Coke machine closer in just a second. Nobody on Dolly yet. This has always been a tough one to get. My Tennessee Mountain Home, beautiful. Orange RCA OG, gold stamp promo, $65. What year's the Guns N' Roses? 1993 unplugged. 1993 unplugged. Jerry Conklin has it for $52. And then all these were sold to Sully, 6 for $35 each on the remaining bundle. Now, they hadn't tagged Thursday night's video or Thursday morning's video. No, wait a minute. They hadn't tagged Friday morning's video or Saturday morning's video. And, of course, there'll be a video in the morning if I have anything to make out of it. I'm pretty low on nonsense flip crate stuff in the mornings, but I'll try to make the best out of them. We've sold so much tonight, and we've went through about every crate that was anything close to new arrivals and offered them for best offer. Michael Nath got the Aerosmith. Dolly's at 65, and it's only midnight. We still have 208 people still on, and they're like, what is Chad possibly going to be doing next? I do have some White Stripes figures for $30. We already sold one set this week. There's Meg and Jack. It's from the Elephant album, Super 7 Reaction. Those are $39.99. $39.99 for the White Stripes figures. And then there's the album right there. Okay. Judas Priest 62. Guns N' Roses 54. And Dolly 65. So this time of the night, I'm going to go through this Hatchet Ed crate from last week that had a bunch of these 10-inch releases. And we're going to take offers on everything. I might can go through some new sealed vinyl too and just see if there's anything anybody wants to add to your order before, you know, I'll do that after this Hatchet Ed crate from last week, but it's probably pretty much a final call before invoices are sent out on Monday. So $8 shipping. If you've bought a bunch, at this point, you're probably into that nearly free shipping zone. And, yeah, this is, I would love to sell all these to somebody. This was a big order we didn't get payment for. And there's only one sealed record in here that won't be on sale. I'll pull it out right now. And then the rest of these I'll take offers on, okay? And if they're already discounted, then I'll honor that same price. So Elf is new and sealed, $39.99, trying to burn the sun. Trying to burn the sun. So there's Elf if you want it. Everything else in here will be negotiable. And then I still got records to price on the fly, which is a lot of stuff over here. A lot. I did hint at an Oasis. While I have a chance, I'm going to refill my drink right quick. It's that time of night. Okay, so if you don't have anywhere to go, you're probably about to see a lot more activity. There is precipitation falling, it looks like out here. It looks like literally like frozen rain falling, sort of. There goes cough. He just accelerated. He accelerated right through the red light and to see, I guess, for ice. So I've went to the door twice or 3 times, and I've only ever seen the vehicle, a vehicle twice, and that's a cop, a police officer. And he hit his gas pedal. He's probably testing for 6 slick spots for like when idiots like me try to go home in about 4 hours. And before the morning crowd starts getting out for church. But I bet a lot of church services are closed. What am I going to eat tonight? Oh, I know what I got. I got bratwurst. Y'all like bratwurst sausages? I got bratwurst sausages and stuffed mushrooms to cook. Stuffed mushrooms and bratwurst sausages. And I'm going to be watching my new favorite TV show. And I'm not going to tell anybody what it is because I don't want anything spoiled. Sorry for the timeout. But if I'm going to stay up all night and watch movies and cook sausages, I better get some energy drink in my system, okay? If I'm going to stay up all night and cook mushrooms and eat sausages, The Fugitive, this would be a good night for it. My mom's birthday is the 26th, and I was going to take her out to eat tomorrow, and I'm sure she knows that already, but if our favorite restaurant is closed, because I know we can get there, but I bet they're closed tomorrow. Let me ask her. She's probably asleep now. Okay. Here we go. Sorry for that. Let's see what happened. Dolly, just that one bid, right? Here we go. $65, Samuel Copage. Thank you, Samuel Copage. That's so do you, $65. Now, Guns N' Roses is at $60. $60. Victor Guerra's out. And who was the other bidder? Are they done too? Yeah, it was just between those two. And then over here, we got Jerry Conklin at $60, okay? Thank you on that. And then we're done on Judas Priest too. Let's get some more stuff rolling. And then this time of night, I'm really going to go through our silver inventory as well. I got to start making room for it. So we're going to start doing that. And putting up plenty of other bonus stuff and pricing stuff live. Alicia gets Priest for $62. So first, let's introduce some new auctions. Next thing I have is Saxon. Innocence is no excuse. Saxon is an 85 USOG, VG minus, $5 start, original under sleeve. Saxon, VG minus, $5 start. Innocence is no excuse. Okay. And then I have, these all fell over, unfortunately. I have, what do I have? The Velvet let's do this. The Velvet Underground, a 2005 U.S. limited edition reissue, EX Plus, the Velvet Underground, a $30 start. I did slip up and accidentally say Oasis earlier, so let me walk over here and grab this box set and see what it is. I think it's a relatively new release. Record store day, yep. All right, let me scan it. I'll put it up for auction. Here comes Oasis. I try to keep a lot of information hidden. And of course, there could be some Japanese stuff pop up. All right, this is sealed from Record Store Day on colored vinyl. $105 start. Oasis, Time Flies, 1994-2009, 4LP colored vinyl. The complete Oasis singles collection, sealed, $105 start. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. Detective, It Takes One to Know One. Detective is in VG condition, $9.99. Keith, 98.6 was already marked down for $6.99. NFL teams you're pulling for, Broncos or Patriots, Hawks or Rams. I don't have a preference. Yeah, I don't have a preference. I don't have a preference. Also, we have Nick Gilder City Nights. That's $6.99 for Nick Gilder. And Utopia, Deface the Music. $6.99 on Utopia. And then Roy Orbison, Rockhouse Rockabilly. Roy Orbison was already marked half off at $10. So Roy Orbison, $10. Elvis Christmas Album, $9.99. And Night Ranger, which was marked $19.99. It's in shrink, and it has this inner sleeve with it. That's $15. Saxon's about to sell for $10. Nobody's bid on Velvet Underground, and no one's bid on Oasis. All going once, going twice. Why not stand up the auctions? I've tried that. I guess I could build a little bit better platform, but it seems like more of a hassle to get them to stand up, and then they fall over. So the more I handle them and they try to stand them up, they were falling over, and I just don't like it. I just don't like it. They fall over. There's no telling how many times I tried it and then one to fall over, and then somebody'd say, do I get a discount now? And then it would make me mad, and then we would have to get into an argument, and then next thing I know, I'm firing Seth. This is sealed, $34.99. The best of REM at the BBC, and this is sealed for $34.99. This is a 2 LP sealed, $34.99. Okay, there's that. $34.99. REM. Sold to Mortgage Guy Rob. Okay. That was a 2018 compilation. Great price. Night Ranger sold to Joshua Day. That was the discount price of $15. Okay. Is Oasis numbered? Oasis is numbered. Yes. Okay. Saxon has a new bid for 12. Jerry Conklin, you're out. Mortgage Guy Rob next on REM, then Leslie, then Will Smithson. Tony Orlando and Don's Greatest Hits, $9.99. Oasis has a bid for $110. Gordon Lightfoot Sundown, a super nice UK copy, $19.99. And John Denver Windsong, $6.99. John Denver Windsong in shrink and hype, $6.99. Is there damage to the bottom of the Oasis box? No, I think that's just kind of... I mean, it looks like there is, but not really. Honestly, this is not the best packaging at all to try to cram 4 LPs into. It's just a single fold-over box, as you can see. Not the best packaging whatsoever on this. I mean, there's kind of like an indentation here. It's not really creased, or like there's a color break. But no, I don't really see any kind of damage to it. This is just not the best box to have that in. All those discs. That's not the best box to try to put 4 LPs into. Will Smithson on Gordon Lightfoot. Okay, there's that. Now, before I go through all these rockabilly and 10-inch releases again, there didn't seem like there was a lot of interest the last time. Rob and Glenn on Tony Orlando and Don for $7. What I'm going to try to do, let me pull out these, okay? Pull out these. Now, as you can see, I did a bundle deal with somebody one time. I did all these here for $230, okay? And then let me go ahead and just pull these out, and then I'll show these in just a second. Let me see here. Give me 1 second. Those will be coming back. All right. And then I'll show these in just a second. Okay. All right. So these are all, as you can see, 10-inch releases. Rockabilly, Sweden, Rockabilly, 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 French. This one was originally 40. Rockabilly, Rockabilly. I think it's pretty much all Rockabilly. Okay. Let me get down in here where you can see what I'm showing here. So all these, I mean, the original sticker price of some of these 20, 20, 20, 20, 30, 40, 20, 25, 35. This right here. what I'm going to do, save a lot of time for both of it, because I've already sold these once. They were pretty much already sold. Then they were tagged. Then we had to invoice them. Then we didn't get payment. Then we sent 30 reminders. So at this point, lost calls. I'm going to try to count them and see if I can get somebody bought in on a Rockabilly bundle at even a cheaper price than what I sold them to for the last time. So there's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then there should be 12 more, so there should be 20. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There's 20 Rockabilly and Rockabilly related, very close to those genres, most of them foreign top releases. The bundle deal on these would be $150. Now, those back 12, I'd already sold those back 12 at one time for $230. So all 20 of them for $150. I would love to sell those to somebody. Sold to Steve Biddlecombe. They're going across the big pond to the UK. Excellent. All right. All sold. $7.50 each. Okay. Now, let me try to pick these up. These are slippery fellas. There we go. That just saved us a tremendous amount of time, work, and effort. Can't pick up more than a couple of these at a time, though. Not like albums. There's $4 there in cardboard. These cardboard pads we use for shipping. Okay. Now, here was everything left over from this crate going back in here. I love clearing out these Hatchet Ed crates. Should be a few more other good titles in here. And here we go. All right, so we already shown those. We got up until right there with John Denver. So, Saxon, the last bid was Jerry Conklin at 15. Victor Guerra, you got outbid. So this is at 15. 15 with Victor Guerra. Or Jerry Conklin. Victor Guerra, you're out. I know for sure nobody bid on Velvet Underground. 2005 U.S. Limited Edition reissue, $30 on that. $30 on Velvet Underground. Jerry Conklin, you get Saxon for 15. Oasis is at $149 with $149 of Jason Fortner. Our next auction is going to be, this is a good one. Yeah, this guy's collection, if he has some kind of reissue, it's like the best copy I think you could get. These hadn't been in print in a while. Yeah. This is an analog pressing, and it's on blue vinyl. It's sealed. It's on blue vinyl of Tom Petty's Full Moon Fever. It's analog, and it's on blue vinyl, sealed. Full Moon Fever, $55 start on that. Velvet Underground 23, and Steve, your bid on Saxon came in a little late. All right, so thank you, Biddlecombe, on the bundle. Now we're moving on. If these already have a sticker, then they are, if these already have a sticker, then they already been discounted. We have Heretic AD. This was half off at $4.99. We have Rex Smith, Everlasting Love. That's half off at $4.99. And Surf and Safari, The Beach Boys. Surf and Safari is sealed, 180 gram, $24.99. Oasis is up to John Kaiser. Tom Petty sealed, a $55 start. I bid 20 before you said sold. I'm sure you did, but by the time it hit my screen, I'd already said sold. If it was on there, I promise I would have took it. Andrew and the Upstarts, it was not though. Andrew and the Upstarts, Uproar, $6.99. The Genobites, Tombstone Records proudly presents, oh, I left one out. This one was Psychobilly, $29.99. Biddlecombe, I might work out a deal with you if no one makes an offer on it. The 77s, this was half off, $19.99 on that one. And then the Screaming Blue Messiahs smashed the marketplace. That was half off at $6.50. Maximum Rock and Roll presents Welcome to 1984. That was an auction. It was a compilation at one time, a hardcore punk compilation featuring 23 bands from 17 different countries with the original on our sleeve. $70. That was the price it sold for at auction. Oasis over here. Oasis over here is sold to Jason Fornerat for $149. Okay. Final call to get a bid on Tom Petty for $55. Michael Butler on YU. Was that an offer, Michael Butler? YU. Did I miss something there? And then we have 2 offers on the Beach Boys. Scott Dyer, you got first dibs. It will be yours for $17 if you want it. If not, TBI. Maximum Rock and Roll was sold to Craig for $50. That's twice this week. Steve, I'm going to give you some advice while I'm pulling the next auction on how to prevent that. At any given time when I'm live, you need to be somewhere watching, or you need to have it on at least where you can listen to me. If not, you're going to miss out on a bid. You're going to be going, dang, golly. Next week will be 3 and 4 times. If you don't take my advice right now, it'll happen 3 and 4 times next week. You need to have me on somewhere listening, watching, all day, every night. Or you're going to miss out on it. I'm going to go ahead and just break bad news to you. You will miss out on other stuff. You're going to be like, golly, what am I doing? He's over here giving away stuff, and I don't even have them on. I don't even have it on. I'm just over here just casually twiddling my thumbs. $29.99, sealed, Dark Side of the Moon, live at Wembley. This is a buy it now. Just got priced $29.99. $29.99, Dark Side of the Moon. All you got to do, just have it somewhere. Cast it to your TV. Just have a headphone in. Be waiting. You're going to hear stuff that you wish you could have bought. So this is waiting. We're waiting for Scott Dyer's answer on that. Nobody bid on Tom Petty. That's a $55 buy it now. Yeah, I'm free. Free falling. Yeah, I'm free. Echo and the Bunnymen, $50. That's what it sold for at auction. It's a 1984 UKOG near mint. That was from this is a Hatchet Ed crate. And the Distillers Coral Fang, that's what it sold for at auction. $39. The Distillers, long out of print, 3rd and final album, original artwork, red vinyl, record store day. What's on the Beach Boys? Track listing. Surfing Safari, Country Fair, 10 Little Indians, Chug-a-Lug, Little Girl, You're My Miss America, 409 Surfing, Heads You Win, Tails I Lose, Summertime Blues, Cuckoo Clock, Moondog, The Shift, and Low, The Wow, which is a bonus track. Okay? Over here, Mike Quadrini. So Tom Petty 50, Tom Petty 55, Pink Floyd Live, Distillers. Adam, this is yours, but it will be $55. Mike Quadrini's next in line. Todd Saw on this live Dark Side of the Moon. Greg Beddinger is next. Mortgage Guy Rob gets the Distillers for $30. You were right. Silver hit 100 by the end of the week. This isn't my first rodeo. Plus, I just love it when I'm right. All of y'all do too. You just love it when you make a prediction and you end up being right. Especially in front of thousands of people. You make a prediction, and then you end up being right. It feels so good, doesn't it? It's like, yes, I know what I'm doing. This feels so good. We have Tom Petty. This is sold for $55 to Adam Bernardi. And then the Beach Boys is sold to TBI Music Room for $17. Over here, this is Echo and the Bunnymen. 7 Seas, live at Brian's, Lean and Hungry. It's an 84 UK compilation. Flip back, 5-track. So this is a Hatchet Ed bid. There was some people trying to make offers on these before, but the last time I went through these, they were sticker price. Sorry, I'm drinking a Monster. I just took a drink of it. Yeah, I poured that 20 minutes ago. I've been so enamored in this crate. What rock song features the lyrics "Hi Ho Silver Away"? I can hear that in my head right now. There's definitely a rock song, some kind of song that I listen to often. It says "Hi Ho Silver Away." All right, so here's what's left in here. We have Detective VG 9.99. Robin, let's find that Rex Smith for you. Keith was already discounted $6.99. Nick Gilder already discounted $6.99. Utopia for $6.99. We have Roy Orbison, $10. Elvis Christmas is $9.99. And we have John Denver, $6.99. Heretic is $4.99. Rex Smith, that's the half off price, Robin, $4.99. Yeah, it's Honey Hush by the version I know is the original guy. Of course, it's been covered by a ton of people. Y'all probably know the Fog Hide. I'm thinking about golly, what's his name? Johnny Burnett. I'm thinking about Johnny Burnett. Yeah, Hi Ho Silver Away. That's it. A bump, 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 bump. Yeah, that's it. That's an amazing album. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, Robin gets this. Craig, no problem. So this is still available if anybody wants it. It was sold 70. I took his offer for 50. If anybody wants it. If not, I'm going to lay it on Laura's desk and it will be cycled back into an auction, okay? So $50. Let's put up some more stuff to auction. Plus, I got to price some more stuff. And then Andrew and the Upstart, Andrew and the Upstarts is $6.99. This one I missed, Steve, is Tombstone Records proudly presents the Cenobites. Now, it was Psychobilly, a German press from 1997. If you want it, I'll add it to your ticket for $10. Chad, that invoice mixed up with the Kiss bootlegs will be sent out by Ed. He looked at my message, but no invoice. I want to take care of it. It will be added to the stuff that you bought this week in one invoice because they're going to re-tag it and they have to recycle it. They have to recycle. So it's going to be like the invoice that goes out on Monday because we've already canceled it. And the only way is they have to key it all back in. The 77s was half off at $19.99. The Screaming Blue Messiahs was $6.50. And then Echo and the Bunnymen was sold at same thing, $50 if anybody wants to make an offer. If not, it's going to be recycled back into auctions. All right, let's find another crate and then let's price some stuff. I know y'all like that. I like it too because there's some good way to sell a bunch of stuff quickly. Clayton Moore, the Lone Ranger. Echo 40, Michael Butler, done. Okay, Steve, if you decide you want that, let me know. Let's see if we can make a bundle on this rest of these records. Screaming Blue Messiah, 77s, Andrew and the Upstarts, Heretic, John Denver, Elvis, Roy Orbison, Utopia, Neil Gilder, Keith Detective. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 records left in there. $55. Let's see if we can get a bundle deal. Get those down to 5 a piece. Pretty wide variety of music. All right, what do I have over here that hadn't been priced? Okay. Here we go. I know y'all love this artist. All right, this is unofficial. All right, auction then. Pearl Jam, an unofficial pressing, bootleg, acoustic in Mountain View, California, purple vinyl, sealed, a $25 start. The Cenobites is sold to Steve Biddlecombe for 10, and Victor Garrett gets the rest of these, so there's no confusion. Let me get the stickies off of them. He gets these at $5 each. These are the last 11 records. Okay? And there is virtually nothing left from the last 2 weeks of Hatchet Ed crates, which is a good thing. Bad thing, we have to resell some of this. It could have just been putbacks, but a lot of it's probably non-payments. And it's gone. It's all going to people that I know is going to pay for it. I got my eye on y'all. All right. And that just leaves Maxim Rock Row. I don't mind at all just us re-auctioning that one night. Who knows? Somebody might get it really cheap next time around. Okay, so I'll put that over here. And one more time, the notes on that was a hardcore punk compilation featuring 23 bands from 17 different countries. Near mint with the original on her sleeve. Sold 50. I'm willing to take 50. Or sold for 70. I'm willing to take 50. Pearl Jam 25. Pearl Jam 35. Okay. All right. Empty crate. I love it. So. Okay. There's Pink Floyd lights. I actually need this piece of cardboard. I'm going to put it over here in the corner. I'm going to lay my pricing gun. And let me show this Coke thing again for Alicia. Let me show you all the silver that's been left so far from tonight. I need a board so none of this falls between the cracks. We don't want any precious metals being lost around here. They're precious enough. That's old. All right. That way we still got room to auction stuff. Queen of the Dam soundtrack. No, that was Start Your Ear Off Right from first this month, and they sold out, and they're been back ordered since. So that's a fairly new re-release of that, but we don't have it. All right, let me show this again. 1 ounce Coca-Cola, Pamp Susie, 2025 New You. I know Danny Thomason wants one. He's just waiting to pull the trigger. It's $149.99. That price is firm. I've got one sealed one left and one open one left. It comes in a metal Coca-Cola tin. It's a proof, colorized, looks like a Christmas Coke bottle with the mistletoe there. Metal Coke tin, looks like a 50 style Coke bottle, a 50 style Coke machine. And this is now getting closer and closer to melt at $149.99. Silver's at $103. Think about what it costs to manufacture this. You got box, the metal tin, the proofing, the colorization. That's a pretty cool collectible at $149. Okay, the only other thing on the table, I've already sold 2 in the last couple nights. My price on these are $1,100. Those are 10-ounce bars, $1,100 on those. This is kind of surprising. I have a 1928 standing Liberty quarter for just 25 bucks. Pretty good details. Full date, 25 bucks on that. The melt on that's like $18, $19 right now. This is just $95, a 1962 mint set. There's quite a bit of silver right there, and these are all uncirculated with toning. 95 on that. I can't believe that hadn't been grabbed yet. 62 mint set. And then there's 2 nicer halves here for $55. There's a 1948 Franklin and then a really nice Walker from 1942. So those are $55 each. That's 2 of the nicer halves I have. Those last 2 are $55. This is sold for, this is sold for $95 to Adam Bernardi. Pearl Jam's at $50 right now. And I also have 3 Morgan Silver dollars left at $95. These are the last ones for $95. I've got more for $95, but I also have some that I might sell for as much as $100 or $105. 1896. 1889, and an 1896. And we did sell a Carson City. We did sell a Carson City last night for $2,100. This is sold to Adam Bernardi for $95. During a premium coin show, that should have been $95 and go up from there. It's gone. See you later. Okay. I'm just trying to show you everything that's already been shown before I make a mess bringing anything else. Let's also, don't forget, this is a vinyl sale. This is also a vinyl sale. Chris Knapp takes these 3 Morgans, 95 each. Great decision there. That was the last of a tube from that buy that I helped a friend curate, where he bought back 6 years ago. He bought about 400 silver dollars, all extremely fine or better. And he sold back to me 6 years later and tripled his money on the buy. Made a big chunk of change. Bars, there's the halves. Okay. So those are cool. And then Pearl Jam's at 50. Let's go ahead and sell that, and let's put up some more stuff, okay? Let's get into a whole fresh batch of one of these clear tubs from this new collection. And I think you're going to like what's still over here. So this is sold for $50 to Sean Miller. Let me go over here and get one of these tubs. And I might even be nice and hint at some stuff. But first, here we go. I usually can get these. Y'all probably remember me ordering stuff like this. This is from Detonate Label, which is one of these better bootleg labels. This is when Page and Plant was touring together. And this is one of those Volume 1, Volume 2. Now, I know I can't get this one right now. It's been out of stock for a while, but if I did, you know, they're like $90 new, but it's out of stock. It may even be discontinued. I hadn't seen this one in a while. That's San Jose, California, Page and Plant. So 4 LPs, $75 star, sealed. Page and Plant, sealed, $75. The $28 coin, $25 for the 1928. $25 for the 1928. That's a Standing Liberty quarter. Okay, 4 10-ounce bars, 2 better halves, and then I got a plethora of $45 half dollars, which should get grabbed between now, or if we do a coin show by tomorrow. I mean, most of my coin buyers hadn't been watching this week, and they've missed a lot of the silver. And when they tune in tomorrow, y'all saw what happened the last time I went live on Sunday. It was literally like I couldn't breathe there for a couple minutes. It was pretty intense. Everybody knew what was going to happen this week, which was this past week. Everybody's like, oh my gosh, we better get this while Chad's selling it. Plus a lot of local people, they can come by and pick up and pay in cash and get it in their hands immediately almost. Most places now shipping in 30 days, et cetera, et cetera. So, okay, here we go. Any Black Crows fans, I got some cool stuff here. I'm going to be scanning a lot and pricing a lot. Okay. There's only 4 for sale. They've kind of raised because there's not much stock, but based on this, we're going to say $29.99. Sealed, Rich Robinson Flux. Sealed $29.99, and this is a 2016. Sealed $29.99. Jerry Conklin has the Page and Plant records for $75. Consider that like a 4 LP bootleg box set. Because that's essentially what it is. It's 4 LPs, a complete show. $75. If those were in stock new and I ordered them, they would be about $90. Rich Robinson's $29.99. These start right now at $41 on Discogs. I mean, the last couple sold hadn't been as much, but compared to active, if you bought one right now overseas plus shipping, I think it's going to cost you $50. Just saying. I think I have... Do I have any other crates like to go through that's pre-owned? Have we went through this one? Giants of Blues, Armed Forces. Yeah, we've been through these. The Avengers, not the Marvel. Yeah, we've been through those. Maybe do them half off now. Let's do a half off crate. It's a lot of sealed stuff that Paul marked, but they hadn't been half off. So let's make them half off, and because I think I've already took offers on them. I know I have. So let's do a half off crate. Standing Liberty. Paul wants the $25 Standing Liberty quarter. You got it. All right, that's sold to you for $25. Excellent. Let me lay it in here on the table for 2 reasons. So it's in order, and so I don't drop it and lose it. Boom. Boom. Who's ready for a half off crate? Everybody still with me? Go ahead and sell these to Jerry Conklin, both of them together for $75. Let me go ahead and get them in sleeves. And I've almost went through a whole 1,000 count box of sleeves, it seems like, in the last week or so. That's crazy. That's how much Japanese and just random stuff that I find laying around here. Okay. Now, what's in here? Ooh, that's an auction. Ooh, ooh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Wow, some good stuff. I'm not just yanking y'all's chain either. Y'all know me. I don't do hype unless I mean it. Hype is for real. All right. Here are 2 Taiwanese records. They're going to be sold together. They're unfortunately, they're not in the best of condition. This one is pretty collectible, but it's cracked and chipped. It's a Taiwanese of the Turtles, So Happy Together. It's on red vinyl, so that's beware. And then this one is a pretty scarce Ventures Taiwanese unofficial. Okay, so, and I'm going to try to find one more. I think I've got another one in here. Give me 1 second. Yeah, and then I've got the Eagles. This should be a little bit better one here. This is Desperado. Another pretty desirable. I mean, that was the original suggested bid for this one, right? This is a Taiwanese unofficial. The vinyl is surprisingly pretty nice, but all 3 of these Taiwanese pressings are going to go up together for a $15 start. All 3 of those together, $15 start. Okay. I'll pass right now on Rich Robinson, because whatever doesn't sell for this straight price stuff, I'm going to have to need it for tomorrow's video. Let me dig around here. Let me see what else is in here. Okay, I pulled this out of a crate the other day for Lord of Tag. This is a beautiful OG shrink wrapped, a real OG copy of the Rolling Stone Some Girls in shrink, a Monarch pressing, I think, as well, with the Miss You Hype sticker. And it's nice. This is a Richmond press. We had a Monarch, I think we already sold. Sterling in the dead wax. I'm going to go ahead and put it in a nice new inner sleeve. So this is going to go up for a $35 start. Very nice. $35 start. The 3 Taiwanese have a bid for $15. Okay, so there's that. Let's go ahead and show some half off stuff out of here. First thing I have in the half off department is the Canadian Brass High Bright Light and Clear, sealed for $5. Ronnie White, his songs, his piano, and his New York State of Mind, sealed for $5. Mark Murphy sings Dorothy Fields and Cy Coleman, sealed for $7.50. I Swing for You, Vicky Lane, a 1959 U.S. mono, OG, the top seam does have some splitting, $10. Taiwanese 19, Michael Butler Out, Stones, $35. Let's price another record. It's getting kind of hard to find. Paul told me, he said, most of that collection is going to have to be auctioned. And I see what he's talking about now. It's just like, not that you can't put a price on it, it's just that it's Like, well, I can show you some of this, but it's going to be like $249.99 or something. But we didn't have a problem doing that last night with the strokes, did we? No, we didn't. Here's another Rich Robinson. Woodstock Session Volume 3, $24.99 for Rich Robinson. $24.99 for Rich Robinson. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Another Rich Robinson, sealed, $24.99. Swing for $5. Yes, if that was the half-off price. Yes, if that was the half-off price. Another Rich Robinson. Woodstock Sessions. Okay. Swing 5. Let me see if that's what that was. This one here. The Canadian Brass Hybrid. Is that what you saw? I swing for you. That was 10. That was the half-off price, Adam. It was $19.99. It does have a sing split, but yeah, that was $10. Okay, the 3 Taiwanese records may be going to Gary then. Joanne Summers with Bob Florence Dream. That's sealed for $7.50. Harry Gibson, the hipster. That's an 84 US reissue. $10 on that. And then we have the Live at the La Tête de l'Art, the Canadian concert of Ted Curson. Yeah, I was about to say, that should be a big discount on that one. Originally $49.99, so now $25. $25 for the 1985 Canadian import. The OGs of this record, if you found an OG, is a $1,000 price range record. That would be a very sought-after OG. $25 on that reissue. Nobody bid on the Stone, so I'm going to go ahead and make that a buy now for $35. That's an OG Richmond press, it looks like, in shrink and hop. Just $35 on the Stones. Let's sell these 3 Taiwanese records to Gary Samuels for $22. Adam Bernardi does get this right here for $10. And Mega Blast gets the Rolling Stones for $35. Looks like we're ready for new auctions, eh? Okay. I don't really know what these go for because it is a record that is... I've only ever had an original one time. And that's the Benarua Hall. Benarua. I don't really know how to say it, but this is the bootleg of it. I think I sold the OG for over $3,000 the night we had it. I think we sold it for over $3,000. It's a very rare, sought-after Pearl Jam record. This is the bootleg for it. It's on orange vinyl. It's on orange vinyl. It should be a 3 LP. Benaroo Hall, I think is how you spit that out. Benaroo Hall. Should be on orange vinyl. It's an unofficial $95 start on Pearl Jam. That's now up for bid. The Stones was nice. Yeah, no condition notes on the Stones. No condition notes on the Stones. Yeah, none. You got it, John Kaiser next. There's the Pearl Jam bootleg for Benaroo Hall. And I still don't think it's ever seen an official reissue. Let's see what this record right here is going to be for. Let me close up my Discogs app. Let me reopen it and let me scan right here. And this looks like it's pretty good. Let's see. Colored. Multicolored US. Digital Utopia. I don't know which one. We'll go with this one. And this is sealed. $39.99 for this Rich Robinson. The Ceaseless Sight. Rich Robinson. Colored vinyl. $39.99 for Rich Robinson. Hit a Black Crowes collection over here. Even flow. Thoughts arrive like butterflies. Or even though chases them away. Someday, yeah, you give his life away. Life away. Life. Harry Gibson sold to Preston Rose. Thank you. That sold to him for 10. All right, let's keep showing some more half-off stuff. Charlie Rich, I Still Believe in Love. $5 on Charlie Rich. Dave Lewis plays Herb Alpert, the Tijuana Brass. Unopened, now just $15, a 67 US stereo. And we have Chris Connor Sings, the George Gershwin Almanac of Song. Chris Connor is $9, a 1957 USOG mono. $9 on that. Okay? How much, Chad? $9. You've got to be kidding me, buddy. Not kidding, just $9. Wow. How are you able to do this? What is going on? How? Tell me more. Let me go get another handful of vinyl over here. We love vinyl. Vinyl. This guy kept amazing stuff in incredible condition. I mean, I'm amazed at, just amazed. Golly. All right, let's see here. CR, is that for Chris Connor? Or was that for Chris Robinson? Who did I just have over here? I had Rich Robinson. Must be for Chris Connor, right? That sold a Mega Blast for $9, I'm assuming. Pearl Jam does have a bid for $95. Final Call, Bonnaroo Hall bootleg. Kastashuk, Life is a Dance. A 76 Russian Pop, $7.50. He said no, okay? I didn't think you'd be buying a Chris Connor. Charlie Rich, $5. Gotcha, Charlie Rich. Linda Ronstadt, Living in the USA. Linda Ronstadt, $5. And then the music of Charlie Chaplin, a legendary composer. Charlie Chaplin's a gold stamp promo, $5. I got you down for Charlie Rich. Okay. Next auction. A budget Van Halen 2. Just a $5 start. It's in VG minus condition and a VG minus cover. $5 start on Van Halen 2. Charlie Chaplin also sold to Mega Blast. Chris Knapp on Casa. And I'm assuming that was for something that he's about to tell me what. The Avengers by the Laura Johnson Orchestra. The Avengers is VG Plus, $17.50. A 66 US stereo, Hanna-Barbera Records. And I think that's a soundtrack based from the 60s TV show, The Avengers. Pearl Jam has a new bid for $96. The Van Halen's at $5, okay? Cinderella Night Songs out of the new vinyl crate. That would be right over here next to me. Cinderella Night Songs right here. This is sold to Rock Show. Van Halen 5, Casa. I bet that's what Chris Knapp wanted. Oh, yeah, that's what Chris Knapp wanted. Sorry, that just came in a little late. The Russian Pop, that's what Chris Knapp wanted. Gary Samuels, you were next. Chris Knapp also got the Avengers. Pearl Jam 98. Pearl Jam is sealed, yes. I think it's presumed orange vinyl. Should be a 3LP unofficial of Bonnaroo Hall. Yeah. And then Van Halen does have a bid with Corey. My crate's almost full over here. We're doing a half-off crate. These have been shown once, then we took offers, and now they're half off. It's only taken a week. And then we're probably going to bundle anything that's left. Never Make Your Move Too Soon. That's Ernestine Anderson. A 1981 U.S. Soul Jazz. That's $7.50. And then I have Young Men of New Orleans. That's now $5. I got another auction to run on another quarter. This is an 1892 Barber quarter. 1902 Barber quarter, $25 start. $25 start. Yeah, the Pearl Jam, you can either buy this bootleg or if you want to wait for an OG, I think they're up in the thousands. And there's, I've only ever had one. We have Armed Forces Workout with an instruction poster included, so you can listen to this drill sergeant yell at you. That's only $5 on that. Adam Bernardi on the Soul Jazz, which was Ernestine Anderson. Let me start a new crate because this one's now full. And folks, when I mean full, I mean full. It was full. Let me grab this crate right up. There we go. Okay. All right, the Barber quarter has a bid for $25. Van Halen's at $9. Michael Ruttman on Armed Forces. That's so to Michael Ruttman. Thank you. And then the Bonnaroo Hall is between two people. Now it's between nobody. Jerry Conklin has it for $105. Final Call. Van Halen's at $9. Giants of the Blues tenor sax. That's sealed for $7.50. Warren Vache, V-A-C-H-E with the accent mark. Iridescence, Hank Jones, George Duvier, and Alan Dawson. 81 sealed, $7.50. Concord Superband 2, Scott Hamilton, Warren Vache again, etc. 1980 US, that's sealed $7.50. A lot of jazz in here. And now they're at bargains. Peter Lemon Jello, Do I Love You? That's $5. It's a 76 white label promo. So Van Halen may be done. It definitely looks like that is. And then we have Sunday Morning with Charlie Pride. Gold stamp promo, looks super clean for just $5. And Scott Whitfield and the Help Wanted Big Band, Serendipity. Serendipity is sealed $5. Los Angeles Jazz Workshop, Billy Yeager, director, and 86 US, $5 on that. Mega Blast on CP for Charlie Pride. That's sold. Van Halen is sold to Amenities for $9. The Pearl Jam bootleg is sold for $105 to Jerry Conklin. Let me put that up. And the one on the right was Van Halen, Leslie. It just sold. Now, if you're asking about the coin, this is, if you're asking about this coin here, this 1892 Barber dime, it has a bid for $25, about to sell it. I don't have a Barber half to my knowledge. And then Adam Bernardi on Serendipity. And did you sell Rich Robertson Flux? If not, would you take 25? I think, didn't somebody already offer that? What did Jim B? Didn't you already offer that? And I told him no, maybe? Sealed, Rich Robinson, $29.99. Or maybe he didn't offer that. 25 sounds a lot better. Flag on Van Halen. Uh-oh. We might have had a tie on Van Halen. What happened over here? Amenities. So Corey Ross already was at 10 on Van Halen, and then you bid 9. You're out, Amenities. This is at $10 with Corey Ross. You've been outbid. That's at $10 on that. Okay? And then we have Don Convey, Traveling and Heavy Traffic, a white label promo, $7.50. And the River Rat soundtrack. Music with Alabama, Earl Thomas Conley. Autograph is on here. That is sealed with hop sticker. That's $7.50. So Van Halen's still getting bids. And then let's go ahead and sell this Barber dime for $25 to David Doyle. All right. Dun, 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 da, ra, dun, dun. Shoo-be-da-ba, da-dun-dun. Dun, dun, do, from ba-da-dun. Dun, dun, dun. It's magic feeling. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. River Rat soundtrack. So does Stephen Parton. Over here. Yeah, these new records I'm pricing. I kind of want to leave it sticker price because I'd love to sell them all tonight, but I'm also going to show them in the morning for the 6 a.m. video because it's all pretty much going to be new sealed vinyl, and we didn't have any new arrivals tonight. So that is sold to Dynamite Danielle for $29.99. And then we have Richard Holiday, Moments Notice, sealed for $7.50. Amenities is back in on Van Halen at $14. All right, let's find some more auctions then. We're not done, folks. We're not done. There's some leftovers from 2 weeks ago. And then let's see what's up with this Mothers of Invention. Vampire Weekend. Vampire Weekend is a 2013 USOG with poster near mint, Modern Vampires of the City. Corey, you've been outbid on Van Halen. We have Lily and Terry with a very special guest star, Dizzy Gillespie, and that is sealed for $7.50. Now Van Halen is sold for $14 to Amenities. Now there's Vampire Weekend. Now the Duke Ellington Small Bands, that's sealed for $10. Okay, the other silver available is this. First, we'll do something easy to show and tell, and these are Kennedy, John F. Kennedy halves. They're 90% silver. Get a lot of bang for your buck on these. And these are $45 each. Okay? Those are all 1964. The one and only year they made these nearly pure silver, which is common United States 90% is what they call it. $45 each on those. Adam Bernardi on Duke Ellington. That's sold to Adam Bernardi for $10. We have Dick Clark presents Radio's Uncensored Bloopers. That is sealed for $5. And then Stephen Wright, I Have a Pony. The pony remark. Stephen Wright is sealed for $10. Vampire Weekend is a minimum bid of $20. Minimum bid of $20. I hadn't priced anything in a while because I flipped through these and I was overwhelmed at how much variety there was in here to mark. So Let me scan this and see what I can come up with. I still got stuff to mark, so bear with me. We're doing about 3 different things right now. We're auctioning stuff. We're doing half-off records. I'm showing coins and silver, and I'm pricing stuff on the fly. So that's 4 different things I could be doing right now. Now, when I scan this, there's a lot of different versions that come up. 2002, 2003. Boy, I wish I knew what color this was on. We need a new auction. How about we just run this one? So it's either transparent clear, stereo DSD, remastered, that's the pricey one, or clear. Unfortunately, no sticker. This is such a classic album, though. So when I scan it, it comes back a 2003. It's sealed. The Rolling Stones Let It Bleed. I think it's a pretty good pressing of this album. A classic. Gimme Shelter, Midnight Rambler, You Can't Always Get What You Want, Monkey Man. Sealed for $30. $30 start on that one, okay? Scott Dwallow first on the bloopers. Scott Dwallow first on Stephen Wright. Chris Knapp was second on Stephen Wright. Boontar was third. And then Hooray for Biggs. Marty Gross, G-R-O-S-Z, and his Honoris Causa Jazz Band. That is sealed for $7.50. Western Heritage, a 1965 UK import, $5 on that. Polly Podwell, All of Me. That is sealed for $15, a 1980 U.S. jazz album. Steve Biddlecombe on Bix. And we have Ski Trails. Joe Stafford sings songs for the fireside. That's a set in U.S. $5 on that. Nobody bid on Vampire Weekend, so that's a buy now for $20. And then Stones is sealed, a $30 start. Classic. Okay. Victor Guerra on VW for Vampire. That's sold to him for $20. The next halves I have are Franklin halves. And earlier, I probably could have sold some if I went through the years. Of course, that was going to be a little bit chaotic, but these are $45. These are $45. 1948, 1948, 1948, 48, 48. You get what I'm saying here? 48, 48, 48, 48, 48, 48, 48, 48, 48. Is there anything else other than a 48? 48, 48, golly. 48, 48, 48. They're all 48s. That's amazing. I didn't even look earlier. I didn't even look at that. These are all 1948s, these Franklin halves. That's amazing. There's not one different one. Somebody's asking about years. I was like, yeah, we'll go through them later. I had no idea. Every single one of these are all 1948s. Yep. Okay. Sorry about that. But yeah, there they are. Now, so those are $48 a piece. And then what year's the Stones? If you scan it, it comes back either 2003, 2003, 2003, or 2013. And what I have it priced for, regardless of what version, a very fair price. Adam Bernardi wants All of Me. That's Paulie Caldwell. That's sold for $15. Moving on, Pearl Bailey Curtain Call. Pearl Bailey is sealed for $5. Patty Austin is sealed for $5. Dionne Warwick, How Many Times Can We Say Goodbye? That is sealed for $7.50. Rita Ray sings Antonio Carlos Jobim, $7.50. All right, let's price a record. We had this earlier. Here's another one. Sealed, Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, Wembley. This is $29.99. $29.99. Pink Floyd live at Wembley. Breathe, breathe in the air. Don't be afraid to care. Leave, but don't leave me. Look around, choose your own ground. Pearl Bailey sold to Boontar. Adam Bernardi second. Adam Bernardi first on Rita, though. And the Stones is a no bid, a buy it now for $30. Are there any 6 a.m.s available to order? I'm pretty sure you can order 6 a.m. greatest hits. Yes. I'm pretty sure you can. Stone sold to Stephen Parton. I have a feeling y'all might have got something really special there. That was almost worth opening to find out. Then John Kaiser. And then we have Sheena Easton, Best Kept Secret. $5 on that. Denise Williams, I'm So Proud, sealed for $7.50. But yeah, I can check in just a second. No, the only thing I've ever seen available from 6 a.m. is a greatest hits. None of their studio albums. No, definitely not. Okay. I was going to wait on this, but it looks like there possibly could be some Stones buyers because that one did sell, and it looks like there's a little bit of activity. Let me see if I can find this on Discogs. It probably will be banned because it is a bootleg. But let me show you what's coming up here with this one. Does it even have a barcode? No. All right, so I don't know really where to start on this one, but it looks pretty dang cool. Look at this. The Rolling Stones Goathead Soup Outtakes Collection. Carol Puckett's going to wish he would have stayed up till 1 a.m. This is the Rolling Stones on green and yellow vinyl. Includes 2 bonus tracks, numbered to 400. Looks like it's still sealed. $55 start on the Rolling Stones bootleg. $55 on that. Next is Joe Stafford Sings American Folk Songs. That's sealed for $7.50. Darlene Remembers Duke, Jonathan Plays Fats. That's sealed for $5. And then Youngblood One More Time. Oh no, sealed for $15. We're in a Laura crate now. Oh no, I forgot about these in here. Los Bravos, sealed for $10. Oh no, Neil Castle, sealed for $15. Oh no, The Rapture, $5. Oh no, Christopher Denny, $5. Oh no, D. Watusi, $5. The Who live at the Oval. Oh no, $30. Oh no, Living Color, $10. Rolling Stones has one bid for $55. John Durden, you should buy it for Carol Puckett. Top some loose ends. Youngblood sold to Stephen Parton for $15. Ron Duffield second, Christopher Allen third. Jim B gets the Who. His kids are celebrating. Yay! Daddy just made $30. And then Chris Knapp on NC. And NC was for Neil Castle. And then Chris Knapp on Watusi. And Watusi was this one right here. And then Gary Samuels on the Living Color. That woke everybody up. All right, that's why you got to be paying attention. The Rolling Stones Goathead Soup up for auction. Chad's going to scarf down some chocolate-covered raisins right quick. Okay. Living Color, Los Bravos. Los Bravos is Dame Un Poco de Amor. And this is sealed for $10. It's a soundtrack to this movie. Christopher Allen on Giants. Giants. Is that something in this crate or is that something that already sold? Giants. Rolling Stone 60-65. Jim B has done some math and he said this isn't worth his time. He can't make enough money on it. So if anybody wants it, it's $30. And then the Blues. Right here. Sold to Christopher Allen. Awesome. Thank you. John Kaiser, you're out on the bootleg. You're out. You're out. You're out. Now he's in. Now you're out. Now you're in. Now you're out. Okay. Now he's done. 5 for Joe Stafford. The half-off crate has one rule that is always never going to change. The prices are half off, no more, no less. I've stood by that forever. One night, I did 3 records together and took less for somebody, and it literally almost started a riot. So here's my offer and my guarantee on the half-off crates. Joe Stafford is $7.50. That's for right now only. It was originally $15. The Who was originally $60. Victor, I'm offering at $30. That's $30 off. I will not be taking any less right now. Could you see it less for later? Absolutely. But the half-off crates are always half off. No more, no less. Always half off. No more, no less. But if you do want Joe Stafford for $7.50, it's yours. So this Who record right now, the median on it is $90 on Discogs, and the cheapest you can get one for, Poland, Italy, Sweden, Italy, Australia, Netherlands, Argentina, Poland, Netherlands, United Kingdom, Poland, the United States. There's only one for sale in the United States. After tax and shipping, it's going to cost you over $100. Laura had this priced already at a cheap price. She had it down there like a no-brainer at $60. Now it's $30, which is practically us giving it away. That's why Jim B grabbed it. Don't know why he put it back, but that's practically, you're getting paid to buy that record. You're getting paid to buy that record. When I say we're about to go through a Laura crate, she's got everything marked so cheap that you should be buying everything in there, and that's why there's nothing left when we go through her records. Michael Butler, we never even hardly have to take offers on him. Michael Butler gets the Rolling Stones for $71. Victor Garrett gets the Who for $30. That's the cheapest that's ever sold for in the history of Earth. This is a new world record for the cheapest this record has ever sold for. Wow. Setting records in the wrong ways. Joe Stafford, Nick Surinchenko, let me know if you want that for $7.50. Okay? Jim B is shooting himself in the foot. He's like, holy crap, that was on colored vinyl. Oh, no, now his kids are crying. Oh, no. Daddy, you messed up. No. Why did you do that? And we do set world records on the other end. We hold a lot of world records here for the most expensive copy ever sold. I hold that record for a lot of titles. Probably a lot. We've set world records for the highest price sold for a lot of stuff. I think that's why People watch our shows. That's why people say, hey, we need to sell them our collection. Okay. But we've also sold stuff for the world's cheapest price. I've let some stuff go half off, and I've scanned it. I went, oh my gosh, this has never sold less than $120, and we just sold it to the GMB for $30. That was the Who live at the Oval, 1971. That was the Who live at the Oval, 1971. That was a classic concert. I'm assuming Nick Saranjenko doesn't want Joe Stafford. Okay. Well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm not joking when I say this. This is not some parlor trick, some willy-nilly, maybe not some willy-nilly. I mean, this is not some kind of joke. I have went through every priced pre-owned record crate in this store tonight. I've went through everything. There is nothing left except old crates that were already shown half off, and that's the leftovers. There's like 5 of those. Not going to go through those. There's 5 of them. Yeah. That's where we've done stuff half off and it didn't sell, and there wasn't anybody on for a bundle. The only thing I can do right now is I'm going to keep pricing stuff on the fly, and for final chance to add stuff to your invoice, I'm going to go through new vinyl. So I'm going to still put some stuff up for auction. We're going to go through new vinyl, and I'm going to price stuff on the fly. So we have gone through everything. So when we start Monday, there is virtually nothing left to discount, except maybe the stuff I took offers on tonight. We might can do that half off, maybe. But it would be too recent almost on any of it. So we're caught up. I mean, Paul and Laura and John, they're going to have to be pricing machines. These 8-hour shows, and as fast as we go now, we are getting almost caught up on stuff. It's pretty amazing. Here's a few more unsold auctions from this week. I didn't get the Who. The Who went to Michael Butler. Michael Butler got the Who for $30. Michael Butler got the Who. Victor Guerra got the Who. Victor Guerra got the Who for $30. And then it was Michael Butler. And then it was Michael Butler. And then it was Chris Knapp. And then it was Jim B. And then it was Jim B again. Okay. So we've went through all the half off that's possible. I mean, we are officially like caught up. I've got them stacked, and I push them out of the, where I stand is like black and white tiled, and I know I've gone through them and I've pushed it over here on the other side, and there's nothing left. That's it. That was sealed on colored vinyl. Yes, that was a $100 record that just sold for $30. Laura had it marked for $70. Sergeant Pepper's is a Japanese press in check condition. A VG Plus check condition Japanese press. A $1 start. VG Plus Japanese press, $1 start. HSAS Through the Fire is a Japanese press, near mint minus with the inserts, $15. Jim B, you messed up. It was a money-making record, Jim B, when Laura had it out New Arrivals this week for $70. I truly think it was. That was a big mess up on your part, buddy. Huge mess up. Huge mess up. Huge. You messed up big time there. That was a big mistake. Big. That was a big one, Jim B. Hope you can financially recover from that. That was a huge mistake. Big error there, buddy. Huge problem for you. and your kids. Sorry about that. We got, let's see. There's some records at the bottom of this. What was that? Hold on. Hold the fort. What was that one? Oh, okay. Oh, those are autographs. Never mind. Okay, these need to go somewhere special. These are special. These are 500 plus items. Let's keep this away from GMB. Keep these away from GMB. Those are 500 plus items. Okay. Beatles is at 10. HSAS is a $15 start. You made a huge mistake right then. Golly. Can't believe you just did that. Gosh. Everybody can't believe it. Everybody's like, oh no. Unbelievable. Wow. He just did that. Okay, let's price some more stuff. Aha. All right, this is sealed. $24.99. Neil Young with Crazy Horse. Odeon Budokan, 1976. Looks like it was originally new, $28.99. Neil Young, sealed, $24.99. Sold to Michael Butler. We're going to be pricing stuff on the fly. I'm going to love this. Y'all are going to love this. GMB's probably going to hate this. He loved it last night, though. He made a quick 50 bucks on just nothing. Just poof. The Beatles have got all the way to 15. Scott Dyer's out. Nobody bid on HSAS, so that's only $15. Wow. $15 on that. And then where's that King's X record? This also didn't sell this week. It's a sealed 2021 record store day. It was originally supposed to be a $35 start, and that's a $15 start on that. $15 start. King's X. Please don't come home, Mr. Bulbous. $15 start. Solely got HSAS for 15 bucks. So Scott Dyer, you're done on the Beatles. You just came in second on HSAS. Neil Young sold. This is a chance to add some stuff to your invoice this week before invoices sent on Monday. The 6 a.m. video will not be a video. The 6 a.m. post in the morning will be a picture of the racks up front, which is new vinyl that hadn't been shown all week. We usually sell several things out of there off of that. I got 2 auctions up right now. Let me see what else I can price. This looks very interesting. It almost looks like a bootleg, but I don't know what this is. This has got to be some kind of unofficial. Let me scan this and see what happens. I don't know what's going to happen until I scan it. Well, I don't know what's going to happen until I look it up. And then I'm going to try to blast through 3 crates of new vinyl just to make sure everybody's got everything they want. It'll be quick. If I can just sell a few things out of each crate, or maybe even one, I'll be happy. Oh my gosh. I knew this was rare. Is this some kind of bootleg? Not on label. Hold on, we need to go to see all releases. Okay, and then filter vinyl. There's only one. This must be it. Golly. Holy crap. Goodness. Whew. I'm starting to get dizzy. All right, this is $349.99. $349.99. Mark Ford Fuzz Machine. $349.99. It is a 2 LP, self-released, 2020, blues rock, recorded live at the Compound. That matches the active price, but the last one sold was for $308, and this one's sealed. So Mark Ford Fuzz Machine, $349.99. It is a 2 LP, self-released, 5-star rating. 71 people want it. And there's obviously very little stock. The one that's active is sealed as well. So I don't know a lot about that, but my gracious, that's a good pull. I've been skipping over it over here because I didn't know a lot about it, but $349.99. There's almost no, you can just tell it was like, there's almost no information on it. There's no copyright or anything down here, just the track listing. And then the cover on the front is kind of blurry. But if you go over here to the information, credits, Elijah Ford, Muddy Dutton, Dennis Morehouse, Mark Ford, Kevin Barkley, Mark Ford. So anybody selling, wow, a clean masterpiece. I mean, it's getting a lot of big marks over here, so it's an expensive record. Let's just see what happens. Now you know that I got it. So it makes sense that other person priced theirs for $350 because the last one overseas sold for $308, and that was probably the only one active at that time. And so it looks like the price has been increasing on it since then. All right, what happened on the Beatles? This sold for $15 to Chris Knapp. King's X is at $16 with Jim B. And this was originally this week supposed to go up for a $35 start. It's numbered on yellow vinyl, record store day, the first time it was ever on vinyl. And Jim B has it for $16. All right, very quickly, I got Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil. Motley Crue is $33.99 remastered. Elton John, Captain Fantastic remastered. Brown Dirt Cowboy, $36.99. Eazy-E, Easy Does It, $33.99. All analog, Rhino Hi-Fi, Black Sabbath, $44.99. We have David Gilmour on an island. David Gilmour Gatefold, $33.99. ZZ Top Rio Grande Mud, that's $39.99. And then Sid Barrett, The Madcap Laughs. Sid Barrett, $34.99. Gatefold Jacket. Artist name Mark Ford. M-A-R-C. M-A-R-C. Mark Ford. Yeah, M-A-R-C. M-A-R-C. Mark Ford. Yeah. He was in the Black Crows. Well, that's why we're going through all this Black Crow stuff. All this was Black Crows related. Mark Ford was, hold on one second, let me pull it up over here. Yeah, Mark Ford was in the Black Crows. This Mark Ford right here. Okay, next thing is King's X 1819. Jim B, you've been outbid. Stephen Parton wants Madcap Laughs, great. And then Mark Stanley on Eazy-E, fantastic. And then Michael Butler wants Mark Ford. We'll have to give Jason maybe just a second because he just asked about it. Jason, if you want that, let me know. If you're passing, Michael Butler wants it. Michael Jackson Dangerous is $38.99. And then Tom Petty Full Moon Fever. Black Vinyl Remastered. We sold the Blue Vinyl Remastered tonight for $55. This is pretty much very similar, just Black Vinyl, $36.99. King's X is between about 3 different people right now. I've got some other stuff to run over here for auction. All these amazing records, and look at this random, Andy Williams record. I mean, this came out of the same collection of all this incredible audiophile sealed, a random, doesn't even have a sleeve with it, Andy Williams record. $5 if anybody wants it. $5 if anybody wants Andy Williams. It's like a VG Plus. I'm passing. Okay, sell this to Michael Butler. Michael, when I saw that happen, I was like, oh no. That's like one of those blurry, who do I give credit to? But I'm glad we got that worked out easily. That's sold to Michael Butler. All right. So you never know what I'm going to price out of here. Paul Stanley, $34.99, 2014 remaster. I've got several of these. These come with a poster, just like the originals. And we have white stripes. You've seen that back there all night. I've got 3 copies. It's a 20th anniversary colored vinyl gatefold. Get Behind Me, Satan, $44.99. King's X is at 22 with Ron Duffield. So that means that Victor Guerra, you're out, and GMB, you're still out on the King's X. Okay, here's another Rolling Stones. And I'm probably going to have to auction it just like the other one because I bet it's a very similar 2003 with a lot of different versions, and it's still sealed. So here is this. And we have, yeah, so when you scan this, it comes up a 2013, a 2017, a 2003, and a 2003. Now, it does say 2002 on the back, so that's probably the 2003, but I can't confirm it because it's sealed. But it is a Beggar's Banquet with that original artwork, and that's a $30 start, okay? King's X is at 22. Sealed Rolling Stones, $30 start. Vicious Rumors is a self-titled music on vinyl press, blue vinyl, $39.99. John Coltrane, that's Giant Steps. That is a all-analog Kevin Gray Rhino hi-fi pressing, $39.99 for that. Ace Frehley Now Playing, blue vinyl, $24.99. And then Def Leppard Adrenalize, Def Leppard, $34.99. All right, time to go pull some more stuff. There's like 7-inch singles tucked down between these records. I could have swore one almost slipped by me. What happened to that? There it is. Yeah, there's an Oasis single. Let's put that up for auction. And then, let's see. Golly, he's got a bunch of these. There's more Black Crow stuff over here. Black Crows and Magpie Salute and all these different variants. There's more Mammoths. Golly. And there's the other half to that Rush bootleg. Good. I was worried about that. Okay, so let me grab these, and then let me put that in there. And then let's crack open this and see what this stuff is, okay? Ooh, there's a Japanese we can run. That's something we can probably straight price. And I know what that is. We can straight price that probably, even though it's no longer in stock. Okay. Let's see what these are going for. All right. Let's see what these are going for. We have scan. I know the black are... Okay, let's do these for $39.99. Orange vinyl, Van Halen Balance. Orange vinyl. That's the orange vinyl. Official, of course. $39.99 for Balance. The Stones has a bid for $30. Final call. I'm assuming everybody is done on King's X. It's at $22. And orange vinyl, Van Halen, $39.99. Let's find that Oasis single. What did I just do with it? I'm not even gonna, we're just gonna put it up. Whatever, and it's good to be free. $10 start, sealed. Oasis is sealed. Whatever, it's good to be free. $10 start. I'll prop it right up there. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2. Ron Duffield. King's X, $22. Stephen Parton got the Stones for $30. Good. Moving on. Oasis has a bid for $15. I had a feeling that was going to come in pretty quickly from Mr. Fornerat. Done. Next in here was Tears Everybody, $36.99 for that. Shout. Megadeth, United Abominations. We've got 3 copies in stock right now. $38.99, and Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time. Wasted Years. Is that great track? Starts off with that guitar. Sounds awesome. Iron Maiden, $33.99. All right, let's see what this is going for. Can't believe no one got orange vinyl Van Halen. Wow, that's kind of crazy. That's okay. Let's scan this and see what it's going for. And this is going to go for $29.99. Sealed Eric Johnson. Sealed Eric Johnson. And this is Austin City Limits Live, as in the guitarist Eric Johnson. Sealed, $29.99. Final call on Oasis for $15. GMB has it for 16. Oh my gosh, here we go. Let the games begin, folks. $16. Eric Johnson sold Adam Bernardi. Yeah, Van Halen is the 2025 official pressing on orange vinyl. It is 2 LP. Seether, Fine and Beauty and Negative Spaces, a lavender opaque vinyl, $39.99. See So Neon Now, $34.99. Bush Razor Blade Suitcase Pink Vinyl, $36.99. Ramstein Mutter, $44.99. Pearl Jam Rearview Mirror, a.k.a. Greatest Hits, $39.99. Cake Fashion Nugget, $29.99. Slayer Christ Illusion, $33. Daniel Johnston, Hi, How Are You, $29. Metallica, Volume 2 to Market Square Arena, $44.99. Miles Davis Milestone, Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab, $44. Cyndi Lauper, $34.99 for True Colors. And Elf, Trying to Burn the Sun. Elf is $39.99. Pass on Van Halen, no problem. Okay, next auction. A Japanese pressing of Chicago. Chicago's Greatest Hits, Volume 2. Near Mint Minus and Pristine. $35 start on Chicago. Oasis is at $24. We got 2 live auctions going right now. That's crate number 1 of 3 of New Vinyl Recap. Very quickly. Elf, Cyndi Lauper, Miles Davis, Metallica, Daniel Johnston, Slayer, Cake, Pearl Jam, Ramstein, Bush, See So Neon, Seether, Iron Maiden, Megadeth, Tears for Fears, Def Leppard, Ace Frehley, John Coltrane, Vicious Rumors, White Stripes, Paul Stanley, Tom Petty, Michael Jackson, ZZ Top, David Gilmour, Black Sabbath, Elton John, and Motley Crue. Now, if you need something, or you're thinking on something, or if you have an additional question on something, don't hesitate. Chicago has a bid for 35. Okay. Let's start trying to knock out some of these magpies. I mean, there's so many different color variants, but there's also some other artists over here I hadn't got to either. But evidently, I cracked open the Black Crowes box, which is good because we definitely have some fans and we definitely have some collectors. This is pretty cool. This is an indie exclusive of alternate cover art. Let's see, sealed. This probably needs to be about $26.99 would be fair. $26.99 for Robert Plant and Alison Krauss, Raise the Roof. That's the indie exclusive alternate artwork. That was their second album they did together. $26.99 for that. $26.99 for that. New and sealed, by the way. Perforated bag. And Casey didn't know, yeah, that's Robert Plant of Led Zeppelin. Sold, Stephen Parton. Chicago, final call. Can I see the back of Oasis? Oasis is numbered 01948. $01948. I guess since it's getting extended bended, we need to look into it. This is Oasis. This is the 2025 7-inch single 30th anniversary blue and pink splatter. Blue and pink splatter, numbered. Yep. Right now, 24. Gary and GMB's out. Amenities get Chicago for 35. Thank you. Okay, and next was... Ooh, man. Should I dare put something up like this right now without advertising it? Should I dare? Who dares me? Who double dog dares me? I triple dog dare you. Christmas Story. I double dog dare you. Wow, some bids just came in very late. Can I see Chicago, Witch Kings X? How did that happen? I mean, those are very late. Those are long gone. Rush, Live in Georgia, Volume 1 and Volume 2. So I don't know. This one's not available anymore. I've never seen this. I mean, all I order vinyl from, I've never been able to get this. So 4LP, $75. It's a complete Rush show. Georgia, I'm assuming that's Atlanta probably. It's a full concert, $75 start. Oasis 25 and now Oasis 26. Chicago Super Moth is already sold. Kristen Driscoll, King's X is already sold. Rush is a 4LP set with both volumes together. $75 start on that. Okay, let's browse through these right quick. We have Godsmack 1000 horsepower for $33. 2 copies left in stock. 3 Days Grace Outsider, $24.99. POTUS, President of the United States of America, $29. 3 Days Grace Alienation, $24. Motley Crue, $33. Metallica Kill 'Em All, $29. Weezer Blue Album, $34. Motley Crue, $33. And Soundgarden, $34. Now, time for something else. Time to scan another record. I'm also pricing stuff on the fly. A lot of different versions of this one. Let me read the hop sticker here. I wonder if the hop sticker would tell if it's colored vinyl. Probably. Okay, I'm just going to guess on this one. Sealed. It's never been opened. $34.99 for their first album, Raisin Sand, Robert Plant, Allison Grouse. Now, it just says 180-gram virgin. I don't know if the hop sticker would mention colored vinyl. If it is, you're going to be getting a bonus. Sold to Stephen Parton, $34.99. I like that one the best. I wish he would have got, did another album with Jimmy Page and John Paul Jones and Jason Bonham, but Alison Krauss do. I think he has a thing for her. Has he got a thing for her or something? She got a thing for him. He got a thing for her. They look pretty romantic here in these pictures. All right, that's sold. Dakota Dotson getting the Soundgarden, thank you. And then Oasis is sold to Jason Fornerat for $26, thank you. Let me lay that. Let me just go ahead and take that in here so it doesn't fall. And we're about to sell both of those Rush for $75. Just lay that right over here. Came true. Today. Came true. Dun, 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 dun. Soundgarden. Alice in Chains, Dirt, 30. I was reading Darren's comment. Darren, he got the last Soundgarden. Do you want to go on a waiting list for that for next week? Depeche Mode Violator, Enjoy the Silence, $29.99. Snoop Dogg Doggy Style, Clear Vinyl, Gatefold 2 LP, $34.99. Both of these Rush volumes sold together to Sully for $75. This guy was 100% not into rap at all, Jim B. He was 100% not at all into rap. He likes rock and rock and rock and more rock and more rock. All right, we need more stuff. But first, the 13.4 elevators in mono, half-speed master, $34.99. Metallica Ride the Lightning for $29. Motley Crue Theater of Pain, colored vinyl, $33.99. Rat, colored vinyl, Invasion of Your Privacy. I'm glad they've kept those on colored vinyl. Sometimes when I see that they're reissuing stuff like that, I'm like, are they going to keep it on colored vinyl or are they going to transition it over into black? But they're probably like, we probably can keep selling more of these if we leave them. And that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, yeah, you can. Drives up the demand for the other ones. All right, I'm over here in all these plastic tubs. Let me get some more stuff out. Gosh, we've gone through a lot of these. I'm going to tell Paul, I was like, Paul, we're going to be able to sell out of this collection in probably a few shows. If you and Laura get in here one day and tear all this stuff up pricing it, and if I have a free night with an extra couple hours, which never happens, we'll be done with this collection in no time. Just insane. Looks like I've hit a Pearl Jam box. I'm not joking. I've hit a Pearl Jam, George Harrison, and Leonard Skinner, and Verve, and oh my gosh. Okay. So I've got all these next to me. I still hadn't done a single Magpie, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you two options when I lay these down, because some people might be like, well, dang, I would have bought that one, or dang, I would have bought this one. So let me scan both of them, and then I'll tell you what we can do, okay? That was the Nashville collection. I think we've gone through most of that. Now, that crate I was pricing out of last night, there's still a couple different over. There's still a few more of those over here. 32, 23. Okay, so here's two different options on Magpie. I'm going to say the colored vinyl, 34, and I'm going to say the black vinyl, 24. The Magpie Salute with Rich Robinson of the Black Crowes and Mark Ford of the Black Crowes. Colored 34, black 24. Okay, so there's a couple options on those. Yep, I'm about to pull that Verve right now. Let's get this. Got those knocked out. What did I just do with that stuff? Here it is. The Bittersweet Symphony. Alice in Chains Dirt is $36.99. Here comes the rooster. Oh yeah. This would definitely be an auction. Okay, when you scan it, it comes up as a 2022, a 2016, 2018. There is one press on green vinyl. I doubt this is this one. It doesn't mention anything about colored, but it is sealed, so it's pretty hard to say. The Verve Urban Hymns, a $35 start. That has Bittersweet Symphony on it. $35 start on the Verve. That's now up for bid. Dirt is $36.99. Finishing up this crate. Rush live in Agora Ballroom, Cleveland, 1974. That's $38.99. Christopher Allen says he'll take a Dirt. Thank you. We have Run DMC Raising Hell, $36.99 for Run DMC. There you go. There you go, Jim B. Walk This Way. It's on there. And then Hatebreed Satisfaction is The Death of Desire. Hatebreed, $29. The Number of the Beast, Iron Maiden, $33.99. Gary Clark Jr., Black and Blue at $44. And U2 Boy, $33.99. Their debut album. Great early U2 music there. Darren Johnson on Hatebreed. Verve is at $35 with Darren Johnson as well. What is this right here? I don't recall seeing that one too much. What else did I pull out? Oh, okay. This could be good. Let me see if Verve's in stock. What else was I supposed to check on for somebody earlier tonight? Somebody else did something else was in stock. Let me go ahead and log into my account. Sometimes they're available, sometimes they're not. I can tell you, though, they're usually an import, and they're a lot more than $35, but I can give you an idea right now. Let me look it up. Let me see. Let me try the Verve first. Sometimes I don't like those thes in there when you're searching. So, yeah, that pulls up the label. Let me type in Urban Hymns. That's going to narrow it down a lot. Urban Hymns. And Mazzy Star, yeah. Okay, there is a version in stock right now. It's a 2025 edition. So, not this particular one that's up for auction. And the price on it, if I ordered it right now, would be $48.99. And Jason just bid $49 on this one. So that's kind of what those go for, regardless, sealed. There is OG copies that exist, but yeah. So I can order, if anybody, regardless of what happens on this auction, if anybody wants on a waiting list, I can order a new Verve Urban Hymns. They would be $48.99. Let's look up Mazzy Star while I'm at it and see what's in print. And then I was right in the middle of looking this record up too. I'm going to see if it's on colored vinyl. I closed out of Discogs. Destruction. I don't have anything in stock by Destruction. I saw you ask that earlier. Sorry I didn't answer. That usually means no. But no, I don't. This is sealed just $24.99. This has always been a cheaper record, but I usually have no problem selling them because it's Eddie Vedder. Eddie Vedder Earthling, and it's on colored vinyl, $24.99. That's blue and black transparent. That's the full album. $24.99 for Eddie Vedder Earthling, blue transparent. So the Verve is at $49 with Jason Fortnerat. That's a final call. And if anybody wants me to order the 2025, I can. They'll be $48.99. Unless I can get them maybe, I mean, maybe that other website I might get, it might be like $2 cheaper or something. So. And then let me look up Mazzy. Okay. So just a regular black vinyl in print, Mazzy Star. There's 2 in stock I can get. I can get Mazzy Star. So tonight I might see black vinyl. It would be $34.99 if anybody wants on a waiting list. And then She Hangs Brightly. I can get that new and sealed black vinyl, a 2025 edition, $33.99. So either Mazzy Star or 2 available, She Hangs Brightly and So Tonight. If anybody wants a brand new one ordered. Commitment to buy, waiting list. Jason Fortnerat on the Verve for $49. I can look up Destruction too if you want me to. All right. Anybody else on anything in here? We had U2, Gary Clark Jr., Iron Maiden, Run DMC, Rush, Rat, Motley Crue, Metallica, 13-4, Snoop Dogg, Depeche Mode, Alice in Chains, Motley Crue, Weezer, Metallica, Motley Crue, 3 Days Grace, Presidents, 3 Days Grace, Godsmack. That's like some of our best sellers of all time we keep in stock right there. That's like the Colectco essentials over the last 5 years. That's stuff from what we call page 1 of reorders, meaning the most popular of the popular. All right, one more crate like that to breeze through. This has some new stuff in it, like new releases in here, if you hadn't got some already on your order. And let's try to find some more stuff, okay? Put down Stephen Parton for a Mazzy Star. Oh, yeah, and then Adam, I forgot about you. Adam wanted to see Milestones. I'm going to be very honest. I forgot to do that. This is new and sealed, of course. This is Milestones, which is a MoFi pressing. They are numbered. It's a single LP, mono, MoFi, 180 gram, sealed, $44.99. They are numbered, and it's in mono. Okay, what else do we have over here? I had, that's a good one. That's a good one. That's a real good one right there. That's a good one. I've never heard of this in my life. I've never heard of that. I've never heard of this. So let's try to figure out some of those. Let me close out of this. And let me scan this. Huh. Huh? How is this not on Discogs? All right, let's scan it over here and see what happens. I rarely have to go to eBay to scan a barcode on an LP. Oh, maybe it's showing up because there's... Oh, I see what's going on. This isn't vinyl. Wow, that threw me for a loop big time. Wow, what a confusing deal. Sealed. Okay, this is, well, the median is $54, but I'm going to comp it off the last sold and think about the median and active. So we'll say $39.99. These are CDs. This is not vinyl. $39.99. Leonard Skinner, 4 CD, 50 track anthology, $39.99. A 36-page booklet filled with photos and 2 unreleased live tracks. Because I scanned it over here and I was like, why is there no vinyl showing up? And it felt like slightly lighter than it should. So this is the median on this is $54.74. The last one sold a few months ago for $30. This one's new and sealed, $39.99. Do you want to order me a Pump Me Up volume soundtrack? I don't know. Let's make a note to make sure that's been done for Chris Knapp. No CDs tonight unless something crazy like this pops up. But that was confusing. I scanned that and I was like, I thought it included this. I read that. I glanced at a hop sticker. I was like, wow, double LP and 4 CDs. So that's pretty interesting there. I know we got a lot of Skinner. Somebody asked earlier tonight, do you have anything Leonard Skinner? There's your answer. There's your answer. All right, let me price. Well, let me start going through some of these. I was trying to find an auction, but Suicidal Tendencies Lights Camera Revolution, 35th anniversary, red vinyl. Suicidal's $39.99. Lucinda Williams, World's Gone Wrong. That's the new album on blue vinyl. Lucinda is $33.99. And then Cinderella Still Climbing. Cinderella's $39.99. And then we have Brittany Fox, blue vinyl, limited edition, $750. $39.99 for Brittany Fox. Stone Sour, a music on vinyl press, $39.99. That's Corey Taylor, who is also the singer for Slipknot. We have Tool Opiate at $24.99. Tool Opiate's $24.99. And then Rush, All the World's a Stage. That's a 2 LP remaster. Rush is $46.99. And then Chris Stapleton from Room A, Volume 1. And I stand on broken halos. Nelson. Suicidal Tendencies sold to Darren Johnson. Okay, let's see what's going on over here. The Killers. When You Were Young. Wow. That's a cool one. I have never, I forgot about this over here. The Killer. This is something Seth tagged earlier this week for auction. It's a 2016 USOG, a 12-inch promo, I guess with different mixes, but that's a great song from The Killers, and that is EX Plus condition. When You Were Young. It's got 4 different mixes on it. $25 start on The Killers. That's now up for bid, and I still got the Mothers of Invention over here. This is Freak Out. Frank Zappa and the Mothers of Invention is a 1972 U.S. repress. A repress, EX Plus condition, a gatefold jacket, the Mothers of Invention, $35 on that. $35 on that. Then we have Leonard Skinner Street Survivors. That's a gatefold jacket, $33.99. I have System of a Down Toxicity for $24.99. Rob Zombie Hellbilly Deluxe. Rob Zombie, and that is $33.99. $33.99. Also, Nirvana in Utero, $36.99 for Nirvana. We have 1 copy left of Rush, Farewell to Kings, Closer to the Heart, Xanadu. And then Prince, Purple Rain, $33.99. Purple Rain, Purple Rain. I never meant to call you my friend. System of a Down, so to Dakota Dotson. Thank you on that. And then Nirvana's Nevermind. Rage Against the Machine, $29.99. Killing in the Name. Silverchair, that great song Tomorrow. 30th anniversary. This is limited to 7,500 yellow green marble. $54.99. Soundgarden Down on the Upside. $44 on that. Stands, that's that new soundtrack from Eminem. $49.99. Primus, Sailing the Seas of Cheese. Primus, $36.99. $36.99. Jerry Was a Race Car Driver. Budgie Squawk, that comes as a picture disc. not available right now on vinyl. Budgie is $39.99. Rat, Reach for the Sky, white vinyl, $33. And David Bowie live at the UK National Bowl, $19.90. That's a 2LP colored vinyl, live David Bowie, $29.99. Yes, Miles Davis is new and sealed from our distribution. So yeah, that is brand new and sealed. Yep. Speaking of new and sealed, the Complete Stat Singles Volume 1, sealed for $44.99. We've had Volume 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've had a bunch of them. I know one lady bought a couple. We sold 2 different ones tonight, and there's still 2 left over. Here's the very first volume. These are triple LP, awesome compilations of soul music here from Stax. This is Volume 1, and I think I still got Volume 2 left. $44.99. Okay. And let's get a sticker on that one while we're pricing stuff live here. Boom. And over here should be Volume 2, which is also $44.99. Triple LP on those. Okay, The Killers is a buy now for $25. No bid on The Killers. And no bid on Frank Zappa, which is $35. The Mothers of Invention, Freak Out. Sold a couple of records right here. We got Milestones, that is going to Adam Bernardi. Thank you. We got the Budgie picture disc going to Kelly Cook. Thank you. And we also have Lamb of God, Strum and Drain, double LP, $36.99. Rush, Hold Your Fire for $33. Eminem, Slim Shady for $39. Rush, Fly By Night, $36. Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, $44. Rush, Permanent Waves, $36. Linkin Park, Hybrid Theory, $33. Squeeze, that's the first time that's been available on vinyl in the U.S. with 4 bonus tracks. A double LP, $38.99. Okay, now we have some decisions to make. The big decision is how we're going to bring this epic night and this epic week to a close. First thing I need to do is check my weather app. It is currently 31. That's not too bad. It's going to get as cold as 15. It is currently sleeting outside. That's not good. Yeah, it looks like it's raining, honestly. Yeah, it's like raining, but it's 31 degrees, but it's going to get as low as 15. It's going to be doing that all night, but somehow it didn't get cold enough where it's freezing. But it says it's going to get as low as 15. So I need to bring this to an end before it starts getting any colder and all this really turns to ice. I shouldn't have any problem getting home right now, but first thing, we got Kelly Cook on Prince. Thank you on that. And Chris Stapleton was 33 or 29. So it is... it's still pretty safe out there, but I do need to get home before 33 on that. Pearl Jam. What did I say I had over here? I've got Rush, Queen, Gray Days, George Harrison, Black Label, Lenny Kravitz, Magpie, Beatles. Okay, there's one Pearl Jam. And did we just price another one? What did we just price? I think this is the bootleg of this album. I better make sure, because if this is the OG, it's hundreds of dollars. Okay. Half off. We have gone through every half off crate. I'm not joking. I went over that just a second ago. That we've went through every pre-owned price record that's left up here in this building. Yeah, it's crazy. This is a unofficial pressing on color vinyl of Rearview Mirror, $39.99. It's a foil cover. It's a gray vinyl unofficial of Rearview Mirror. Darren, is there a Soundgarden left in here? No Soundgarden left in here unless you want on a waiting list, unless there's one up front. Are you still want on a wait list for Bad Motorfinger maybe? No, you want this one, down on the upside. Okay? And then Dakota wants Tool Opiate. Okay, got that. That's right here. Got some people adding stuff to their orders before invoices. At this point, y'all are like in free shipping range. Now, if your budget's got too large, or if your budget's gotten constrained, you can wait and, you know, add it Monday if it's still available, and it'll start a new invoice. But if you're trying to get as much as you can, you're in the, at this point, you're in free shipping mode if you've bought a lot. Okay. But yeah, I probably, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show all the stuff I priced live tonight. I'm going to try to maybe get some of that sold. We've gone through every vintage LP in this crate. The rest of the stuff over here, I really need to wait on. And I need to film tomorrow's videos. And then I need to get home. I need to get home to eat and cook. And before some of this stuff turns to ice and the power goes out, then I'm hungry and mad. And I can't watch The Fugitive, and I can't watch anything while I fall asleep. So let me go through this crate, and that's probably where we're going to stop tonight, okay? But and I got to drive like 20 miles an hour getting home. There's pretty much nobody out driving right now. It's treacherous conditions. And I think with this, I see rain falling from the sky. It is 31 degrees. If it gets any colder, that's immediately just going to turn to ice. So I better wrap this up. I mean, if I ended right now, it takes me 2 hours to get out of here. Cleaning up, shutting everything off. I get distracted by my phone. I grab something to eat. Use the bathroom for the first time in 9 hours. I haven't had a bathroom break in 9 hours. And then finally, waiting for my vehicle to warm up. Then I'll leave, and it'll be like 4 a.m. So let's knock this out quickly. I hate leaving messes around here, but since it's Saturday, I'll probably get out of here in a hurry. So let's show what's left in here. Okay, there's some high-end stuff in here too. There's some $5,000 records in here. Paul McCartney. This is A Hard Day's Night signed by Paul McCartney. $7,500. $7,500. Taylor Swift Red Promo, ACM, $3,000. Billie Eilish, Third Man Records, blue and black with hand-painted splatter, $2,000. Rock On, the musical encyclopedia of rock and roll, the solid gold years. Johnny Mathis, Bobby Vinton, etc. $19.99 or best offer. Hatchet Ed Crate flyer. If you buy the Rock On compilation, I'll give you the Hatchet Ed flyer. I know, I could pee right now, but I've got a strong bladder, thank goodness. I've had 2 bottles of water, a Diet Coke, and 2 cans of Monster in the last 8 hours, 9 hours, and I haven't paused. Kid Rock, Rock and Roll Jesus. A 2007 USOG, $125. $125, Kid Rock, Rock and Roll Jesus. That was a 2007 USOG. I can't believe no one bought that earlier this week. $125. Phil Spector Christmas album, $39.99. Phil Spector Christmas album, $49.99. 1987s, one's open, one is sealed. Neil Young, signed, $1,275. Signed Neil Young, $1,275. Charles Wesley Godwin, a 2023 limited edition maroon colored vinyl, $125. Post Malone, Rockstar, autograph 12-inch single, $400. Signed Rockstar 12-inch single. MC Chris Goes to Hell, autograph, JSA, $55. MC Chris Goes to Hell, autograph, $55. Vaughn Brothers, sealed, a 1990 USOG, $55. Jimmy and Stevie. Natural Child, a 2014 USOG white splatter vinyl EX, Natural Child, $75. Maximum Rock and Roll Presents. This is left over from a Hatchet Ed crate. It was $70. That's what it sold for at auction. It's $50 right now if anybody wants it, and I'll give you a Hatchet Ed flyer. Rich Robinson, The Ceaseless Sight, sealed, $39.99, colored vinyl. Rich Robinson, Woodstock Sessions Volume 3, sealed, $24.99. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, live at Wembley, $29.99. Phil Spector Christmas album open, $15. Sold to Scott Dyer for $15. Andy Williams, Call Me Irresponsible, $5. Van Halen Balance Orange Vinyl, sealed, $39.99. Magpie Salute Colored Vinyl, $34.99. Magpie Salute Black Vinyl, $24.99. Leonard Skinner, a 4 CD set with 36-page books, sealed, $39.99. The Safaris Fun City USA, that was originally marked $29.99. I took an offer from $25, didn't get payment. Creed Greatest Hits 2 LP, $34.99. Cat Stevens, a 2019 remaster, sealed, $24.99. The Complete Stack Singles Volume 2 and Volume 1, $44.99 each. The Killers, When You Were Young, $25. 2 12-inch singles. The Mothers of Invention Freakout, $35. Rolling Stones Los Angeles Dodgers variant of Hackney Diamonds, $34.99. Neil Black gets Stevie Ray Vaughan for $45. Do I have another Phil Spector? I do. It's sealed. Now, this one was $49.99. Of course, I just took a significant discount offer from him. If you want to make an offer on the sealed one, I'll listen. The Body and Soul of Freddie Hubbard, a 1965 U.S. stereo repress. Well, it's been a long time since my mic died. I guess the batteries are starting to finally wear out. I'm glad I got a backup. All right, so what was the last thing I said? Deadhead Jim said he'll take the Skinner CDs. Great. Those are sold to Deadhead Jim for $39.99. And then where did I leave off? What was the last thing y'all heard? Can y'all hear me right now? Okay. All right, so we had the Rolling Stones Hackney Diamonds, $34.99. I was showing the Phil Spector. Yeah, the Phil Spector was sealed, $49.99. I was telling Chris Knapp about that. And then the Stack Singles, Volume 2 and Volume 1, that is $44.99. The Killers was the double LP, 12-inch single, $25. The Mothers of Invention was $35. The Rolling Stones Hackney Diamonds was the Los Angeles Dodgers variant on white vinyl, $34.99. The Body and Soul of Freddie Hubbard, a 65 U.S. stereo repress, $85 on that. Eddie Vedder was sealed, blue vinyl, $59. Charlie Brown Christmas with a pop-up jacket, $59.99. Spinal Tap, The End Continues, $29.99 sealed. Linda Ronstadt, The Early Years, $89.99. And Pearl Jam Rearview Mirror, the bootleg unofficial on silver vinyl, $39.99. Was that an offer? Let's see. Steven, was that an offer of $43, and then you're buying the Cat Stevens? The Rich Robinsons that's left in here, the Rich Robinson was the Ceaseless Sight, and that's a 2 LP on colored vinyl for $39.99. And Rich Robinson, the Woodstock Sessions Volume 3, that's also sealed colored vinyl, $24.99. Daniel Spinal Tap, I just comped that. That's a great price on that. And then that was the Record Store Day edition. And then with Ed saying your mic dropped after kids see. Oh, okay. Let's go ahead and sell let's go ahead and sell that then. $43, Stephen Parton, so we don't have to run that again next week on auction. All right, that's done. Okay, and anybody else on anything in here? So Pearl Jam, Linda Ronstadt, Charlie Brown, Eddie Vedder, Freddie Hubbard. This is pretty much going to be my crate for, 6 a.m. crate. I'll probably post pictures of the rack because that stuff people hadn't seen in like 7 days. The Stones, Mother's Invention, The Killers, The Stax, Cat Stevens, Creed, Magpie, Van Halen, Pink Floyd, Rich Robinson, Natural Child, MC Chris, Post Malone, Charles Wesley Godwin, Neil Young, Phil Spector. Now, Chris Knapp, what did you want to do on that? It was sealed at $49.99, and I'm not for sure. We might have had a miscommunicado there. $125 on Kid Rock, Billie Eilish $2,000, Taylor Swift $3,000, Paul McCartney $7,500. Those last 3 records would buy a nice pre-owned vehicle. Rich Robinson, $24.99, I'm in. Okay, that was this one right here, the Woodstock Sessions. Okay, that's so to Matt Lawson. Thank you, Matt. Can't do 20 on Creed. No, I better stay on that one for at least a few tries at 34. Pass, I want to listen to one. Okay, what if I open it and then I only charge you $35? What if I open it and then I only charge you $35? CWG, absolute best. CWG, Charles Wesley Godwin, the absolute best. I'll do it for you, Chris Knapp. I'll open it, clean it, and inspect it. I'll have somebody clean it. We'll put it in a new MoFi sleeve for $35. Now, how could you beat that? Charles Wesley Godwin, maroon colored vinyl. $95, Danny. Very limited edition. And then a Paul on a 52-week layaway. I would do it for $165 a week for 52 weeks. 165 at 52 would be $8,580. Most signed album jackets of his start on eBay for 10. They start at either 75, 10, 15, or 20,000. We're about to talk Stephen Parton into something that he's going to thank me for a long time. I'm also in no hurry to sell it, so. That wouldn't be too bad of a deal. Just a little side payment on the side, and next January you're getting a signed Paul McCartney album jacket. That'd be Ed's responsibility. So I keep track of Paul's autographs pretty closely. I check eBay almost every night. So if you want a signed Sgt. Pepper's, unless you find somebody just ready to let one go and they're putting it on a no reserve auction, right now, any other big Beatles album is 10,000 plus. And typically they're UK album jackets. A US album jacket is very scarce. Signed by Paul McCartney. No problem. I'm all of a sudden get this sick feeling in my stomach. I'm getting this sick feeling in my stomach, Stephen, knowing that that's going to leave this building. First thing, Creed is storming out. All right, sell this to Scott Dyer for $25. Anybody want to make any last offers on anything? That's sold to Scott Dyer for $25. I could do $30 for Spectrum. It's just going to go in frame for Christmas. All right, sell this for $30 to Chris Knapp, and then Freddie Hubbard is an offer for $60. That was at $85, right? $70. $70 on this. Sounds like, based on these stats, you're getting it for a great price. These kind of sales feel a lot better when you get it all at once, Stephen. I'm still getting the same amount of money as it's a long time coming. Golly, that's such an incredible piece. Such an incredible piece. Man, so what's crazy? Okay, so Paul, right? Let's just take that off. And let's say right there it was signed by John Lennon. Oh my gosh. 50 to 100,000. I mean, it would be definitely something you'd want to put in a high-end auction. But if this said John Lennon, as nice as it does say Paul McCartney, huge money. I mean, George, 30, 40,000. Ringo, 3 to 4,000. Unfortunately, Ringo has signed a lot more, and his albums demand a lot less. And then here's where it gets crazy. If for somehow somebody was lucky enough to have one signed by John, Paul, George, and Ringo nicely on the front, I would say a big place like Heritage or Christie's, they would have it at 150 to 250,000. You're talking about a incredible rare piece of rock and roll memorabilia at that point. So Paul alone, even though he's still alive and kicking, huge money on album jackets. John Lennon, extraordinarily rare. Plus, most of them, you're not going to get this. You're not going to get this with John Lennon. You're going to probably get a ballpoint pen. I do have a Sharpie cut, like an index card, of full John Lennon. Y'all seen it. I have the full set. And it's blue like that and nice, but you're not going to see that too often. George is huge money too. Just didn't sign a lot of album jackets, especially U.S. editions. This is a real mono Hard Day's Night. And it's been professionally restored. So up here, this has all been color touched and restored. There's a guy in New York that restores butcher covers, and he did the restoration on this. All this has been color touched and pieces added, so it presents really well. So I don't have a disc with it, but I've always told everybody I would find one. Whenever the time came, I would find a disc. I mean, we got boxes of Hard Day's Nights in the back. It may not be the nicest disc, but we probably can come up with one. This was signed when he was leaving the Library of Congress in 2010. Yeah. He played at the White House that night. He was at the Library of Congress earlier that day. And when I first got it, this picture had the old photo where there was like damage to the jacket. There was like a tear right there, and you could just tell it was a worn out jacket. So I went ahead and paid another $100, and we just had it re-authenticated so we could get I wanted a matching photo, because when I first looked at it, I was like, that's not the same, you know, it needs to match. So I went ahead and paid the whole $100 again to have it recertified. So, because that's an old JSA, I think that's an old JSA catalog number. Best of my memory, I think they used the same number. So. No disc. I can go come up with 20 of them right now. I have, we have 2.5, yeah. I think I've got 2.5 crates full of Hard Days Nights in the back. They start at, the best copy's probably VG. I have quite the Beatles stash of bad condition records. Most of them's not in good condition. Let me see if I can even locate them. Where are they? I got them stacked up over here. Yeah, they're buried. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 tall, 2 deep, and it goes 6 wide. So that's 8, 16, and then 16 times 5. So do the math on that. 16 times 5. My Beatles stash, not just inventory, 80 crates, let's say they're packed. There's over 6,000 Beatles albums in the back room that I've got hoarded away. And I think there's a crate, 2.5 crates of just Hard Days Nights. There's 3 crates full of Abbey Roads. And they're packed, but they're all like G plus and VG minus condition, most of them. But, you know, I just hate getting rid of them. It's like, let's not put them out in the, you know, to me, just the covers to me are worth something. Like all those covers of, I mean, some of them are nice. I mean, what's a vintage, you know, nice cover of Abbey Road? People want that just for decoration almost. So, but I bet there's some nice ones mixed in there. It's been years since I've gone through them. We just keep adding and adding and stashing and stashing. So, anybody else? Anybody else? Everybody get really quiet. Next Play passed to 70. I can't believe it. I was trying to give Next Play Records literally the deal of a century. I'm a Beatles fanatic. Not as much as I know as some people. I know some people that are truly lunatics over this stuff, but I just love them. I think it's the most incredible music ever. Any CDs? Probably not. I highly doubt we have any CDs this week. Yeah, I better get home. It's a disaster outside. I was looking at Paul's stuff right now. A lot of stuff ends up here fake. This guitar that sold for $50,000, I don't think is real. I don't think that's real. Now this is real, but that's not actually pick guard. This is a legit Paul McCartney signature, but that's cut out of a book. That's cut out of that children's book he did, and that's been glued and laminated to a pick guard. Because if you go to the JSA, I bet it says it's a cut. Yeah, see? It doesn't say pick guard, it says a cut. So what this is a piece of paper. That's a piece of paper that's been glued and laminated to a cut pick guard. And they still sold it for $12,000. So that's essentially just a cut piece of paper. So crazy money for that man's autograph. Just a piece of paper. The nice cut index cards are $5,000 and $6,000 sometimes. If they're really, really bold and you get a full McCartney, you know, his iconic full signature. This is not the Stones at Dodger Stadium. This is their album Hackney Diamonds, and they did MLV cover variants. So there's one for the Braves, there's one for the Red Sox, there's one for the Dodgers, there's one for the Baltimore whoever, Oilers. It's not like it's an actual studio album. Anybody want any silver? Jeff Brent wants me to reply to his messages. I'll try to take a look at them. I've got to film a couple videos and I got to get home, and then maybe I can look at them when I get there. All right. I'm going to go ahead and warm up my car. I'm going to warm it up, try to film that video, and then probably warm it up again. So it's been running for like a half hour. So it's all melted and everything's warm when I get in there. Otherwise, there's a layer of ice on my Tahoe right now. All right. Awesome night. If anybody wants any silver, you probably got one more chance tomorrow before the market opens. And then after that, it could open down. My prices probably aren't going to change too much. And if it opens up, if the market opens up tomorrow, so probably tomorrow if I do a coin sale, it opens in the evening, the international market, and it'll either open up or down. Maybe I can keep stuff about the same if it opens up, but I think even if it opens down, it's not going to fluctuate too much with premiums right now. So if you've been on here maybe thinking about silver, I still got 10-ounce bars. I got a kilo. I've got some smaller 5-ounce bars, and then I got all the Morgans. And even if silver dipped $10, even if it took a crash tomorrow, Monday morning, it wouldn't affect these Morgans too much at all. Just saying. So I know some people's been thinking about those. Thank you and good night. And I'm in this thing. See y'all possibly tomorrow. If not, I'll see y'all on Monday. Because if I can get here now, I know I can get here on Monday. So.